Everyone, good evening to all of you. आज है 25th ऑफ नवंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। फिलहाल नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे, न्यूज़ थी उसकी वजह से मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत अपसाइड मूव किया था। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे सपोर्ट पे क्लोज किया था तो गैप पर ओपन हुआ। ये आपके सामने दिसंबर मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, ध्यान रखना। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस था, मार्केट ने थोड़ा बहुत वहां से रेजिस्टेंस ऑलरेडी ले लिया है। जो लोग सेलिंग में है, आई होप वो निकल जाना वहां से। अब मार्केट के पास देखो, सपोर्ट तो खैर नीचे है, एक ये रीटेस्ट है, एक रेजिस्टेंस हुआ करता था। मार्केट सीधा उसके ऊपर ओपन हुआ तो वहां से थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग आ गई थी, फिर से रीटेस्ट कर रहा है। तो थोड़ा बाइंग कम ही क्वांटिटी में करना। नीचे सपोर्ट पाएगा एग्जैक्टली तो फिर देखेंगे। ये लेवल रीटेस्ट का है, ध्यान रखना। इट इज़ नॉट अ सपोर्ट। सपोर्ट हमारे पास नीचे 277, 78 और 270 एंड देन 263 के आसपास छोटे छोटे सपोर्ट बने हुए हैं, उनको प्लान करेंगे। तो यहाँ से थोड़ा सा पुल बैक फॉर रीटेस्ट इन नेचुरल गैस। बाकी ऊपर जाता है तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे भी देखोगे तो कोई लोअर लो नहीं बना है। पहली बार रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे आया, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई, मार्केट ने नीचे का लोअर लो ब्रेक नहीं किया। तो अगर ये इस लेवल पे आया तो मुझे लगता है ब्रेक होना चाहिए, और जो परसों का रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था 304 वाला, वहां तक जा सकता है। रिमेंबर, ये दिसंबर मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, ना कि नवंबर मंथ का। नवंबर मंथ की एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है ऑप्शन की, फ्यूचर की एक दिन में है। तो फिलहाल दिसंबर मंथ का ही चार्ट लगाया हुआ है। उमेश में जी, गुड इवनिंग। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ सकता है नेचुरल गैस में। रीटेस्ट है, वैसे तो कर चुका है रीटेस्ट ये मॉर्निंग पे, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर ही ओपन हुआ है। थोड़ा बहुत और आ जाएगा, नहीं तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अगर नीचे आए तो अच्छा ही है। नीचे सपोर्ट भी ठीक ही है मार्केट के पास। एक न्यूज़ फिलहाल के लिए हमारे पास निकल के आ रही है नेचुरल गैस के रिगार्डिंग, कि ट्रम्प की जो ट्रांजिशन टीम है उन्होंने प्लान किया हुआ है कि जो नेचुरल गैस पे फिलहाल के लिए यूएस ने एक्सपोर्ट पे बैन लगाया हुआ है, उस बैन को वो रिमूव कर देंगे। अगर ऐसा होता है तो गुड न्यूज़, एक अच्छी न्यूज़ इस केस में आपको देखने के लिए मिल सकती है। तो एलएनजी एक्सपोर्ट परमिट्स, तो अगर ज़्यादा यूएस एक्सपोर्ट करता है नेचुरल गैस का, तो इसका इम्पैक्ट भी आपको देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा। क्रूड ऑयल का लेवल, एक सेकेंड। मंडे कुछ खास डेटा नहीं है आज, ध्यान रखना। 6:30 और 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग, एंड देन 8 PM यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग। ये दो डेटा है। मार्केट ओपनिंग रहेगी जहां पर थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है, उसके अलावा और कोई डेटा शेड्यूल तो नहीं है। आज के दिन मंडे है। ओके, ग्रेट। ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक ही एक्सपेक्टेड है नेचुरल गैस में, स्ट्रिक्ट रखना है एसएल। ठीक है, ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, रीटेस्ट है। मतलब मॉर्निंग पे कर चुका है ऑलरेडी थोड़ा बहुत। तो ये ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस था, वहां से वापस नीचे आ गया था, फिर से रीटेस्ट, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ जाए तो वेल एंड गुड। नीचे गिरता है तो फिर नीचे सपोर्ट 278, 270 के आसपास देखने के लिए मिलेंगे। तो स्मॉल पुल बैक, लेट्स सी, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आता है तो एटलीस्ट यहाँ पर छोटा सा एक एफईजी है, यहाँ तक ही आ जाए। वेरी स्मॉल एफईजी वी हैव ओवर हियर। बाकी गोल्ड को भी देखोगे फॉरेक्स में, तो गोल्ड भी अपने एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से ही फॉल किया था। न्यूज़ दिखा देता हूँ, कुछ डेटा नहीं है शेड्यूल आज मंडे के दिन, कोई भी नहीं है। बाकी कोई न्यूज़ आती है तो देखना पड़ेगा, डेटा तो कोई शेड्यूल नहीं है। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखो परसों रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे था। एक सेकंड, क्रूड ऑयल के लेवल भी लिखा देते हैं। मैं थोड़ा सा गोल्ड के लेवल क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ तो वेयर इज द क्रूड। ठीक है, परसों के जो लेवल थे वही है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ उसमें। परसों हमारा क्लोजिंग रेजिस्टेंस पर ही आई थी मार्केट, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे ओपन हुआ था, वहां पर थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई मार्केट में, और नीचे एक रीटेस्ट था। मार्केट उसी रीटेस्ट एरिया पे आके थोड़ा बहुत रीटेस्ट किया था। देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली ये भी सपोर्ट पे आता है क्या। एक सेकेंड, 1 सेकेंड। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। क्या हो रहा है? क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट लेवल क्रिएट करने दो। गोल्ड के एक बार लेवल क्रिएट हो रहे हैं ना उस चार्ट में। एक सेकेंड, 1 मिनट। 5326035। क्रूड ऑयल का ट्रेंड तो बुलिश ही है फिलहाल के लिए, जब तक ये 5944 के ऊपर है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है मार्केट के पास, वहां से रेजिस्टेंस लिया जरूर है इसने। एक बार और देख लेते हैं, अगर 6040 के ऊपर निकला तो कहाँ तक और जा सकता है। हाँ वो तो रेजिस्टेंस भी है ना। ओके, नेचुरल गैस एफईजी तक ही गया, वहां से रिटर्न कर रहा है। अगर नीचे आता है तो फिर रीटेस्ट लेवल ब्रेक होने के चांसेस रहेंगे एंड प्राइस ट्राई करेगा 278 तक गिरे। बाकी कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं है, लेट्स सी कोई न्यूज़ आती है तो वी विल सी दैट। कल को देखोगे तो लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे रेजिस्टेंस पे ही क्लोज हुआ था। वहां से मार्केट थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन हुआ था, बट वहीं से सेलिंग एक देखने के लिए मिली थी। नीचे एक एफईजी था, वहां से रिटर्न किया, वापस उसी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर है ये बुलिश ही ओवरऑल। अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो और ऊपर जाएगा। बाकी ऊपर मार्केट के पास वही परसों वाले लेवल ही हैं। लास्ट टाइम ऐसे यहाँ से 2 बार ये रीटेस्ट कर चुका है। 50% लेवल से ऊपर जा नहीं रहा है, 61 था और 24 के ऊपर। वहाँ पर कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है, एक एफईजी है। लेट्स होप इस बार एफईजी के ऊपर निकल जाए प्राइस। तो मोमेंटम ओवरऑल बुलिश ही मानना, थोड़ा बहुत रेजिस्टेंस है वैसे देखा जाए तो। फर्स्ट टाइम, सेकंड टाइम। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया 6041 के ऊपर, ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट लाइक दिस, तो एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे वापस फ्रेश। बाकी अगर ये रिजेक्शन लेता है वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। ऑलरेडी ये मॉर्निंग पे एक बार रिजेक्शन ले चुका है, लोअर लो नहीं बनाया, ध्यान रखना मार्केट ने। मार्केट का एक लो यहाँ पर है, दूसरा लो है। इसको और नीचे अगर कंटिन्यू करना है तो लोअर लो बनाना इस तरह से जरूरी है। तो ये काफी क्रूशियल लेवल है 6023 से 6040 के आसपास। अगर ये ब्रेक हुआ तो मोमेंटम जो है अपसाइड पे वो कंटिन्यू रहना चाहिए। बाकी अगर रिजेक्शन मिलके मार्केट गिरता है, एफईजी भी ब्रेक करता है, तो फिर एक थोड़ा अच्छा फॉल डाउन साइड पे देखने के लिए मिल सकता है। सो दिस इज अ वेरी क्रूशियल लेवल फॉर दो सेलर एंड बायर्स पर्पस। ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट अबव 6042, बाइंग का प्लान रखना। बाकी रेजिस्टेंस है वहां पर, वापस सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो। बट ध्यान रखना नीचे अगर मार्केट को थोड़ा बड़ा फॉल करना है तो ये एफईजी ब्रेक होना जरूरी है। तब हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं नीचे 5840 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली एटलीस्ट वहां तक आ जाए प्राइस। बाकी फॉरेक्स में देखोगे तो ये फॉरेक्स में एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर ही ओपन हुआ था, वहीं से सेलिंग आई है। एमसीएक्स में जब तक ओपन होता तब तक ऑलरेडी नीचे आ गया था, तो वहां पर चांस मिला नहीं। या श्योर। ये नेचुरल गैस भी रीटेस्ट पे ही था, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ चुका है। अगर ये एफईजी निकाला तो वापस आ जाएगा अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे। नहीं तो अगर एफईजी से रिजेक्शन लेता है तो ये वापस कंटिन्यू जाना चाहिए डाउन ट्रेंड में। 6014 से क्रूड ऑयल ने मॉर्निंग पे रिजेक्शन लिया था, अभी फिर से डे हाई 6014 से सेल कर सकते हैं क्या क्रूड ऑयल को? कर सकते हैं, वो 6023 से 6040 के आसपास का लेवल है वो। एक्चुअली वो सेलिंग रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से ही आई थी, बट एमसीएक्स में वो लेवल थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल पर है। फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग जो हमारा मार्केट ओपन हुआ था थोड़ा सा डाउन ओपन हुआ था, इसलिए वो रिजेक्शन एरिया दिखा रहा है। ये काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, मान के चलो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल। ओवरऑल ट्रेंड जरूर बुलिश है, बेरिस हम मानेंगे 5940 के नीचे अगर निकला तो, क्योंकि तभी मार्केट पहला लोअर लो फॉर्म कर रहा होगा इस तरह से। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं एक सेकेंड। गोल्ड आई थिंक सपोर्ट पे ही था। सुबह अर्ली फॉरेक्स में 630 के आसपास रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से फॉल किया था, गिरता ही चला गया। अभी आई थिंक सपोर्ट पे ही था, डे लो सपोर्ट ही था इसका मार्केट का 2660 के आसपास। बाकी ऊपर 2720 टू 2730 रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है। लेट्स सी एक सेकेंड, लेट्स मार्क द लेवल फर्स्ट। ओके, Israel is potentially days away from a ceasefire deal with Hezbollah। कल ही तो 160 रॉकेट फायर किए इसने।
Uncover from CBC Podcasts is your source for exceptional storytelling and groundbreaking journalism.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks. Hedge fund chief Scott Bessent is his nominee to be the next Treasury Secretary. We get more from Bloomberg's Doug Krisner.
Bessent runs the macro hedge fund Key Square Group, and he has deep familiarity with global financial systems and currency markets. Many of Bessent's views are well known, particularly his 3-3-3 policy, cutting the budget deficit to 3% of GDP by 2028, spurring GDP growth of 3% through deregulation, and producing an additional 3 million barrels of U.S. crude oil per day. He's also talked about a phased-in approach to tariffs and extending Trump's tax cuts. In New York, I'm Doug Krisner, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Doug, thanks. Well, the market reaction to Donald Trump's pick of Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary has been a positive one. Stocks and treasuries are rising. Currencies around the world are gaining against the dollar. As Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw reports, investors believe the Bessent choice will inject more stability into the economy and financial markets.
As a hedge fund manager, he's sort of deep in that sort of Wall Street world and has a pretty good reputation among his colleagues for someone who understands how markets work. And so I do think that there is a pretty big sigh of relief from investors to say at least there's going to be, someone in the room who can speak for the markets. And the pick also suggests that Trump is eager to find ways to make sure that the markets approve of what he's doing.
And Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw adds that Bessent has called for a gradual approach to implementing trade restrictions and has appeared open to negotiating on the exact size of tariffs.
Karen Bessent himself says he's going to focus on following through on Trump's tax cut and tariff pledges once he takes office. He tells the Wall Street Journal putting tariffs in place and reducing spending will also be a focus.
Well, Nathan, Scott Bessent at Treasury was part of a flurry of cabinet announcements to end the week. The president-elect named Oregon Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer as labor secretary, former NFL player Scott Turner as his choice to lead the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Marty McCary is getting the nod to lead the Food and Drug Administration. Dave Weldon is Trump's pick to direct the Centers for Disease Control. And Fox News contributor Jeanette Neshawat is in line to be the next Surgeon General.
Well, Karen, some of Trump's other cabinet choices could be in line for tough scrutiny on Capitol Hill. Republican Senator James Lankford says he has questions about the Director of National Intelligence designate, Tulsi Gabbard.
She met with Bashir Assad. We'll want to know what the purpose was and what the direction for that was. As a member of Congress, we'll want to get a chance to talk about past comments that she's made and get them into full context.
Senator Lankford spoke there on CNN's State of the Union. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth says she's concerned about Defense Secretary pick Pete Hegseth and his view that women should not serve in combat.
He's just flat out wrong. Our military could not go to war without the women who wear this uniform. And frankly, America's daughters are just as capable of defending liberty and freedom as her sons.
Senator Duckworth is a double amputee from her service in the war in Iraq. She appeared on CBS's Face the Nation, heard Sundays on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, Nathan, while the incoming Trump administration staffs up, the Biden administration is trying to clinch a ceasefire in the Middle East before it leaves office. Now, Israel's ambassador to the U.S. says his country is close to an agreement with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Michael Herzog told Israel's Army Radio it could happen within days. It's unclear whether Hezbollah would accept a deal. The Iran-backed militant group fired at least 250 rockets and drones into Israel yesterday alone. White House Middle East envoy Amos Hochstein was in Lebanon in Israel last week on another round of shuttle diplomacy.
Turning to markets now, Karen, as we mentioned, stock futures are higher, fueled by Trump's choice of Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary. Nadia Lovell, senior U.S. equity strategist for global wealth management at UBS, says the environment remains positive for stocks.
You have a changing of the guard in terms of the government with the red sweep. There is some uncertainty around government policy and the risks that it could pose to markets. But fundamentally, the economy still remains quite strong. We have an economy that's growing above trend, 2.5%, pacing in the current quarter, a consumer that's still strong, and a Fed that's also now reducing interest rates. And all of that should be supportive to the market.
UBS's Nadia Lovell expects the S&P 500 to hit 6,600 by the end of 2025. That's a more than 10% gain from current levels.
Well, Nathan, Wall Street is looking at a holiday-shortened trading week with several tech companies and retailers scheduled to report. We get a preview with Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet.
The S&P 500 index begins the week close to a record as strategists release their forecasts for 2025 and beyond. Phil Orlando is chief equity market strategist at Federated Hermes.
Ultimately, share prices reflect stronger earnings, and we could see the S&P 500, from 6,000 now, let's call it, up into the 7,500 neighborhood as we look out over the next couple of years.
This week's tech earnings reports include CrowdStrike, HP Inc., and Dell Technologies. Among retailers, Best Buy and Macy's will provide further insight into the health of U.S. consumers. In New York, Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you, Charlie. Turning to Asia now, Apple CEO Tim Cook joined more than 20 corporate leaders in discussions with China's premier today amid growing tensions between the U.S. and China. Cook stressed the importance of the relationship between the world's two largest economies in brief remarks with a social media account linked to state broadcaster CCTV.
I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm so proud that Apple has an exhibit here with our partners.
So how do you value your partners in China?
Oh, I value them very highly. We could not do what we do without them.
Apple CEO Tim Cook is visiting China for at least the third time this year.
Well, Nathan, in Europe, UniCredit has made a $10.6 billion all-share bid for domestic rival Banco BPM. The acquisition would make UniCredit Italy's largest lender by total assets. The offer comes during a lull in UniCredit's efforts to buy its German rival Commerzbank, which faces stiff opposition from the government in Berlin. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. Top teams in the NFL all won in Week 12. That includes the Detroit Lions, their 9th win in a row, 24-6 at Indianapolis. Kansas City also 10-1, coming off its first loss. Another struggle for the Chiefs, but they won at Carolina 30-27 on the last-second field goal. Minnesota now 9-2, blew a late lead, but won in overtime at Chicago. And last night, Philadelphia improved to 9-2, 37-20 over the Rams for Saquon Barkley, 255 yards. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Uncover from CBC Podcasts is your source for exceptional storytelling and groundbreaking journalism. Unveil the shocking Canada's most prolific fashion moguls.
He far exceeds Jeffrey Epstein. He far exceeds Bill Cosby.
And dive into the unsolved murders of 2 Canadian billionaires.
This is a perfect storm of conspiracy theory. It's got all of the ingredients, none of the answers.
With new episodes released weekly, you'll hear the very best in award-winning true crime. Listen to Uncover wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
When Vivi Armacost graduated college in 2022, she decided to move from Indianapolis to New York City. She says she and her roommate-to-be were making good money in their first jobs out of school. But when they started actually touring apartments, they realized it wasn't going to get them very far in the New York City rental market. Still, they were willing to do anything to make it work.
We were like, oh, let's do the 1-bedroom and let's try to fit 2 of us in here. Wait, maybe let's add your boyfriend in so we can afford it as well.
To recap, they went from looking for a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom. Then they added a boyfriend. Vivi would live behind a flex wall.
The kitchen counter would go into my room a little bit. I was like, oh.
New York is one of the most expensive cities for renters in the world, up there with Singapore, Zurich, and Geneva. And even before she got there, Vivi knew she was going to have to pay a lot.
I had reached out to my friends who had moved to New York City and asked how much money I should save up to move here, and they didn't tell me about this little broker fee thing.
In addition to those sky-high rents, bidding wars, and disappointing fifth-floor walk-ups, there's another thing that makes the New York rental market uniquely challenging. This little broker fee thing. A broker is someone who acts like a concierge for people looking for apartments, sharing open listings, taking them on tours, and helping with negotiations. They exist in most real estate markets, and usually they're hired by landlords. But in New York, the broker system works a little differently. Renters often have to pay for these brokers, even when they don't use or even ask for their services.
The most shocking thing was that I did all the work. They just showed up to open the door, and if anything, they sometimes even used a code to get into the apartment.
It was frustrating. Vivi had gone online, searched through apartment listings, found a place herself. She didn't need a broker to do any of that. But when she went to sign her lease, she, like so many New York City renters, had to pay this additional charge, 15% of her annual rent, to a broker whose services she didn't choose to use. Before even getting into rent itself, how much did you pay upfront to move into this apartment?
I'm doing a little math on this side. I'm almost positive it was $8,000. I was broke when we moved to New York. I was we just paid $8,000. That's basically all I'm worth.
Vivi's not the first person to be surprised and annoyed by New York City's broker fee system, which has plagued renters for decades. But last week, New York City Council passed a new bill that aims to flip the model on its head. Today on the show, New York City's attempt to shift broker fees to landlords, how the real estate industry is reacting, and what it could mean for renters in one of the most expensive cities in the world. This is the Big Take Podcast. I'm Sarah Holder. The cost of living in New York City has been rising for decades.
New York City rents grew 7 times faster than wages in the city last year. So that's one of the largest gaps in the country.
That's Paulina Cachero. She covers residential real estate for Bloomberg.
If you look at new leases that were signed in October, the median rent in Manhattan was $4,295. And in Brooklyn, it's not that much cheaper as $3,600. So you can imagine that this is one of the most expensive cities to live in the world.
What is driving the increase in rents in New York City?
This is a complicated question. I think everyone wants to know why the rents are so damn high in New York City. But I think at its core, it's an issue with an imbalance in supply and demand.
Over the past decade or so, New York City created 800,000 jobs, but only enough housing for a quarter of those workers. But beyond the housing shortage, another reason the rental market is so hot is high interest rates.
The Federal Reserve increased interest rates at the fastest clip in decades. And people that had hoped to be able to buy a home, buy a condo, or buy a co-op in New York City are stuck renting. So all these people that, would have released more apartment inventory are staying in the rental market. So there's just been a lot of pressure on the demand side, and supply has not been keeping up.
The same dynamics squeezing New York renters are playing out across the country. There's a national housing shortage to the tune of 4.5 million homes, according to an analysis from Zillow. Over half of U.S. renters are rent-burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on rent. And the Cleveland Fed says rental inflation could take until 2026 to cool down. But there are some things that make this problem particularly brutal in New York.
New York City's rental market is so quirky. I think anyone who has gone through the process will realize how cumbersome it is. There's a lot of requirements to rent in New York City. To even qualify to apply for some apartments, you have to make 40 times the rent. And if you can't afford that, you need a guarantor. But on top of that, you also have broker's fees.
Broker's fees. That upfront charge for a real estate broker that tenants often have to pay when signing a lease. In New York, the charge can be up to 15% of a tenant's annual rent.
Street Easy estimated that the average move-in costs, including broker's fees that people pay before they even move into an apartment, is close to $13,000.
Real estate brokers can help make the apartment search easier, especially in cities with competitive markets. They post listings, set up apartment tours, vet buildings. But the internet has made it a lot easier for people to do a lot of this work themselves. So renters, especially renters on a budget, might choose to avoid working with a broker at all. But in 2 U.S. cities, New York and Boston, they may still have to pay one. Because even if it's the apartment landlord who hires the broker, tenants are often asked to foot the bill. And it's been that way as long as most residents and most brokers can remember.
Because there's so little inventory available, because people always want to move to New York, because there are so many people here, that keeps pushing rents up. And it's also the reason that we have the fee structure that we see today.
That's Anna Klenkar. She's a broker with Sotheby's. She says she doesn't know exactly.
Guys, गोल्ड को देखोगे तो गोल्ड भी अपने मॉर्निंग पे अर्ली मॉर्निंग पे फॉरेक्स में अपने रेजिस्टेंस पे था 6 PM के आसपास. वहां से डायरेक्टली फॉल किया था, बीच में एक सपोर्ट था, बट मार्केट डजंट होल्ड दैट सपोर्ट. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाई कैंडल और सीधा ब्रेक ही कर दिया सपोर्ट को. नीड टू सी अगर ये रीटेस्ट करता है तो वापस सेलिंग आएगी, अगर नहीं करता है तो ये ब्रेकडाउन फेक माना जाएगा उस केस में. प्राइस के पास नीचे एक सपोर्ट था, प्राइस वहीं पर रुका 2644 के आसपास. काफ़ी कंसोलिडेशन करने के बाद रिटर्न किया है. नीड टू सी यहाँ पर रीटेस्ट करता है नहीं करता. अगर रीटेस्ट किया तो वापस सेलिंग आएगी, नहीं करता है तो फिर ये वापस डे हाई एंड उसके बाद 2737 तक और जा सकता है. ये समय न्यूज आई थी शायद 8:45 के अराउंड अर्ली मॉर्निंग, सीधा ही ब्रेकडाउन कर दिया प्राइस ने. बाकी नेचुरल गैस स्टिल वही रिटेस्ट पे ही रुका हुआ है। अगर ये ऊपर एफईजी ब्रेक किया तो और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं तो ये गिरना चाहिए नीचे, अपने सपोर्ट एरिया के आसपास आना चाहिए कहीं। 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होगी मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली, उसके बाद ही मूव करेगा प्राइस अब आई थिंक। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में नवंबर मंथ का चार्ट नहीं है, दिस इज दिसंबर मंथ चार्ट, ओके रिमेंबर। सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं, लेट्स सी। सिल्वर को देख लेते हैं, सिल्वर क्या कर रहा है। नेचुरल गैस मिनी अभी सेल करें, नेचुरल गैस मिनी मत करो, क्रूड पर ट्राई करो। नेचुरल गैस अभी वो नीचे रीटेस्ट अगर ब्रेक हो गया तो जाएगा नीचे, और काफ़ी स्पेस है, ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा, या फिर ऊपर अगर रेजिस्टेंस पे जाता है तो। ओवरऑल देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू बुलिश ही है, नेचुरल गैस का व्यू भी बुलिश ही मानेंगे। एक न्यूज़ भी आई थी, बट फिलहाल के लिए हायर लेवल से एक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही है नेचुरल गैस में। रेजिस्टेंस पे था एग्जैक्टली आया वहां पर सेलिंग आई, रीटेस्ट ये मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर ऊपर हुआ था, तो रीटेस्ट एक ये हो चुका है, सेकंड टाइम रीटेस्ट है। अगर होल्ड कर गया तो वेल एंड गुड, अगर नीचे क्लोज करता है तो फिर नीचे नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट 278 के आसपास ही गिरेगा। क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे तो ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है, मार्केट लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पर ही क्लोज किया था, फॉरेक्स में भी एमसीएक्स में भी। वहां से थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट में सेलिंग देखने के लिए मिली थी, फॉरेक्स में भी एमसीएक्स में भी। नीचे एक एफईजी था, मार्केट ने लोअर लो बनाने नहीं दिया, वहीं पर रुका हुआ है। और अभी भी मार्केट अगर वैसे देखोगे ओवरऑल तो कोई लोअर लो फॉर्मेशन पे है नहीं है यहाँ पर। नीचे मार्केट को अगर थोड़ा डाउन ट्रेंड स्टार्ट करना है तो ये एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज करनी जरूरी है, कैंडल विच इज 5945। तो अभी प्लान थोड़ा सा ये रखेंगे, अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया 6041 के ऊपर तो ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे एक बाइंग का ट्रेड। बाकी अगर ये रिजेक्शन लेता है इस एरिया से तो वापस सेल, थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना सेल में। व्यू बुलिश है बिकॉज बाकी बड़ा टारगेट तभी मिलेगा जब ये नीचे एफईजी ब्रेक होगा, तब थोड़ा बड़ा टारगेट फॉल करने सेलिंग साइड मिल सकता है। 50%। वैसे देखा जाए तो ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं मार्केट के पास, बट ये 6120 के आसपास से दो तीन बार रिजेक्शन लिया है एफईजी से। एक ऊपर सपोर्ट था, उसका भी ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है, तो वहां पर भी एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है इसमें 6195 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली। गैप डाउन ही हुआ था आई थिंक, वो सीधा सीधा गैप डाउन ही ओपन हो गया था। याद होगा उस दिन हमने लास्ट टाइम जब लिया था वो ट्रेड ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे, वो हाफ ए लेवल तक ही गया था 6120। 6:30 और 8 PM, 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग और फिर 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग। बाकी और कोई डेटा नहीं है आज के दिन। गोल्ड पे ध्यान रखो, रिटेस्ट पे चल रहा है वो, ठीक है। सेलिंग आई तो अच्छा खासा गिर जाना चाहिए, कोई सपोर्ट है नहीं वैसे इसमें नीचे। एक एफईजी जरूर है, सपोर्ट तो बहुत नीचे है। गोल्ड फ्यूचर ड्रॉप्स एज इन्वेस्टर टेक प्रॉफिट अहेड ऑफ यूएस डेटा रिलीज। ओके, रिकवरी करेगा ये। देखते हैं। सिल्वर से कोई दुश्मनी है ब्रो? सिल्वर से कोई दुश्मनी नहीं है, सिल्वर को भी देख लेता है, एक सेकेंड। है कहाँ सिल्वर? सिल्वर सिल्वर सिल्वर। ओके, एक सेकेंड, लेवल मार्क कर लेता हूँ। भी रिटेस्ट पर ही है गोल्ड की तरह। एक सपोर्ट था मार्केट ने, वो आपका 845 जो अर्ली मॉर्निंग कैंडल थी, वहां पर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के सीधा ब्रेक कर दिया था, तो उसी पे रिटेस्ट कर रहा है। वैसे तो ये 2 बार रिटेस्ट कर चुका है, थर्ड टाइम आया है लेवल पे। ओके ग्रेट। गोल्ड तो पहली बार आ रहा है, ये ऑलरेडी 2 बार रिटेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर। और कोई सपोर्ट इसमें? सिल्वर का चार्ट, एक सेकेंड। ठीक है, ये ब्रेकआउट सुबह ही हुआ था, उसके बाद ये रिटेस्ट कर चुका है वैसे देखा जाए तो। नीचे एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पर ही सपोर्ट लिया है। ऊपर एक बार रेजिस्टेंस भी देख लेते हैं, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस कहाँ पर है इसका। ओके श्योर। ओके, तभी नहीं गिर रहा है, ये नीचे सपोर्ट भी है इसमें, इसलिए ज्यादा फॉल नहीं कर रहा है रिटेस्ट से। दैट्स द रीजन, फंसा हुआ है रेंज के अंदर। ये नीचे इसका एक सपोर्ट भी है एक्चुअली, ट्रैप्ड है बिटवीन द सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस। वैसे लॉजिकली तो रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, बट रीटेस्ट करके भी गिरना जितना गिर उतना ही सकता है जितना नीचे मार्केट के पास स्पेस हो। तो सपोर्ट था नीचे, ब्रेकडाउन किया, रीटेस्ट करके नीचे वाले सपोर्ट पे आया, वहां से बाइंग ही चल रही है इसमें। अब दोनों में से किसी ना किसी एक साइड के एसएल जरूर जाएंगे, या तो ये बायर्स के एसएल जाएंगे यहाँ पे, या फिर यहाँ पर सेलर्स के थोड़े बहुत जो बचे हैं वो उनके एसएल जाएंगे। इट इज ट्रैप्ड बिटवीन द सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस। सपोर्ट एक्चुअली है, रेजिस्टेंस रीटेस्ट का है फिलहाल के लिए। थोड़ा मेरे को लग रहा है इसमें रेंज को निकल जाने दो किसी एक साइड पे, जहाँ भी मूव करेगा बड़ा ही मूव करेगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। लेट्स सी। देखो, है तो रीटेस्ट लेवल पर कर चुका है रिटेस्ट, नीचे सपोर्ट भी ले चुका है। बस जिस साइड भी मूव करे, रेंज है फिलहाल के लिए ये छोटी सी। जो सेलर्स हैं उनके एसएल यहाँ कहीं रखे होंगे, बायर्स के एसएल यहाँ मान के चलो। थोड़ा सा रेंज को और एक्सप्लोइट करने दो, क्योंकि ऐसा भी नहीं है सपोर्ट लिया नहीं है, सपोर्ट लेके गया है ऊपर प्राइस, और रिटेस्ट भी एक बार कर चुका है प्राइस। बाकी अगर ऊपर गया तो फिर मुझे लग रहा है ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा किसी एक रेंज के आधर साइड निकल जाए ऊपर, रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा डिस्टेंस पर ही दिख रहा है। यहाँ पर भी रीटेस्ट छोड़ के गया। ओके, एक बार देखिए तो इंसाइड आना चाहिए। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अगर किसी एक साइड निकल गया तो फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी दूर ही है, बिल्कुल डे हाई पर ही रेजिस्टेंस है एग्जैक्टली। और नीचे अगर सपोर्ट ब्रेक हुआ तो फिर नीचे नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट भी काफ़ी दूर है। हाँ, गोल्ड भी वही रिटेस्ट पर ही रुका हुआ है, दोनों ही रिटेस्ट पर ही हैं, गोल्ड और सिल्वर। बाकी जो ऊपर वाला लेवल है ये आपका गोल्ड में जहाँ से मार्केट मॉर्निंग पे गिरा है, वो 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी रेजिस्टेंस ही था। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। बाकी नीचे आता है अगर रेंज ब्रेक करके, क्योंकि सपोर्ट एरिया पे भी प्राइस को देखोगे तो ऐसा नहीं है कि ये अपर लेवल से सपोर्ट लिया है, डीप करेक्शन लेके सपोर्ट लेके गया अपसाइड पे। तो अगर मान लो ये डाउन साइड निकल गया सक्सेसफुली तो एटलीस्ट 30.41 तक जाएगा। बाकी अगर अपसाइड निकल गया तो फिर मुझे लगता है ऊपर तक जाना चाहिए, अनटिल अनलेस बीच में कोई और नया रेजिस्टेंस नहीं फॉर्म हो जाता। देखते हैं, लेट्स सी, नीचे सपोर्ट ही ब्रेक कर दे तो बेटर है, नए सपोर्ट पे आ जाए और ये रेजिस्टेंस भी बन जाए यहाँ पर एक नया। नीचे एक गैप भी पेंडिंग है शायद सिल्वर में, फॉरेक्स का, वो भी पेंडिंग है अभी फिल होना सिल्वर में। फॉरेक्स में काफी कम गैप होते हैं, बट यहाँ पर एक गैप है जो अभी फिल नहीं हुआ है 30.27 के अराउंड, तो वो गैप फिल करने भी मार्केट जा सकता है। 30.20 के नीचे, 30.20 के नीचे तो फिर देखना पड़ेगा। आई थिंक इसके नीचे सपोर्ट, इसके नीचे वही 29.70 जो अभी आई थिंक कुछ दिनों पहले लो क्रिएट हुआ था 14 नवंबर के आसपास। हाँ, ये 14 नवंबर वाला जो लो है वही सपोर्ट जोन है। कि जो ये लेवल है आपका, ये जो 30.26 वाला है, वो एक गैप है, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना वहाँ पर। उसको हम एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट तो नहीं कह सकते, गैप है तो सपोर्ट की तरह काम कर सकता है वो। फॉरेक्स का गैप है वो, एमसीएक्स का, एमसीएक्स में है या नहीं आई डोंट नो। क्रूड ऑयल नीचे 5944 का लेवल ब्रेक कर दे तो एक बड़ा फॉल और हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे, तब तो पूरा ही गिर जाएगा ऑलमोस्ट। बीच में कोई नया सपोर्ट क्रिएट नहीं होता है तो सेम कहानी अपर साइड पे भी है। सक्सेसफुली अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट कर गया तो जाना चाहिए फिर ऊपर। बाकी फॉल करना होगा तो जल्दी जल्दी करेगा, ज़्यादा देर कंसोलिडेशन जैसा नहीं करेगा। कंसोलिडेशन वगैरह कुछ किया तो फिर चांसेस कम रहेंगे फॉल करने के, बिकॉज सेलिंग इज ऑलवेज फास्ट। North Korea expand plant making missile used by Russia in Ukraine, researcher says. Total Energies pauses business with Adani Group. ब्लैक फ्राइडे सेल इज देयर गाइस, जो लोग अगर ट्रेडिंग व्यू का सब्सक्रिप्शन लेना चाहते हैं ले सकते हैं, काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऑलमोस्ट 70% डिस्काउंट में मिल रहा है करंटली। ईयरली वाला बता रहा हूँ, मंथली वाला नहीं। $18,000 का है शायद, आई थिंक। फोर डेज इज लेफ्ट ओनली, 4 days 19 आवर्स। जो प्रीमियम है, इसेंशियल प्लस और प्रीमियम, नॉर्मली वो प्लस और प्रीमियम में काफ़ी ज़्यादा डिफरेंस रहता है, बट ये अभी कुछ ज़्यादा ही चीप दे रहे हैं। दोनों 18 के हैं। इसेंशियल 10K का है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, फॉर 1 year and 1 month, 13 months टोटल। 57 का 1,000 रुपीज़ मंथली। थर्टी लाइक्स आर डन, लाइक करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। आई थिंक नॉर्मल वाले में भी जितना चार्ट लगाना चाहें लग जाता है, नॉर्मल वाले में नहीं, तो नॉर्मल वाले में सिर्फ दो ही चार्ट अवेलेबल होते हैं। दो से ज़्यादा विंडो अगर ओपन करोगे तो फिर वो नहीं करने देगा। सिर्फ दो ही विंडो अवेलेबल होती हैं उसमें। यूएस ट्रेड सिर्फ क्लाउड एशिया पैसिफिक इकोनॉमिक आउटलुक, एसएनपी सेज। जेपी मॉर्गन अपग्रेड्स अलमारी टू ओवरवेट लिफ्ट्स पीटी। या श्योर। नेचुरल गैस अगर ब्रेक कर जाता है, अगर देखो ये और ब्रेक करके जाता है तो फिर गिरना चाहिए नीचे 278। बाकी यहाँ पे ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, रेजिस्टेंस तो ऊपर ही था यहाँ पर। यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट था, मॉर्निंग पे ऑलरेडी रीटेस्ट कर चुका था, थोड़ा बहुत और रीटेस्ट किया। तो अगर और गिरता है तो कंटिन्यूसली फॉल ही करता रहेगा, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो वी विल सी, वहाँ से वापस सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। यहाँ पर कोई ट्रेड नहीं बनेगा, याद रखना, ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो रीटेस्ट है। वो एक रेजिस्टेंस एरिया हुआ करता था, उसका ऑलरेडी एक ब्रेकआउट हो गया था, तो वो रीटेस्ट वहाँ पर किया उसने, फर्स्ट टाइम सेकेंड टाइम। फिलहाल वो एफ के अराउंड से एक रिजेक्शन ले रहा है। ओके, ये है एफ आपका, सॉरी, दिस इज द एफ एरिया। वन, टू, थ्री। बाकी मार्केट को ऊपर जाना है तो इस एफ के ऊपर निकलना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो ये एक लो लो फॉर्मेशन पे ही कंटिन्यू करता रहेगा। ब्रिटेन सैंक्शन, ओके, सैंक्शंस रशियन ऑयल टैंकर इश्योर्स। एक न्यूज़ निकल के आ रही है, ब्रिटेन ने रशियन जो ऑयल टैंकर्स हैं उन पे भी सैंक्शंस लगा दिए हैं। 1 मिनट पहले ही न्यूज आई है जस्ट। ओवर वेट है, अरे वाह। हितेश पता लीजिए, क्रूड ऑयल पुट ऑप्शन ले, क्रूड ऑयल पुट ऑप्शन ले सकते हो यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे। थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना, मार्केट का व्यू फिलहाल के लिए बुलिश ही है। मार्केट को डाउन आना था तो एफईजी ब्रेक कर देना चाहिए था, एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं कर पाए, तो ओवरऑल व्यू बुलिश ही है। रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है वहाँ पर, बट व्यू बुलिश ही, ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस से रेजिस्टेंस रिजेक्शन लेके वो आ चुका है मॉर्निंग पे। यहाँ पर नहीं दिख रहा होगा, बट वो फॉरेक्स में एक्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पर ही ओपन हुआ था। तो अगर ये ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट किया 6041 के ऊपर, तो ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट में एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे, नहीं तो ये जोन है, यहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा, क्वांटिटी कम। अगर ये ब्रेक कर दिया नीचे 5944, तब थोड़ा सा फिर बड़ा फॉल जरूर आएगा, नहीं तो थोड़ी बहुत ही सेलिंग आएगी। बीच में कोई एफईजी भी नहीं है वहाँ पर। McKinsey Investment announced in November 2024 distribution for its exchange traded fund. इसको आधे घंटे में न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन हो जाएगा, तो थोड़ा मुझे लग रहा है वॉल्यूम आना चाहिए अब। भी करो गाइस, कम ऑन. OPEC Plus to hold its December 1st oil policy meeting online. Two sources. United Securities lifts Diva PT maintains rating at hold. ये कौन सा स्टॉक है? US dollars falls early Monday to start busy data schedule ahead of holiday. हॉलीडे ब्लैक फ्राइडे का ही है क्या, और कौन सा हॉलीडे है यहाँ पे? मंडे ट्यूसडे. फ्राइडे को ब्लैक फ्राइडे है शायद, आई थिंक. उससे पहले तो कोई हॉलीडे है नहीं. जीडीपी का डेटा इस वीक इम्पोर्टेंट. Tesla stock is up again. This time it's the pick for Treasury Secretary. Boeing 737-400 cargo plane for DHL crashes in Lithuania. One dead. Australia, New Zealand and Pacific. Okay. ओके, नेचुरल गैस देखो अपने एफयूजी पर ही है. लेट्स सी क्या ये अपने एफयूजी के ऊपर निकलता है या नहीं निकलता है. बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट, अगर ये निकला तो फिर ऊपर तक जाएगा वहां तक. ठीक है, थोड़ा प्रॉफिट जरूर बुक कर लेना इसमें. नेचुरल गैस में क्लोजिंग चाहिए एफयूजी के ऊपर, तभी ये थोड़ा और ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करेगा. नहीं तो यहीं से रिजेक्शन लेता है तो फिर प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, नीचे वापस गिर सकता है प्राइस. ये कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, एफयूजी है. मार्केट नॉर्मली जिस डायरेक्शन पे मूव कर रहा होता है तो बीच बीच में एफयूजी बना के चाहता है. तो मार्केट अगर थोड़ा सा डाउन ट्रेंड में कंटिन्यू रहना चाहता है तो ये होल्ड करना चाहिए और नीचे निकल जाना चाहिए ऐसे. गलती से अगर ये एफवीजी नहीं होल्ड कर पाया मार्केट और अपसाइड निकला तो फिर इसको हम अब बेरिस जो मोमेंटम अपसाइड रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से आया था उसको कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते। उस केस में प्राइस चांसेस हैं इस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया को ब्रेक करके नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक जाने की कोशिश करेगा। बाकी अगर ये होल्ड कर गया एफवीजी को और नीचे ब्रेक करना यहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस लेना स्टार्ट करता है तो फिर ट्राई करेगा नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट एरिया तक गिरे। फाइट है। सेम जैसा नेचुरल गैस में हुआ है, नेचुरल गैस में देखोगे रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे जब वो फॉल आया था अर्ली मॉर्निंग तो मार्केट के पास जो नीचे सब एफईजी था मार्केट उस एफईजी पर ही रुका। प्राइस को अगर नीचे जाना था तो इस एफईजी को ब्रेक करके जाना चाहिए था बिकॉज रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से सेलिंग आई थी। बायर ऑलरेडी नीचे जितने एफईजी बना के गए हुए हैं वहीं पर बार बार होल्ड कर रहे हैं तो अभी भी नीचे आना है तो इन एफईजी को ब्रेक करना जरूरी है तभी एक डाउन ट्रेंड स्टार्ट हो सकता है। स्टिल मार्केट अभी भी हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन पर ही चल रहा है। या नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग का ट्रेड था सर। बाइंग में टारगेट बुक करो, सेलिंग का ट्रेड अभी बना नहीं है। सेलिंग रेजिस्टेंस आएगा तब देखेंगे। एफईजी पे मैं कोई बाइंग सेलिंग रिकमेंड नहीं करता डायरेक्टली। ऑलरेडी एक बार वहां से सेलिंग आ चुकी है बिकॉज ठीक है। देखते हैं एफईजी ब्रेक कर पाता है या नहीं। सिक्स थर्टी होने वाला है, लेट्स सी। वो कल हाफ प्रॉफिट फिर देखते हैं। ओके गाइस 15 मिनट इज लेफ्ट, 15 मिनट और है। कोई अगर ये बना हुआ है नेचुरल गैस में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। बाकी देखते हैं 6:30 के बाद। एक्सपेक्टेड है थोड़ा मोमेंटम हो जाएगा आफ्टर 6:30। यार न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा ना, ठीक है। कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा, विल सी दैट। यार कैन सी दैट। 77। Where's the gold? बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर में जिन लोगों ने सेल किया, अगर रिटेस्ट से थोड़ा ध्यान रखना 6:30 की कैंडल का। ज़्यादा नीचे आया नहीं है वो गोल्ड और सिल्वर। सिल्वर तो अभी भी रेंज बाउंड ही बना हुआ है। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग रेंज शायद निकल जाएगी 6:30 पे। कोई नया सपोर्ट बनता ही नहीं वहाँ पे। होल्डिंग डील, ओके। Yeah, sure. The word end this past weekend.
accrual entries to hide about 130 news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. Breaking news crossing the Bloomberg. Macy's said it would delay the release of its third quarter earnings after an investigation revealed an employee hid tens of millions of dollars of expenses. The company said an employee responsible for small package delivery expense accounting intentionally made erroneous accounting accrual entries to hide about $132 million to $154 million of cumulative delivery expenses. Macy's was slated to release its earnings report and hold a call with analysts tomorrow. It said it will issue the release as well as its fourth quarter and full year outlook by December 11th. Shares are lower this morning. Some other stories we're following this morning. Hedge fund chief Scott Bessent has been nominated to become Treasury Secretary, and we get the details with Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo.
Bessent runs the macro hedge fund Key Square Group and has deep familiarity with global financial systems and currency markets. Many of Bessent's views are well known, particularly his 3-3-3 policy, cutting the budget deficit to 3% of GDP by 2028, spurring GDP growth.
10 minutes is left. New York session going to open in next 10 minutes. Data, no, there is no data schedule for today. Data कोई schedule तो नहीं है. कोई न्यूज आ गई तो उस पर कमेंट नहीं कर सकता. डेटा कोई भी शेड्यूल नहीं है आज के दिन. Okay, this is the gold. Eight minutes is left, guys. Only 8 minutes is left. Berkshire Hathaway chief executive to convert 1600 Class A share to Class B share. अखिलेश सिंह जी, क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू, ओवरऑल तो व्यू बुलिश ही है, ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो और बुलिश हो जाएगा। बाकी अगर इस लेवल के नीचे गया 594445 तो बेरिस इंट्राडे 15 मिनट। क्रूड रेजिस्टेंस पे नहीं जा रहा है, पहले से ही रिजेक्शन ले रहा है। कोई नहीं है, जाएगा फिर ले लेना, थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना उसमें। अब तो 630 की कैंडल मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ी बड़ी कैंडल बन सकती है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में भी बायर्स हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर ही लेना, ठीक है। एफईजी के ऊपर क्लोज किया तभी और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं तो यहाँ से रिजेक्शन मिलने के चांसेस हैं प्राइस को। ये कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, एफईजी है। मार्केट को अगर डाउन ट्रेंड में रहना होगा तो ये रिजेक्शन ले लेगा यहाँ से इस तरह से। और अगर थोड़ा सा इस डाउन ट्रेंड को अप ट्रेंड में कन्वर्ट करना है तो इसके ऊपर ब्रेक होके क्लोज होना जरूरी है। रेजिस्टेंस अच्छा था, सीधा गैप अप हुआ है तो सपोर्ट भी अच्छा होना चाहिए। Okay, New York session open, guys. Big gap up and gap down, big problem. In crude oil, natural gas, use Forex chart. Forex chart will give you a clear view on that. As far as Nifty is concerned, Nifty में देखना है तो GIF Nifty is a better option we have because in GIF Nifty, like आज market gap up open हुआ था. So in GIF Nifty you can find those levels much accurately as compared to Forex. पेड़ों की माया से फंस गया नेचुरल गैस भी इस रेंज के अंदर ही. लगता है किसी एक साइड के एसएल जाएंगे तभी कुछ बड़ा मूव होगा किसी एक डायरेक्शन पे. वैसे मोमेंटम थोड़ा ठीक हो रहा है जब से प्राइस 250 के ऊपर से ट्रेड करना स्टार्ट किया है. मोमेंटम थोड़ा ठीक ठाक ही हो जाता है. अप्रोक्सीमेटली 5 to 6 पॉइंट मोमेंटम नॉर्मली देखने के लिए मिल जाता है. उससे ज़्यादा ही मिल जाता है बट 5 to 6 पॉइंट ज़्यादा मिल जाता है. तो 250 के ऊपर प्राइस एक्शन अच्छा बिल्डअप हो रहा है. मोमेंटम भी अच्छा ही आ रहा है. लेट्स होप कंटिन्यू करे और ना गिरे प्राइस. ओके. गाइस नेचुरल गैस देखो निकल रहा है थोड़ा सा, जो अपसाइड से सेलिंग आई थी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से मार्केट में एक लोअर लो बनाने के लिए, वो नहीं बन रहा है। इट मींस अब थोड़ा सा सेलर्स रिस्क पे रहेंगे। अपर साइड पे जो ये रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर बना हुआ है, जहाँ से ऑलरेडी 2 बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है, चांसेस हैं कि ये भी निकल जाए, मार्केट इसको निकाल के और ऊपर जाए। डायरेक्टली तो नहीं जाना चाहिए, थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन लेके एक कुछ इस तरह का एक प्राइस एक्शन यहाँ पर भी बिल्डअप होगा, जहाँ से थोड़ा सा रिजेक्शन ले, यहाँ पर एक नया एफईजी बाइंग साइड का क्रिएट हो, एंड देन मार्केट ऊपर निकलने की कोशिश करे लाइक दिस। बाकी सिल्वर को देखोगे तो क्या साइडवेज हुआ है सिल्वर, लगता है 7 PM का ही वेट हो रहा है। सिल्वर स्टिल नॉट मूविंग ऑन द सेम रेंज, रीटेस्ट और सपोर्ट के बीच में ही फंसा हुआ है। ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए था अभी तक। यस, दिस इज दिसंबर मंथ फ्यूचर, ये दिसंबर मंथ का फ्यूचर है नेचुरल गैस में। ठीक है, देखो ये वापस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे आता है तो थोड़ा सा सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। व्यू बेरिश तो नहीं है अब इसका नेचुरल गैस का, बट यस मुझे लग रहा है अगर प्राइस एक्शन बिल्डअप करता है इस तरह से, और यहाँ पर कोई नया एफईजी क्रिएट किया बाइंग साइड के लिए, तो फिर अपर साइड पे एक ब्रेकआउट करने की कोशिश करेगा जरूर। बट स्टिल वी हैव अ रेजिस्टेंस, तो वापस सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं इस जोन पे। फिर देखेंगे नीचे एफईजी कहाँ पर बना है नया, आएगी सेलिंग तो वहीं से आएगी। ठीक है, मोमेंटम भी ठीक ठाक ही हो रहे हैं लगभग 6 to 8 पॉइंट 10 पॉइंट तो मोमेंटम कर दे रहा है इंट्राडे में नेचुरल गैस, विच इज गुड लॉट साइज के अकॉर्डिंग देखा जाए तो। Bitcoin remains inappropriate for a mainstream portfolio. क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस के नीचे नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट कर दिया, नहीं वही सेम ही है रेजिस्टेंस, फिलहाल के लिए सेम ही रेजिस्टेंस है। दैट होल एरिया इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। बाकी गिरता है यहाँ से, यहीं तक का टारगेट है, अगर ये भी ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर और गिरेगा। ब्रेकआउट का लेवल आपका 6042 के ऊपर ही होगा। बाकी लेट्स सी क्या ये नीचे एफईजी ब्रेक कर पाता है या नहीं। फिलहाल तो साइडवेज जा रहा है। देखो बाकी सेलिंग आनी होगी तो फास्ट ही आएगी, ज़्यादा देर रुकेगा नहीं प्राइस। अगर होल्ड कर गया ज़्यादा देर कंसोलिडेशन में जैसा चला गया तो फिर प्रॉब्लम है, फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए जाएगा। लास्ट टाइम देखोगे इसी लेवल पे प्राइस ने, याद होगा उस बार हम वेट कर रहे थे काफ़ी देर, मार्केट ने कंसोलिडेशन बनाया था, फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करके चला गया था। उससे पहले भी मार्केट सेलिंग में आना होता है तो फास्ट ही आता है। यहाँ पर मार्केट सीधा ब्रेकआउट करके गया और रीटेस्ट करके चला गया था। सेम कहानी यहाँ पर, सेलिंग आनी हुई नहीं थी, मार्केट कंसोलिडेशन में घुसा, ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट और चला गया ऊपर। तो सेलिंग आनी होगी तो फास्ट ही आएगी, रुकेगा नहीं प्राइस। कंसोलिडेशन किया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाएगा। पैरों की माया से अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट ओपन 8 पीएम इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग।
Britain, Germany, France. If you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally, and you saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't? So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally, and you saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't? So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally, and you saw little Justin in Canada and his position.
Guys, natural gas still on the same level. अभी भी रुका हुआ है वहां पे. थोड़ा और ऊपर जाके वहां से रिजेक्शन ले ले तो. Another FVG over here. एक और FVG है वहीं पर रुक रहा है सेकंड वाले FVG पर स्टिल. थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे आगे गिरता तो बेटर रहता. यहाँ से सेलिंग ही बनती है इसमें बट FVG लेट्स सी आता है तो एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे. लास्ट वाले एफवीजे के ऊपर निकल गया. कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है तो वो अब एफवीजे हम कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते. उसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है ऑलरेडी बट ऊपर एक और एफवीजी है सो मार्केट रिस्पेक्टिंग दैट वन स्टिल. थोड़ी बहुत तो सेलिंग आनी है. यहाँ से करते फिर नीचे होल्ड करने जाता ना सही था. कर दो रिमूव कोई इशू नहीं है. ठीक है थोड़ी बहुत देखो सेलिंग रेजिस्टेंस से तो एक्सपेक्ट है ही है. बीच में एफईजी बना हुआ है उसकी मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. थोड़ा बहुत तो सेलिंग जरूर आएगी. फिर बीच में अगर एफईजी बन गया एक बाइंग साइड पे तब एक हायर हाई बना सकता है. उस केस में ऐसे ही सेलिंग में कर रहे हैं इस वक्त. एफईजी था वहां पर रिजेक्शन फिर दूसरे एफईजी पर रिजेक्शन. सिमिलरली जब बाइंग साइड पे जाएगा तो ऐसा ही कुछ मूव करेगा. बाकी यहाँ पे कोई एफईजी बन तो नहीं रहा है स्टिल. देखते हैं थोड़ा सा ऊपर आता है तो, नहीं तो ट्रेडिंग ऐसे चली जाएगा।
Uncover from CBC Podcasts is your source for exceptional storytelling and groundbreaking journalism. Unveil the shocking secrets of one of Canada's most prolific fashion moguls.
He far exceeds Jeffrey Epstein. He far exceeds Bill Cosby.
And dive into the unsolved murders of two Canadian billionaires.
This is a perfect storm of conspiracy theory. It's got all the ingredients, none of the answers.
With new episodes released weekly, you'll hear the very best in award-winning true crime. Listen to Uncover wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
When Vivi Armacost graduated college in 2022, she decided to move from Indianapolis.
Get your podcasts.
47% of homes for tenants within New York City are rent stabilized. So due to rent stabilization,
enrollment if you want your coverage to start January 1st. And when it comes to choosing what benefits to sign up for, the latest data from ADP shows that
All right, so here at Charles Schwab Impact, we're joined now by Kathy Jones, Charles Schwab's Chief Fixed Income Strategist here. Obviously, a lot of buzz around here at the moment, and especially a lot of buzz after the elections as well. A lot of people wondering then, what can they expect as we're looking at some of these trends that we're seeing, especially in long-term bond yields? What are you keeping an eye on at the moment?
Well, you know, we have a whole sort of trifecta of policies that could have an impact and send yields higher, but we don't have any clarity around whether those policies will be implemented, how they'd be implemented, or what the long-term effects might be. So we have tax cuts. Those are probably a ways down the road, but that could increase the deficit and actually speed up an economy that's already growing at a pretty healthy rate, and that might give us more inflation. You have tariffs, which have been the big topic of conversation. And that can give us at least a one-time price increase as those imported goods are priced higher, and that's passed through to consumers, another potentially inflationary policy. But offsetting that is that it could slow growth because you get less business investment domestically if that happens. And then the third is immigration reform, which, if implemented as discussed, we could cut back on the size of the labor force substantially, up to maybe 8% of the labor force, and that probably would boost wages and slow growth as well. So we have all these policies, we have no clarity about them.
So given that uncertainty, we're still watching bond yields rise right now. So we're looking at a probable case of maybe higher, the market's anticipating higher inflation, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly. So there's something called the term premium, and that is the extra yield that investors demand to buy long-term bonds and hold them versus just buying short-term bonds and rolling them over. So if you buy a 10-year bond, you want to get a yield that gives you some compensation for the risk that short-term rates are going to not do what the market expects, right? So what we've seen is a term premium, which is kind of a risk premium, has been moving up. It was actually negative last summer and fall, and it's moved into positive territory. It's not all the way back at the long-term average, so it could rise further, and that, I think, is the main driver between the rise in yields, along with the fact we've had better than expected economic growth.
So then in terms of the domino effects, because we know long-term yields tied to mortgage rates, people hoping for some more relief on that front, what are some of the domino effects and what are some of the strategies that perhaps investors can use to counter them?
Yeah, so mortgages obviously very much tied to long-term rates, and that's the housing market has been kind of moribund for quite some time. When I look at it as an investor, there's a two-edged sword here. So yields are up, and yields are at pretty attractive levels relative to current inflation. So I look at that as an opportunity. I want to be in higher credit quality bonds. I don't want to go too long in maturity because that gives you a lot of volatility. You measure that by something called duration, meaning how much the bond price is going to move relative to inflation. But in general, you probably want to have a high credit quality bond portfolio, meaning treasuries, other government-backed securities, investment-grade corporate bonds, municipal bonds, things of high credit quality, but not too long in duration, so you're not kind of caught up in the swings in the long end of the market.
So what about retirees who are looking at fixed income as a way to generate income in retirement? Do they need to reposition their portfolio?
Well, it depends on where they're starting, but I think they should take advantage of the current income that's available. We're looking at 5% plus in high quality bonds. That's a pretty good return over long, especially for a buy and hold investor, someone who's going to have it in their portfolio just to generate income. And the good thing about bonds is most of what you get is the coupon payment, the interest payment. That accounts for about 80% of your total return. So if you're a buy and hold investor, that's a pretty sound place to be during turmoil.
Google could be forced to break up. The Department of Justice is pushing for Google to divest its Chrome browser, plus divert any interest the tech giant has in search distribution products and search AI products. The formal request that comes after a ruling in August found the company illegally monopolized the search market. Yahoo Finance's senior legal reporter Alexis Keenan joins us now with more on the DJ's proposals and everything surrounding Google parent company Alphabet right now. Hey, Alexis.
Yeah, so this is a big court filing. We've been waiting for it. There were some leaks earlier in the week by a Bloomberg source. But this proposal by the DOJ, this is the formalized ask for Google's monopolization, illegal monopolization of the search and search text advertising markets that came down in DC in a district court in August. The DOJ's proposals, what they really do is they center on search distribution. So you have to have that in the back of your mind, is how does Google get its search product out into the world as you go through these different asks? And I'm going to go through some of the main ones here. And you mentioned one already, big one. The DOJ wants Google to have to divest its Chrome browser. The browser holds 61% of the browser market, and also to not own any browsers for 5 years. There are also asks for Google to divest any interest at all in rival search products, as well as AI-based query products, a big one there. And they want them to do that within 6 months of whatever deal is finalized here. Also, there's a contingent divestment for Android, the operating system, and that would only come into play if other remedies are not effective. Now, what we were expecting in this case, and really that goes to the heart of this case, is an ask to not divest, but to end contracts that secure search, Google search, as the default on dozens of devices, right? All kinds of mobile devices, laptop, desktops, etc. But that's mostly, if it happened, it would impact Apple. Why? Because Apple's on the take in these agreements for roughly about $20 billion a year. That's the bulk of it. All told, with all of the devices included, it's about $26 billion a year. Now, those are 2022 numbers. Also in this request, for Google to have to sell its search data. That is huge for Google. That includes its indexing of its search engine. That includes a lot of the algorithms that it uses to provide what it thinks are quality searches. And Google has long protested this very strongly, saying that is our intellectual property. It would have to be paid for. Now, the DOJ says it would have to be offered as far as the index on a nominal cost basis for rivals and potential rivals. As far as ad data, that's the other part of this case, the search text advertising. They say, well, they want Google to give that away for free. So we can expect that on December 20th, a month from now, when Google will have an opportunity to put forth its suggestions for remedies, that they are going to push back on each and every one of these suggestions. In a statement on Monday, they did react to the leak, saying the DOJ continues to push what they called a radical agenda. They said the agenda would harm consumers, developers, and American technological leadership at the wrong time.
Alexis, I'm going to ask you this question. I think so many people have this when they're hearing cases like this, especially when it comes to antitrust. But with the new Trump administration, the timeline of that, how much uncertainty does that then maybe invoke into this situation?
I think a fair amount. While there have been dozens and dozens of antitrust experts that think that Trump will continue to push forward with this case, some say he may be more of a negotiator, that his DOJ could come in and try to find a more common ground as opposed to asking for the world, I guess is maybe how Google would take it. But there are other hurdles too. Not just a new administration. You also have Google planning to appeal. You also have to think about the idea that there would have to be a suitable buyer for any divestment, and who is on the table to put up the kind of funds that it would cost to acquire a Chrome, let's say.
Didn't this case originate under the first Trump administration?
It did. It absolutely did. So we would expect the new Trump administration would continue on.
You never know. All right, Alexis, great stuff. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन है, अब कुछ और मार्केट ओपन बचा नहीं है। क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा बहुत ही मूव कर रहा है, बहुत स्लो आ रहा है। अभी तक फॉल कर जाना चाहिए था इसको नीचे तक, एक्सपेक्टेड था यहाँ तक अभी तक आ जाता, बट नहीं फॉल कर रहा है उतने स्पीड से। देखो ज़्यादा देर अगर नहीं आया फिर रिटर्न करता है तो फिर चांसेस हैं ब्रेकआउट ही कर जाएगा। सेम नेचुरल गैस, बीच में जो एफईजी था यहाँ पर, उसके ऊपर कैंडल ऑलरेडी क्लोज हो चुकी है, लास्ट ग्रीन वाली। ऊपर एक और एफईजी है जहाँ पर रुक रहा है प्राइस, रेजिस्टेंस भी वहीं पर है एग्जैक्टली। थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे आके सेलिंग मिलती थोड़ा बेटर रहता। यहाँ से अगर सेलिंग मिलती है तो विच इज़ गुड आई थिंक। और जो भी यहाँ पर एक एफईजी नया बाइंग साइड पे बना होगा, दैट इज़ द लेवल जहाँ तक प्राइस फिर फॉल कर सकता है। एंड उस केस में कुछ इस तरह का एक प्राइस एक्शन फिर बिल्डअप होता हुआ दिखेगा अगर ये आता है वहाँ तक। बाकी अभी भी ये कह सकते हो लाइक सेलिंग वाले एफईजी पर ही रुका हुआ है। नीचे वाला एफईजी तो निकाल दिया, बट एक एफईजी और है मार्केट के पास। सेलर्स प्राइस को नीचे बड़े स्ट्रेटजिक वे से लेके आए हैं यहाँ पर, एक के बाद एक एफईजी, फर्स्ट वन ओवर हियर एंड सेकंड वन ओवर हियर। क्रूड ऑयल यहाँ से सपोर्ट लेके एक बार ऊपर जाएगा, नीचे ही आ जाए ऊपर ना ही जाए तो बेटर है। एक बड़ी कैंडल बना दे नीचे तक, मजा आ जाएगा इसमें। 150 पॉइंट का मोमेंटम। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग है अब सीधा 8 पीएम पर। मैं अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। देखो इसको नीचे आना है तो फास्ट मूव करके होना आना चाहिए। ये सपोर्ट सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, एफईजी ब्रेक करके सीधा गिरना चाहिए। अगर नहीं गिरता है तो फिर ये स्लो मोमेंटम में अगर जाता है प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर देगा। तो जो लोग सेलिंग में हैं वो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। कोई टारगेट हिट नहीं हुआ है बट जितना स्लो मूव कर रहा है उसमें रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते। काफी स्मॉल रेंज है। करंट लेवल हो गया ये, क्लोजिंग आती है नीचे तो गिर जाना चाहिए, नहीं गिरता है तो यस रिटर्न पुल बैक, whatever you want to say might possible in crude oil. But still on retest level, silver भी वहीं रुका हुआ है still between the resistance and support. रेड मार्क क्यों लगाया हुआ है? रेड मार्क कौन सा है? रेड मार्क तो लगाया नहीं है, कौन सा है रेड मार्क? क्रूड ऑयल यहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस तक जाएगा फिर वहां से गिरेगा ऐसा मुझे लगता है, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो आ जाना चाहिए इसको अब नीचे। एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के चलो उसमें, अब यूएस मार्केट पे कुछ अलग हो जाता है तो अलग बात है, गिरना चाहिए इसको अब। टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा ही है बट लेट्स होप डायरेक्टली आ जाए तो बढ़िया है। 45 पॉइंट तो मूव कर चुका है ऑलरेडी। लास्ट कैंडल क्लोज हुई है क्या? ठीक है, तो लोग सेलिंग में है, थोड़ा प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना भाई, या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के छोड़ दो। ओ ये शायद कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई, कैंडल क्लोज 5988 के ऊपर अभी भी कैंडल नीचे क्लोज नहीं हुई, लास्ट कैंडल ऐसा लगा था क्लोज हो गई है। इस पर्पल कलर की लाइन के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो जाती है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग आ जाना चाहिए नीचे। लास्ट कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई है, रह गई थोड़ा सा। जो लोग सेलिंग में हैं इन क्रूड ऑयल, प्रॉफिट या तो थोड़ा बहुत बुक कर लो या फिर ऐसे एटलीस्ट कॉस्ट पर डाल दो, वापस आएगा तो फिर वापस देखेंगे। अगर ये क्लोजिंग कर देती है कैंडल इस पर्पल कलर की लाइन के नीचे तो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे नीचे एफईजी तक आ जाए अपने। अगर ये नहीं करता है कैंडल क्लोज बिलो द लेवल इस पर्पल कलर की लाइन के नीचे, तो फिर समझना कि मार्केट थोड़ा सा रिवर्स दे सकता है वापस। टारगेट भी लगभग 70 पॉइंट का है, वैसे नीचे आएगा तो मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेक ही हो जाएगा। बाकी देखेंगे बाद में। बाकी 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट भी ओपनिंग है, ध्यान रखना। ज़्यादा ही रोक रहा है यार ये।
So you made that transition. Every year there's about 200,000 of our brothers and sister veterans or active troops that become veterans. You did go into a top 20 MBA program, Harvard Business School. Tell us what that process was like.
Top 20, top 3.
Well, it's not as good as working. But like,
Yeah.
Oh, wow. They're all the same, just different colors, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think an MBA from top.
Not for us. I mean, we've got another 2.
Likes are done guys, like करते रहो सभी लोग।
This development story and bring in our guests, both with deep knowledge of India. Michael Kugelman is director of the Wilson Center South Asia Institute, joining us from Annapolis. And here in the studio with me, Namalia Kumar, professor at the Lee Kong Chian Business School at the Singapore Management University. Namalia, let's start with you. This is as big as it gets for India. We're talking about the second richest man in the country and a man very close ties with the Modi government.
Yeah, you can't have a bigger story in business India than this. I mean, it is very big. See, the fact that there is some bribing of government officials going on in India is not news, to tell you the truth. What is news in this case is the fact that the amounts involved are staggering by Indian standards, even $250 million plus. And the fact that there was always a suspicion that electricity rates are somewhat rigged, and this seems to indicate that that may be true. But even more importantly, the fact that the US government justice and the SEC is against them, and generally the US government Justice Department does not move unless they have a pretty watertight case. And the fact that they confiscated the electronic devices and downloaded all the messages is a very big red flag, because what people don't understand about WhatsApp is that even messages that have been deleted can be downloaded later by the authorities. So if they have, let's say, a smoking gun here, then it would be very interesting, because this would put lay to rest several of his ambitions. His ambitions after the Hindenburg to clear up the governance, attract better talent. As he's growing very fast, he needs constantly very good talent, especially not only on the managerial level, but also on the boards of directors for governance improvement. That will be, put at a standstill, because no manager wants to put themselves at legal risk vis-a-vis the US government. Secondly, any international, he's already in trouble in Bangladesh, he's already in trouble in Kenya. So his international plans are definitely going to take a hit.
You talked about the Hindenburg report. I mean, draw a comparison for us here. I mean, that led to a spiraling of Adani shares and bonds. Of course, we saw that happening. This is nothing like that Hindenburg report, right? This is way bigger than that Hindenburg report.
Yeah, because the Hindenburg report, people can say, well, that person has an axe to grind because they are trying to be a short seller and benefit from that. And the Hindenburg, in the end, is a private company that is going after you, right? This is much bigger because this is, of course, people who have the ability to get access to private correspondence, private WhatsApp messages, private PowerPoint presentations, right? It's much bigger than the Hindenburg. Hindenburg was based on their own analysis, which they did. And, you can put a blanket of suspicion on that. But the US government is a different matter. And I think this is going to be major.
Michael, let's bring you into this conversation. You've been tracking developments in South Asia. How are you looking at this? What are the key takeaways for you here?
Well, as noted before, I mean, these allegations are so significant just because of the scale. I mean, $250 million in bribes raised, allegedly. I mean, that's remarkable. And also, again, as was noted before, it's been nearly 2 years that Adani has been trying to fight off these Hindenburg allegations. It's fairly easy for him to deny or shrug off those allegations because, indeed, it was an activist short seller that put them out there. And there have also been some other allegations that have been made against Adani and his activities by media organizations over the last year or two. But again, those are easy to deny. But you just can't walk away from something like this when you have an indictment that's unsealed by the U.S. government. It's really significant. The other thing that I would say is that I would argue that the Adani Group and its subsidiaries, their business has actually been booming over the last year. So I would argue that they've actually done a pretty good job of shaking off the Hindenburg allegations. The Adani Group took over a top Indian cement maker last year. Recently, there were $4 billion worth of green hydrogen investments announced by Adani Green. Adani Green has also signed deals with European energy companies. So things have been happening and business activities have been picking up. But now you've got a body blow here to both Adani's reputation and also to his businesses, because it's going to be very difficult to bounce back, at least in the immediate term, from these allegations, which will hurt even more, given that his businesses have been doing fairly well with their recovery over the last nearly 2 years.
We talk about how this is happening on the cusp of a Trump administration. We know that Modi and Trump have had pretty good relations. Might Trump sway this case in any way?
Right. I mean, yeah, that's the big question. We're going to have to see what the next administration does about this. And what we've already seen just over the last few weeks is that Adani has come out and praised and congratulated Trump for his election victory. And he has announced that he's going to invest $10 billion in energy and infrastructure in the U.S. and create jobs. So for Trump, I would think that he's not going to be inclined to be hard on Adani, in that, Adani, like Trump, is the businessman. He's praised Trump. He's pledged to invest in the United States in ways that can create jobs. Those are things that I think President-elect Trump would like to hear. So we'll see what actually happens. But I would think that Trump is someone that will not be inclined to do anything that could hurt Adani or make things worse. And of course, the other big story here, what I would argue is really significant, is the relationship between Adani and Prime Minister Modi. I mean, this is not a relationship that either man speaks about publicly, but it's an open secret. We know that there is a partnership, and that the Adani Group's portfolio in recent years has really tracked with the policy priorities of Narendra Modi, and that started with infrastructure some time ago, and more recently it's evolved into a lot of focus on green energy. So how India's government responds to these allegations, or if it responds at all, I think that'll be a really notable thing to watch in the coming hours and days.
Now, Malia, we talk about how the Adani Group's fundraising plans, international ambitions will be impacted. Will it impact India Inc.'s expansion overseas? Will it impact India Inc. in any way?
My gut feel is that the India Inc. will still be spared from the fallout of this, because, to tell you the truth, it seems to be specific to one group that is heavily involved in infrastructure. Most Indian groups have some involvement in infrastructure, but that's not their entire story. So my hope also is that it's not a big deal. But having said that, the Indian stock market has been on a complete tear over the last few years, and this may give foreign investors who had already pulled out some money over the last 3 months a little bit more pause about investing in India, worried about the corporate governance and the foreign practices of Indian companies, you see. So it's not helpful to Indian business because it casts a pall of shadow across the entire Indian business and how business is.
इस क्रूड ऑयल में बुक कर लेना प्रॉफिट, ठीक है। ये क्लोज कर देगा शायद, कैंडल हो सकता है एक रीटेस्ट के लिए चला जाए ऊपर इस तरह से और फिर वापस गिरे। बाइंग का ट्रेड नहीं है कोई, अभी एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे नहीं आया है और सपोर्ट तो काफ़ी दूर है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे आया ही नहीं। यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान था, वो नीचे वाले एफईजी पे रुक गया। तो अभी बुलिस तो नहीं कहेंगे, रेंज बाउंड जरूर है। ट्राई जरूर किया प्राइस ने, पहले वाले एफईजी को ब्रेक करने का कर दिया था, सेकंड वाले एफईजी पे रुक गया वापस। सो इट इज स्टिल रेंज के अंदर ही है मार्केट। रीटेस्ट भी कर चुका है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आ चुकी है। स्टिल सेलर इज हैवी, सेलर अभी भी कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं प्राइस को। इम्पोर्टेंट होगा अब देखना क्या नीचे ब्रेक करता है या फिर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट कर देता है, बिकॉज एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे नहीं आया है। एफईजी से रिजेक्शन ले लिया। ट्रेलिंग एसएल जाए तो निकल जाना रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का इन नेचुरल गैस। बट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग नेक्स्ट कैंडल एक और रेड कलर की कैंडल बना दे, नीचे आ जाए, फिर हल्का सा पुल बैक देके गिरे तो विच इज़ गुड। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी आ गया नीचे, ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल में निकल जाना सेलर्स, अगर निकलना चाह रहे हो। पुल बैक आ सकता है थोड़ा बहुत, एक रीटेस्ट के तौर पे इस तरह से। बाइंग का ट्रेड नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। अब एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि पुल बैक के बाद गिरता ही रहे ये कुछ इस तरह से, तो बेटर है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ट्रेलिंग ऐसा लगा लो, एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे आया नहीं। आधा घंटा और है फिर यूएस मार्केट ओपन होता है, देखते हैं। एक बार टेस्ला को देख लें, प्री मार्केट में ऊपर ही चल रहा है शायद। वाह, प्री मार्केट में देखोगे 2.5% ऊपर है मार्केट अभी टेस्ला का। ऑल टाइम हाई को टच करके आया क्या टेस्ला का स्टॉक? नहीं, ऑल टाइम हाई को टच नहीं किया इसने। क्रूड और भी गिर सकता है क्या? गिरना देखो, अगर एफईजी ब्रेक हुआ तो फिर तो गिरना ही चाहिए। ये एफईजी यहाँ पर रुका हुआ है थोड़ा बहुत। ये एफईजी ब्रेक होता है तो ये दो नीचे के टारगेट है, बट डायरेक्टली मुझे लगता नहीं गिरना चाहिए। थोड़ा एक पुल बैक आना चाहिए यहाँ पर एक, इस तरीके से, और फिर यहाँ से कुछ ये हो सकता है इस तरह से। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेक करके चला गया नीचे 5944 तो ये इंट्राडे में बेरिश जरूर हो जाएगा 15 मिनट में एटलीस्ट। यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, ये एफईजी है बस, छोटा सा ध्यान रखना, दैट इज जस्ट अ एफईजी, इट इज़ नॉट अ सपोर्ट। बाकी टारगेट हो चुका है क्रूड का, सेलर्स एग्जिट करना। कोई अगर ट्रेल कर रहा है तो एटलीस्ट 70% क्वांटिटी बुक करके रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी को एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। अगर ये गिरा नीचे डायरेक्टली तो वेल एंड गुड ही है, पुल बैक करके ऐसे गिरता है तो भी अच्छा है। यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। एफईजी था वो ऑलरेडी उस एफईजी को होल्ड कर चुका है एक बार। अब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि ये एफईजी को ब्रेक करके या फिर थोड़ा पुल बैक देके और गिरे इस तरीके से। गोल्ड, हाँ गोल्ड में वो रिटेस्ट पे था, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग में आ रहा है। लेट्स होप यूएस मार्केट से पहले लेवल पे हिट हो जाए। सिल्वर थोड़ा सा रुका हुआ है, ये अपने अपने वही रीटेस्ट जोन पर ही था, जस्ट लाइक नेचुरल गैस अपने रीटेस्ट जोन पर है। लेट्स होप नीचे आता है तो एफईजी ब्रेक करके ये भी डे लो एंड देन 2652 इन लेवल के आसपास आए। काफ़ी देर हो गई है वैसे, रीटेस्ट पे देखोगे तो पहुंचा था वो 445 के अराउंड, उस समय से काफ़ी देर हो चुकी है। 445 से 745 होने वाला है, 3 घंटे से रुका हुआ है, फॉल ही नहीं कर रहा है। बाकी मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ तो नहीं रुकेगा शायद, अभी मुश्किल है। यहाँ पर इतना डीप करेक्शन करके मार्केट सपोर्ट लेके गया है, नीचे आया है तो एटलीस्ट यहाँ तक तो आना चाहिए। 2652 है, 2635, वही लेवल टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है अभी तक। सेलिंग में वो बने रहो। गोल्ड बेस्ट बाय कहाँ पर है? गोल्ड बेस्ट बाय, गोल्ड में बेस्ट सेल यहाँ पर कर सकते हो 2718 2737 के अराउंड। बेस्ट बाइंग थोड़ी बहुत ट्राई करना यहाँ 2653 के आसपास एंड देन 2636 के आसपास, 2636 2653। बाकी होने को ये भी सपोर्ट ही है अभी भी स्टिल 2665, क्योंकि इसके नीचे अभी जोन के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई थी, विक बना के ऊपर ही चला गया था प्राइस, तो इट इज स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट, बट कहीं ना कहीं वो थोड़ा वीक हो जाते हैं लेवल। तो अगर कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के गिरे यहाँ से आसपास तो मत लेना, नहीं तो थोड़ा ट्राई कर सकते हो इस एरिया पे। यहाँ तक पूरा ही आ जाए तो मजा आ जाएगा। ओके, क्रूड ऑयल काफ़ी अच्छा आ गया नीचे, बढ़िया है। ठीक है, पुल बैक आता है तो इसमें वापस सेल ही करेंगे, बाइंग का ट्रेड कोई नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए। रुकेगा तो किसी एफईजी पे रुकेगा वापस से ये प्राइस। बीच में और भी बहुत सारे एफईजी बने हुए हैं तो हो सकता है उन पे रुके, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आए, बट सपोर्ट नहीं है। सपोर्ट एग्जैक्टली बहुत दूर है, 5847। एक एफईजी और है, बट मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा पुल बैक एक पेंडिंग है, तो पुल बैक आना चाहिए यहाँ पर एक। वापस ऊपर आएगा इस लेवल के आसपास तो वापस सेल करेंगे। 5987, ये जो पर्पल कलर की लाइंस ड्रॉ करी हुई हैं, दैट इज अगेन अ सेलिंग जोन। अगर आता है पुल बैक तो वी विल सी ओवर हियर। ओके, ये रीटेस्ट जोन है एक तरह से। ओके, होल्डिंग दिस एफईजी। थोड़ा सा इंट्राडे बेरिस मान सकते हैं अब आप प्राइस को। अगर एक क्लोज कर गया नीचे 5942 के नीचे, कर ही देगा। करेगा क्या, कर ही देगा ऑलमोस्ट। रेड कलर की बने तो बेटर है। ओके, देखो अभी यूएस मार्केट तो वैसे ओपन होने वाला है, पता नहीं यूएस मार्केट में कहाँ मूव करेगा डायरेक्टली, बट एक पुल बैक पेंडिंग है आप कह सकते हो स्टिल। एक पुल बैक आना चाहिए मार्केट में ऊपर, जो रीटेस्ट है उसके लिए। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा पुल बैक, एक सेकेंड। देखो यूएस मार्केट से पहले अगर थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हो। नहीं तो यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग का भी वेट कर सकते हो। कोई देर इज नो सपोर्ट ओवर हेयर, रिमेंबर। ऐसा कोई लॉजिकल सपोर्ट तो नहीं है। एफईजी हैं थोड़े बहुत पुल बैक एरियाज। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट काफ़ी दूर है 5847, तो थोड़ा सा कोई रिस्क ले सकता है तो यहाँ से एक बाइंग का, या बाइंग तो नहीं कहेंगे इसको, पुल बैक का प्लान कर सकते हो। ऐसा जा सकता है इसमें, क्वांटिटी कम रखना। अगर वेट करना चाहो तो यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग का वेट भी कर सकते हो। ठीक है, यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा अभी आपका नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट में ओपन हो जाएगा। बाकी अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज करती है 5909 के ऊपर, ये जो लेवल ड्रॉ किया हुआ है, तो एक छोटा सा पुल बैक प्लान करना। अगर क्लोज हुई 5910 के ऊपर, नहीं तो हो सकता है गिरता ही रहे, एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पर ही आ जाए, क्योंकि इसका एग्जैक्ट जो मेजर सपोर्ट था वो तो गया 5944। थोड़ा सा डाउन ट्रेंड हो चुका है इसका स्टार्ट। क्लोजिंग आने दो, 2 मिनट है, लेट्स सी। इजराइल एंड लेबनान टू एंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, ये भी न्यूज़ है। इजराइल और लेबनान के बीच एक एग्रीमेंट हुआ है टू एंड द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। न्यूज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, बिकॉज ऐसा होने से जो डिस्ट्रप्शन है मिडिल ईस्ट में वो अब कम हो गया है। अब कुछ खास बचा नहीं, ईरान अटैक करने वाला नहीं है, हिजबुल्लाह के साथ सीज फायर हो गया, हमास को उन्होंने एलिमिनेट कर ही दिया है, तो अब वो सारा फोकस अपने एरिया में ही रखेंगे। याद रखना ये जो एग्रीमेंट हुआ है ये इजराइल और लेबनान के बीच हुआ है, इजराइल और हिजबुल्लाह के अगेंस्ट के बीच नहीं हुआ है। लेबनान की अपनी खुद की गवर्नमेंट भी है, हिजबुल्लाह वहाँ पर एक स्टेट एक्टर है, तो दोनों जो गवर्नमेंट है इजराइल की और लेबनान की वो कुछ टर्म्स पे एग्री हुई हैं, जिस वजह से इजराइल और हिजबुल्लाह के बीच जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अभी चल रहा है वो शायद कम हो जाए। देखना पड़ेगा इस पे हिजबुल्लाह कैसे रिएक्शन देता है, बिकॉज अभी हिजबुल्लाह की ओर से कुछ आया नहीं है इस तरह का। कल ही उन्होंने 112 रॉकेट मार रखे, पहला आज फिर से रॉकेट दे दिए। 30 सेकेंड्स। लगता नहीं आएगा ऊपर क्लोज, ठीक है देखो नहीं आता है क्लोज तो कोई सुनिए, अगर ये 5910 के ऊपर क्लोज आता तो एक पुल बैक प्लान कर सकते थे, बट नहीं आने वाला, लेट इट गो। कहीं से तो थोड़ा पुल बैक, ठीक है थोड़ा सा देखो, एक यूएस मार्केट तो वैसे ओपन होने वाला है, ऊपर वाले लेवल पे नहीं आया बट एक पुल बैक मेरे को लगता है आना चाहिए, इस वाले लेवल से प्लान कर सकते हो। अरे यहाँ पर भी करके गया हुआ है, बाकी जो रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहता तो अवॉइड भी कर सकता है, ठीक है, देर इज़ नो एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट ओवर हेयर, बट या एक पुल बैक पेंडिंग है, मार्केट डायरेक्टली गिरना नहीं चाहिए भले ही न्यूज ही क्यों ना आ जाए। अपने जो रिटेस्ट लेवल है उनको उनके पास एटलीस्ट एक बार जाना जरूरी है मार्केट के पास लिक्विडिटी लेने के लिए। अगेन आई एम सेइंग दैट दिस इज नॉट अ सपोर्ट, दिस इज अ पुल बैक एरिया। यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला, थोड़ा रिस्की ट्रेड है तो वही लेना जो रिस्क ले सकता है, नहीं तो यूएस मार्केट का ओपन होने का वेट कर सकते हैं। According to senior Israeli official, a ceasefire in southern Lebanon is likely only days away, if not less, from being finalized by all parties. ओके यार गोल्ड भी फॉल किया, गोल्ड करंट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, सिल्वर भी आ गया नीचे, सिल्वर भी आ गया है नीचे। करंट कैंडल ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, पहुंच तो गया उस सपोर्ट पे बट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, डायरेक्टली बाय मत करना उस पे। सपोर्ट पर ही है वो, बिल्कुल सपोर्ट पर है, गोल्ड सपोर्ट पर ही पहुंच गया है। ठीक है ये सपोर्ट एरिया तो ऑलरेडी मार्केट टेस्ट कर चुका है, तो अब ये इस पे तो नहीं रुकने वाला था, दूसरे सपोर्ट एरिया पे आ गया बट वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, रिमेंबर। जो लोग सेलिंग में थे वो निकल सकते हैं, सेम आपका सिल्वर का भी है, सिल्वर भी अपने सपोर्ट पर ही है एग्जैक्टली, बट इसने भी कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाई है, लास्ट लेवल पे ऑलरेडी लो लेवल से सपोर्ट ले गया था तो वो होल्ड नहीं करने वाला। अगर ये रुकता है कैंडल लेवल के ऊपर तो थोड़ा पुल बैक एक्सपेक्ट करना नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे, आप चाहो तो इन लेवल को रिमूव कर सकते हो, ये थोड़ा सा याद रखना वापस रीटेस्ट की तरह ये लेवल काम करेंगे अब आपके। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे नहीं, देखते हैं होल्ड कर पाता है नहीं कर पाता है लेवल, दोनों ही कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई हैं क्रूड सॉरी गोल्ड और सिल्वर में। अगर कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो पुल बैक आ जाएगा नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे, अगर वो भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनती, अगर ये ब्रेक कर गया क्लोजिंग नीचे आ गई तो फिर ये सपोर्ट भी काम नहीं करेंगे। बाकी याद रखना जो ऊपर के सपोर्ट ब्रेक हुए हैं दे आर एक्ट लाइक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं करते। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड है यहाँ से, तो थोड़ा क्वांटिटी आई होप उन्हीं लोगों ने लिया होगा, थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हैं। बाकी सेलर्स तो अब निकल ही जाओ, अच्छा मोमेंटम आ गया, कुछ ज़्यादा ही अच्छा आ गया, इतना भी एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था डायरेक्टली। नेचुरल गैस स्टिल ठीक है, जो लोग कहते हैं देखो डायरेक्टली बाइंग कब नहीं की जाती है, जैसे यहाँ पर एक कैंडल है ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, इवन दो इट इज़ ऑन सपोर्ट बट वी कांट बाई डायरेक्टली। बट इस तरह की कैंडल पे कुछ भरोसा नहीं है ना, प्राइस ब्रेक भी कर देता है क्योंकि सपोर्ट है, सपोर्ट पे बाइंग आनी चाहिए, तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के यहाँ सेल कौन कर रहा होगा? कोई ना कोई ऐसा पर्सन सेल कर रहा है, इसको कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा पता है जो हमें नहीं पता, या ऐसा पर्सन इसके पास फंड इतना ज़्यादा है जो सपोर्ट को ब्रेक कर सकता है। तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई में इस वजह से बाई नहीं करते हैं डायरेक्टली। हो सकता है सपोर्ट ले ले, बट वी हैव टू वेट, अगर सपोर्ट लिया भी तो नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे देखेंगे लेवल पे। एक बार फॉरेक्स की कैंडल देखनी पड़ेगी इसमें। रॉयल में यहाँ पर 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का सपोर्ट है, 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का सपोर्ट है। 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का सपोर्ट है। टाइम फ्रेम का सपोर्ट नहीं है ये आपका, ये सपोर्ट नहीं है 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का, ये 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का एक रेजिस्टेंस था यहाँ पर, मार्केट ने उसका ब्रेकआउट किया था, तो ये रीटेस्ट लेवल है, वैसे तो कर चुका है, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में देखोगे यहाँ पर रीटेस्ट, वो सपोर्ट नहीं है, वो रेजिस्टेंस था यहाँ पर। फिर मार्केट ने यहाँ ब्रेकआउट किया, आई थिंक 22 नवंबर को, उसी दिन रीटेस्ट भी किया था, तो वो रीटेस्ट लेवल पर एक तरह से कर चुका है बाय द वे वो रीटेस्ट पास्ट में। सपोर्ट नहीं है वो, रीटेस्ट कह सकते हो उसको 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे। बट अब यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है, तो देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है। बाकी 15 मिनट में एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट इधर पर है कहीं यहाँ 5847 के अराउंड। इट इज जस्ट अ पुल बैक लेवल, इट इज़ नॉट सपोर्ट, रिमेंबर, फिर से रिपीट कर रहा हूँ। क्रूड ऑयल में अगर कोई बाइंग कर रहा है या किया है या फिर करने का सोच रहा है, तो ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है एग्जैक्टली तो थोड़ा कम ही क्वांटिटी में लेना, एसएल जाने के चांसेस हैं। 11 के बुक कर लिया क्रूड ऑयल में, ग्रेट। नेचुरल गैस भी निकल जाता। अच्छा फॉरेक्स में देख लेते हैं, ये क्रूड ऑयल में एसएल जाएगा तो निकल जाना, ठीक है, ज़्यादा होल्ड मत करना, रिस्क लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आएगा तो फिर देखेंगे। बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, 9 मिनट में ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना इन द सेंस ऑफ, या फिर मिनी ट्राई कर सकते हो क्रूड ऑयल अभी नहीं भी लेना चाह रहे हो तो। फॉरेक्स में देख लेते हैं, फॉरेक्स में ओके, फॉरेक्स में भी सेम ही है। फॉरेक्स में भी दोनों ही चीज़ें हैं, फॉरेक्स में भी रेजिस्टेंस भी है साथ, सॉरी रीटेस्ट भी है, ब्रेकआउट हुआ था तो रीटेस्ट लेवल भी है, साथ ही साथ सपोर्ट भी है, सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे है अभी भी, 69.15 के अप्रॉक्स कह सकते हो। वैसे लास्ट टाइम उस लेवल से प्राइस सपोर्ट लेके जा चुका है, लेट्स सी रीटेस्ट करता है या फिर सपोर्ट लेता है, व्हाट विल हैपन ओवर हियर। $69 के आसपास। सिल्वर गैप फिल थोड़ा और गया हो गैप फिल करने। हाँ देखो, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सेइंग कि वहां पर ना गैप अप कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बने तो डायरेक्टली बाइंग करनी नहीं चाहिए। प्राइस ट्रैप कर लेता है कई बार। लुक एट दिस, कि कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी, ऑल दीज आर सपोर्ट बट नॉट होल्डिंग। व्हाई? बिकॉज कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, होल्ड ही नहीं करने के चांसेस कम है, बहुत कम है। इस कैंडल पे भी यहाँ पर कोई डायरेक्टली बाई नहीं हुई होगी। एक कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई थी जब सपोर्ट पाई एग्जैक्टली, और उसी वजह से इसने ये जो सपोर्ट था वही ब्रेक कर दिया। नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे फिर आप प्लान कर सकते हो कि वहां पर बाइंग आए। लेट्स सी, थर्ड लेवल इसका यहाँ पर है 2635। सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं एक बार। पहुंच ही गया सिल्वर, ऑलमोस्ट वो लेवल पे पहुंच गया सिल्वर भी। वहां पर एक गैप भी है पेंडिंग, ध्यान रखना सिल्वर में। 30.26। ठीक है, ये देखो होल्ड नहीं किया। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई दोनों ही जगह बनी थी, दोनों ही होल्ड नहीं करे। यहाँ पर एक गैप भी है सिल्वर में, फॉरेक्स में 30.26 पे। मार्केट सीधा गैप अप ओपन हुआ था फॉरेक्स में। बट याद रखना, बट ये कैंडल क्लोज होगी तो नेक्स्ट कैंडल सीधा यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है। ऐसा ना हो गैप के भी नीचे चला जाए, थोड़ा डीप करेक्शन लेके और फिर ऊपर जाए। क्योंकि ये जितने भी सपोर्ट ब्रेक होते जा रहे हैं सारे के सारे रीटेस्ट की तरह काम कर सकते हैं। ये तो नहीं करेंगे खैर, अगर पुल बैक आता है तो, क्योंकि बहुत पास के हैं। फेक ब्रेकडाउन में कंसिडर हो सकता है वो। गोल्ड भी सपोर्ट पर ही है, 2636 वाले। 4 मिनट। ओके, बाकी गोल्ड क्रूड में जिन लोगों ने पुल बैक के लिए बाई किया हुआ है, अगेन आई एम सेइंग दैट यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, थोड़ा सा रिस्क कम लेना। ओके, डोंट टेक द हैवी रिस्क। बाकी नेचुरल गैस तो मूव ही नहीं कर रहा है अब। एक बार गाइस देख लो, ये नेचुरल गैस में लास्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल, क्या आप लोगों की उसमें भी एक ग्रीन कलर की बनी है क्या? ये मेरे उसमें ही ग्रीन कलर की बनी है। 291.3 इसका ओपन है, और अरे नहीं, ये तो इक्वल है ना शायद, आई थिंक 29 इसका इसका ओपन और क्लोज सेम है। 291.3 ओपनिंग प्राइस और 291.3 क्लोजिंग प्राइस। अगर ये इसका दोनों ओपनिंग और क्लोजिंग सेम है तो ये ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल क्यों शो कर रहा है? आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड। लास्ट कैंडल ग्रीन कलर की कैसे हो सकती है जब इसका ओपन और क्लोज दोनों सेम है? न्यूट्रल कैंडल है गाइस लास्ट वाली। तो थोड़ा सा हम वापस नेचुरल गैस में सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। एक बार कंफर्म कर लो, लास्ट वाली कैंडल मुझे तो रेड कलर की होनी चाहिए लग रही है, बट यहाँ से एग्जैक्टली कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। फॉरेक्स में भी लेट्स सी, इन फॉरेक्स इसका ओपनिंग 3.4400, क्लोजिंग भी 3.4400, देन हाउ इट इज अ ग्रीन कलर कैंडल? ग्रीन ही है, बट इसकी ओपनिंग क्लोजिंग दोनों सेम है, ग्रीन कैसे हो सकती है? डिफरेंस ही नहीं है, ग्रीन कलर की कैसे बन गई? कोई तो इसको रेड कलर की भी कह सकते हैं ना, क्योंकि ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, बराबर ही है। ओपन और क्लोज दोनों इक्वल है, डोजी कह सकते हैं एक तरह से। तो ग्रीन कंसिडर करें या रेड कैंडल कंसिडर करें? देखो, अगर इसको रेड मानते हैं तो सेलिंग है यहाँ से इन नेचुरल गैस। ग्रीन मानते हैं तो नहीं है सेलिंग। क्या करें बताओ, ग्रीन माने या रेड माने? ओके चलो, एक रिस्क ले लेते हैं, मिनी को सेल कर दो गाइस नेचुरल गैस में। ठीक है, इसको रेड कलर की मान के चल रहे हैं क्योंकि देखो ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, बराबर ही है। बाकी अगर थोड़ा सा रिस्क नहीं लेना चाह रहे हो, यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल का क्लोजिंग का वेट कर लो, थोड़ा सा रिस्क ले सकता है अगर, तो मिनी वगैरह सेल कर देना। नेचुरल गैस मत सेल करना, नेचुरल गैस मत सेल करना, मिनी सेल कर देना इस एरिया में। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस सेल मत करना क्योंकि कंफ्यूजन है उस कैंडल पे, जो लास्ट कैंडल बनी है वो ग्रीन है या रेड कलर की है। देख तो ग्रीन कलर की रही है, बट इसका ओपन और क्लोज सेम ही है, ओपन 291.3 और क्लोज भी 291.3, तो इक्वली है। ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल नॉर्मली तब बनती है जब क्लोजिंग प्राइस इज ग्रेटर देन ओपनिंग प्राइस होता है, तो इसको आप ग्रीन कहो या रेड कहो, अपने अकॉर्डिंग इंटरप्रेट कर सकते हो। धन के अकाउंट में देख लेना एक बार, धन में शायद थोड़ा सही दिखाए, फॉरेक्स में भी सेम ही है एग्जैक्टली। ओके, 20 सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट, 20 सेकेंड्स रह गए हैं यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने में। लेट्स सी क्या मोमेंटम करता है। अरे यार, ये इतना टेढ़ा क्यों हो रहा है। धन में भी ग्रीन है, ग्रीन नहीं होगी, उसका ओपन और क्लोज देखो कितना है, ओपन क्लोज सेम है तो ग्रीन कैसे हो सकती है। कैंडल का ग्रीन होने के लिए क्लोजिंग प्राइस ज़्यादा होना चाहिए ना ओपनिंग प्राइस से, तभी वो आपका ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल होती है। और अगर क्लोजिंग प्राइस इज लेस देन ओपनिंग प्राइस है तो कैंडल रेड कलर की बन जाती है। अगर इक्वल है तो फिर उसको हम क्या कंसिडर करें, वाई ग्रीन नॉट, वाई नॉट रेड। ओके, यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया है, लेट्स सी। ठीक है, तो ये इस जोन पे थोड़ा सा अब मिनी सेल करना, कंफ्यूजन है इस कैंडल पे थोड़ा सा अगर रिस्क नहीं लेना चाह रहे हो थोड़ा सा वेट कर लो, नहीं तो अगर सेल करना है तो मिनी सेल कर सकते हो नेचुरल गैस में। नेचुरल गैस मत सेल कर देना, एसएल बड़ा है थोड़ा सा। हाँ, वो भी कर सकते हो, यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल की क्लोजिंग का वेट भी कर सकते हो। बाकी रिस्क ले रहे हो तो मिनी में ही लेना, अदरवाइज वेट फॉर नेचुरल गैस। नेचुरल गैस में 5778 को सपोर्ट क्यों नहीं मानेंगे, प्लीज डिफाइन 5778। 5778 है कहाँ, 5778, ये नेचुरल गैस 5778 एक एफईजी है एक्चुअली, वो एफईजी है यहाँ पर, ये दैट इज एफईजी एरिया ओवर हियर। 5778 5780 ये पूरा एफईजी जोन है। ये पूरा एरिया ना आपका एफईजी जोन बना हुआ है, फ्रॉम 5795 टू 5770। तो इसको आप एफईजी की तरह कंसिडर कर सकते हो, 5770 से 5780 के अप्रॉक्स। फाइव एट सेवन एट एग्जैक्टली तो एक नंबर तो नहीं होता, एक एक एग्जैक्ट एक नंबर सपोर्ट नहीं होता कभी भी। 5878 5878। अच्छा, एक करंट लेवल की बात कर रहे हो क्या, वहां पर भी एफईजी है, वहां पर भी एक एफईजी बना हुआ है। लास्ट टाइम उसने उसी लेवल पे सपोर्ट लिया था, वहां पर भी एक एफईजी बना हुआ है एक्चुअली. दैट इज आल्सो एफईजी एरिया, जहाँ से पुल बैक आ रहा है अभी. यूएस मार्केट ओपन, ऑलरेडी यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया है. ये डायरेक्टली ना जाए तो बेटर है. मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा चैनल बना दे इस तरह से लिक्विडिटी वॉइड कंप्लीट करने के लिए, लाइक दिस, और फिर आए ऐसे. हो गया यूएस मार्केट ओपन. एक बार यूएस मार्केट को भी देख लें. रह गया सिल्वर थोड़ा सा. अरे वो सिल्वर छोड़ो, वो ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट पे रुक गया. सिल्वर को देखोगे ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट पे रुक गया वो. क्लोजिंग उसके ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट के ऊपर ही आ गई है. गोल्ड की नहीं आई तो गोल्ड में स्टिल एक्सपेक्ट रहेगा या तो थोड़ा पुल बैक आए या फिर गिरे. गोल्ड में जो सपोर्ट था प्रीवियस 265253 वाला, उसके नीचे क्लोज आई है और एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे भी नहीं आया. गैप फिल किया नहीं, थोड़ा सा रह गया गैप फिल करने से. आएगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, आना तो चाहिए. देखो आ जाए तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं आता है तो पुल बैक में ऊपर के जो सारे के सारे सपोर्ट ब्रेक हुए हैं वो रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करना शुरू कर देंगे. ले सकते हो उसमें अगर ट्राई करना चाह रहे हो पुल बैक के लिए, क्योंकि अच्छा सपोर्ट है वो नीचे जो आपका गैप पेंडिंग है छोटा सा. या श्योर. से रेजिस्टेंस तक गया, फिर इसको सपोर्ट क्यों नहीं, क्योंकि सपोर्ट उससे पहले बना हुआ था एक्चुअली. सपोर्ट यहाँ पर बना हुआ था ये, फिर मार्केट ने वहाँ पर एक एफईजी बनाया, उसी एफईजी पे मार्केट होल्ड कर गया एक्चुअली और रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक गया है. यस, अगर लास्ट कैंडल को रेड कलर की कैंडल में कंसीडर करूँ अगर इन केस, तो फंस गया ये भी इस छोटी सी रेंज के अंदर. यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है, वेट करना चाहो तो कैंडल क्लोजिंग का वेट कर सकते हो नेचुरल गैस में. बाकी जो लोग बाइंग में हैं वो अपना रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का ट्रेलिंग एसएलई लगा के रखना. अगर कोई थोड़ा सा सेल करना चाहता है तो नेचुरल गैस मत सेल करना, नेचुरल गैस मिनी सेल कर सकते हो, थोड़ा सा रिस्क उठा सकते हो तो. नहीं तो थोड़ा सा वेट कर लो. डोंट सेल द नेचुरल गैस. ओके, रिस्क लेना है तो ओनली नेचुरल गैस मिनी इस पर्टिकुलर जोन में, अदरवाइज वेट. रेंज कहीं निकले फिर देखते. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. आगे अब गोल्ड और सिल्वर दोनों ही आ गए। गोल्ड ने अपना सपोर्ट हिट कर दिया है और सिल्वर ने भी अपना वो जो सपोर्ट था वो हिट कर दिया है। ठीक है, बोथ आर टेस्टेड देयर सपोर्ट एरिया। गोल्ड और सिल्वर दोनों ने सपोर्ट से सपोर्ट लेके जा रहे हैं ऊपर। गोल्ड भी एग्जैक्टली आ गया था लेवल पे 2635 एंड सिल्वर आल्सो 30.27। लेट्स सी अब ऊपर जाता है। ऊपर देखो गया तो ये टारगेट इसका रीटेस्ट वाला ही रहेगा फिर 30.56 के अप्रॉक्स। वापस नीचे आया तो वापस ट्राई कर सकते हैं। वहां पर एक गैप भी था वो भी फिल हो गया है इसमें फॉरेक्स के चार्ट में सिल्वर में। ठीक है, ऊपर जो रीटेस्ट है अब जो सपोर्ट था ब्रेक हो गया है, यही अब एज अ रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेगा। और बाकी जो ऊपर वाला रीटेस्ट जोन था ये एक नया रेजिस्टेंस बन गया, अब याद रखना। अब ये रीटेस्ट नहीं, खुद में अपना एक अपने आप में एक रेजिस्टेंस है। रीटेस्ट तो कर ही दिया इसने। और करेक्शन मिले तो कर लो सिल्वर में। फिर से आएगा नीचे वैसे वो एक बार, फिर से आता है तो फिर से कर सकते हो। थोड़ा एक डीप करेक्शन लेके जाए ना ऊपर, मजा आ जाएगा। बाकी ऊपर मेजर रेजिस्टेंस बन गया अब 30.78 to 85। गैप हो गया वैसे फिल उसका 30.2625 के अप्रॉक्स 15 मिनट में। वापस नीचे आएगा तो और ले सकते हैं। कोई कैंडल क्लोज करेगी 30.24 के नीचे तभी निकलना, क्योंकि उसके नीचे फिर सपोर्ट काफ़ी दूर है। एक सेकेंड, ये 29.76 काफ़ी दूर है इसके बाद। ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल ही लग रही थी मुझे, नहीं ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल ही है ये। ओके, नेचुरल गैस में नहीं किसी ने अगर सेल किया, अगर ऐसे जाएगा तो निकल भी जाना। इवन तो ऊपर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, बट फिर देखेंगे वापस वहाँ पे। तो अगर एक कैंडल दिखा रहा है ग्रीन, इट मींस ये ग्रीन ही है। इवन दो ओपन इक्वल टू क्लोज सेम ही है प्राइस, बट ये स्टिल इट इज अ ग्रीन कलर कैंडल, नॉट अ रेड कलर कैंडल। आएगा क्या? फिर से आएगा जरूर। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो इसको ऐसे जाना चाहिए। अगर ऊपर जाता है, ये ऊपर है रेजिस्टेंस, एक रिटेस्ट को ट्रेड करने के लिए एक फ्लैग बनाना चाहिए यहाँ पर एक, अगर ऊपर जाना है इसको। बाइंग में हो तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो, रिस्क लिया था किसी ने अगर तो। वापस नीचे आएगा फिर ऊपर जाएगा, फिर रिस्क बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, उसमें कुछ बचेगा नहीं प्रीमियम ऑप्शन वालों का। तो बुक कर सकते हैं, लगभग 50-60 पॉइंट मूव कर चुका है प्राइस ऑलरेडी। ऊपर यहाँ अगर रिजेक्शन लेगा तो यहाँ एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे, रीटेस्ट अगर करता है प्राइस इस जोन के आसपास। ओके, कैंडल क्लोज, नेचुरल गैस। लेट्स सी नेचुरल गैस में क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं अब। तो निकाल देगा लगता है मुझे। और मिनी से निकल जाना, ठीक है? किसी ने सेल किया था नेचुरल गैस मिनी। यहाँ पर एक एफजी बना देगा ये। ठीक है, ऐसा लग रहा है एक बाइंग साइड पे एफजी बनाने की प्लानिंग कर सकता है प्राइस यहाँ पर। एक छोटा सा एफजी बनाए, रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक जाए तो यहाँ थोड़ा बहुत सेल, फिर उस एफजी से वापस रिटर्न करके कुछ इस तरह से जो पहले प्लान कर रहे थे करेगा मार्केट। लेट्स सी, देखते हैं एफजी बनता है तो। क्लोज हुआ है ना ये? ओके, इससे एक चीज़ और पता चल गई, कैंडल अगर ग्रीन दिख रही है तो वो ग्रीन ही है, चाहे उसका ओपन इक्वल टू क्लोज सेम ही क्यों ना हो, उसको ग्रीन ही मानना। रेड दिखे तो फिर उसको रेड ही मानेंगे अगर वो ओपन इक्वल टू क्लोज है। लिख लेते हैं इसको। कभी कभी कुछ ऐसे इंसिडेंट हो जाते हैं जो कभी हुए ना हो, तो उनसे सीखने के लिए बहुत मिल जाता है। फर्स्ट टाइम ही हुआ था ऐसा, मैंने कभी देखा नहीं कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू क्लोज हो और वो ग्रीन कलर की बनी हो, तो क्या उसको ग्रीन ही मानेंगे या रेड मानेंगे? क्योंकि ना तो वो ग्रीन है ना रेड है। बट अगर चार्ट में दिख रहा है ग्रीन है तो ग्रीन, रेड है तो फिर इसको रेड ही मानना। ठीक है, बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर ने अच्छा मोमेंटम किया है। देखते हैं रीटेस्ट लेवल तक आता है रिटर्न तो। दो लॉट और बाई कर लिए सिल्वर माइक्रो में। ओके ग्रेट, ठीक ठाक चला गया ऊपर की ओर दोनों ही। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली रीटेस्ट तक जाने चाहिए। बीच में जितने सपोर्ट ब्रेक हुए हैं सारे रीटेस्ट ही हैं, रीटेस्ट जोन ही है सारे के सारे। देखना इम्पोर्टेंट होगा कि ये डायरेक्टली जाते हैं या फ्लैग बनाते हैं यहाँ पर इस तरह से, क्योंकि सेलिंग डायरेक्टली आई है तो लिक्विडिटी वॉइड पेंडिंग है मार्केट का। प्राइस नॉर्मली इसी तरह से मूव करता है उस केस में, जैसे आज निफ्टी ने किया था 5 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, वो एक सपोर्ट एरिया पे काफ़ी देर तक, रेजिस्टेंस पे काफ़ी देर तक होल्ड किया था, फिर सडनली सेलिंग आई। मार्केट जब रिकवर किया तो एक चैनल में रिकवर किया था उसने। दिसंबर मंथ नहीं, नेचुरल गैस में अभी और कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड नहीं है। बाइंग में हो तो ट्रेल करते रहो, ट्रेलिंग एसएल अभी भी हिट हुआ नहीं बायर्स का। सेलिंग में थे, मिनी सेल किया था तो निकल जाना, उसका एसएल जा चुका है। बाकी देखते हैं अगर यहाँ पर एक एफईजी बन जाता है इन केस, और जो कि मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली बन ही जाएगा शायद, तो फिर थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से रिजेक्शन मिल सकता है, तो एक छोटा बहुत सेलिंग प्लान करेंगे, वो रुकेगा एफईजी पर एंड देन प्राइस कुछ इस तरह से जाना चाहिए लाइक दिस। अगर वो एफईजी होल्ड किया, अगर वही एफईजी ब्रेक हो गया तो वापस डाउन, क्योंकि मोमेंटम थोड़ा सा जो सेल साइड पे था अब उतना सेलिंग साइड का प्रेशर है नहीं। फ्लैग वेट हो रहा है ना, ओके। This here guys, Resit computing 66% मूव है, 66% इंट्राडे। What the hell, 66%। पैनी स्टॉक ही है, पैनी स्टॉक्स यूएस का। $1 से सीधा $3 चला गया। अपने ऑल टाइम लो के आसपास ही ट्रेड कर रहा था ये, वाओ। $0.8 से डायरेक्टली $3, 300% रिटर्न इन 2 months। था तो ये सपोर्ट पर ही एक्चुअली पूरा प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया होगा इस। मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है एक फ्लैग बनना चाहिए यहाँ पर लॉजिकली, तो इस तरीके से और जाना चाहिए प्राइस को ऊपर। लेट्स होप ऐसा फ्लैग बनता है तो प्राइस का। नेचुरल गैस 4 मिनट इज लेफ्ट, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एफईजी बन जाएगा। अगर एफईजी क्रिएट हो जाता है तो थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पे ही मानना, मार्केट जाएगा तो ऊपर ही उस केस में वेरी हाई चांसेस। रेजिस्टेंस भी 2 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, बट ये वापस आएगा, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग कर सकते हैं उस केस में टिल एफईजी। और अगर फिर एफईजी से सपोर्ट लेता है तो फिर वापस इस तरह से जाना चाहिए एंड ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है इसका ब्रेकआउट होना चाहिए। तो उस एफईजी से भी उस केस में बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे एंड देन वेट करेंगे कि ये रेजिस्टेंस भी ब्रेक हो जाए। तो एक थोड़ा सा पुल बैक जरूर एक्सपेक्ट रहेगा। 3 मिनट है, लेट्स सी कितना बड़ा एफईजी बनता है।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. A holiday shortened trading week is now officially underway on Wall Street, with investors feeling thankful, I think you could say. That's the sound of the opening bell this morning from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. At the open, the S&P 500 is higher by 0.6%, now trading just above the 6,000 level once again. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.7% at about 44,600, and the Nasdaq Composite is higher by about 0.75%. The 10-year Treasury yield is down 11 basis points to 4.28%. Positive market reaction to President-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the Treasury Department. Investors are hopeful Key Square Group founder Scott Bessent will take some of the sting out of the incoming administration's more aggressive policies on tax and the economy. Bloomberg's Bill Ferries has more.
I think there was some concerns as this process dragged out over the last 2 weeks that there might be a wild card thrown into the mix. In the end, Trump came back to, I think, what was his first instinct, the guy who's been helping him with his economic agenda all along during this campaign.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries, and that guy, Scott Bessent of Key Square Group, tells the Wall Street Journal enacting President-elect Trump's tax cuts will be his top priority. Pangea Policy founder Terry Haynes says Howard Lutnick will still have a voice at the Commerce Department. He's been more aggressive when it comes to tariffs.
The question is going to be, who's going to be the most effective, who's going to help sell the policy, and frankly, who's going to be the lead horse whisperer here for the president.
Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. We're keeping an eye on Macy's shares at the open. They are down about 3% after the department store chain announced an investigation into one of its employees. Bloomberg's Emily Cohn has more on what we know.
We know one employee is responsible for allegedly hiding or more.
ओके कैंडल क्लोज देखो यहाँ पर एफईजी बन गया गाइस नेचुरल गैस में, तो वो थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पर ही है प्राइस। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली ये रेजिस्टेंस को ब्रेक करने की कोशिश करेंगे ये लोग। प्लान क्या कर सकते हैं, देखो यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा पुल बैक आ सकता है, ज़्यादा बड़ा पुल बैक नहीं एक्सपेक्ट है, थोड़ा बहुत ही आएगा पुल बैक आएगा तो उस पुल बैक के लिए प्लान कर सकते हो एक। बाकी एफईजी से सपोर्ट लेगा तो यहाँ से वापस बाइंग, एंड फिर ये रेजिस्टेंस के ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस रहेंगे। यहाँ पर प्राइस एक्शन देखोगे तो कुछ इस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन दिखेगा आपको उस समय, वो लाइक दिस। तो यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है नेचुरल गैस का। थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग का प्लान करना, ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। वापस ये एफईजी पे सपोर्ट लेना चाहिए, बाइंग साइड का एफईजी है, एंड प्राइस यहाँ से अगर सपोर्ट लेता है तो फिर यहाँ से बाइंग प्लान करना, थोड़ा टारगेट बड़ा रखना उस केस में। मैं ये तो नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि डायरेक्टली मार्केट ब्रेकआउट कर देगा, बट अगर ब्रेकआउट करता है तो फिर चांसेस अच्छे रहेंगे, क्योंकि अगर मिस कर दिया यहाँ पर तो फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे बाइंग का दूसरा ऑप्शन मिलेगा, तब तक थोड़ा सा प्राइस ऑलरेडी अपसाइड निकल चुका होगा। तो थोड़ा सा पुल बैक के लिए यहाँ से सेलिंग प्लान, बाकी फिर यहाँ से सपोर्ट लेता है तो वापस बाइंग प्लान। ठीक है, ये दो थोड़े से ट्रेड प्लान है नेचुरल गैस। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल बाइंग वाले आई होप निकल गए होंगे। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ क्रूड ऑयल में कि ये फ्लैग क्रिएट करे अब कुछ इस तरीके से, और फिर स्लोली स्टडी जाए अपने रीटेस्ट लेवल तक। लेट्स सी, एक बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, एक बार सपोर्ट ले लिया है, फिर से एक बार अगर सपोर्ट ले ये तो फ्लैग बन जाएगा। अभी फ्लैग बना नहीं है, याद रखना, फ्लैग के लिए एटलीस्ट 2 सपोर्ट 2 रेजिस्टेंस जरूरी होते हैं। तब वो एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पर बनाएगा फ्लैग ये कह नहीं सकते, बट या एक इस तरह का छोटा सा फ्लैग आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग नाउ। तो फ्लैग में करना के लिए जी, फ्लैग में करना ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस, यहाँ से अगर ये थोड़ा सपोर्ट ले ले और फिर रेजिस्टेंस ले ले तो फ्लैग कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। आ गया नीचे ऑलरेडी। Cabinet to convene on Tuesday to discuss ceasefire with Lebanon, Israeli Channel 12। 60 लाइक हो चुके हैं गाइस, लाइक भी करते रहो। गैस में ध्यान रखना, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा।
More than $100 million in expenses. The company was due to announce its earnings tomorrow. They delayed that. They gave us a preliminary look.
Bloomberg's Emily Cohn reports the final look on Macy's earnings will have to wait until December 11th at the latest, but Macy's says there is no indication at this point that accounting errors had a major impact on its books. We're keeping an eye on coffee prices at the open. They've climbed to their highest level since 1997 for the high-end Arabica variety. Coffee prices have soared this year due to major supply disruptions in key producers from Brazil to Vietnam. And checking the price right now, Arabica beans are higher by 2.5% at the open. Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Michael Herzog, says a ceasefire with Hezbollah could come within days. That's after the latest round of shuttle diplomacy from top U.S. envoy Amos Hochstein. Bloomberg Middle East anchor Jumana Bersetchi is monitoring from Dubai.
It would involve a 60-day suspension of hostilities, during
in which Hezbollah would have to retreat away from the border about 30 kilometers north of the border, north of the Litani River. The Lebanese army would then step in to oversee the proceedings in that part of the country alongside a UN peacekeeping force.
Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetchi says it's not clear if Hezbollah would accept the offer. Israel's military says about 30 Hezbollah projectiles crossed into the country today, on top of more than 250 just yesterday. Back in this country, service workers at a key airport hub are on strike right at the start of Thanksgiving travel week. Priscilla Hoyle is a cabin cleaner at Charlotte Douglas International in North Carolina.
It's hard having kids and have to look them in their eyes and sit there and say, Mommy works a full-time job, but I don't know if we're going to be able to keep a roof over our heads.
Priscilla Hoyle is one of hundreds of members of the Service Employees International Union who are walking off the job today in Charlotte. The union says most of them make $12.50 to $19 an hour. That is well below the minimum wage. Back to some stocks we're watching at the open. MicroStrategy is down 2.4%. The software firm bought a record $5.4 billion in Bitcoin, its third purchase this month. Bitcoin is rebounding on the Besant pick at Treasury, but at the open, it's little changed at about $97,000. Bath & Body Works shares are soaring by 20%. The mall chain reported an earnings beat and guidance raise, even with challenges for retail. And Berkshire Hathaway shares are up about 0.8% at the open. The conglomerate's donating roughly $1.1 billion in shares to 4 family foundations as part of Warren Buffett's giving pledge. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
You can listen to Money Stuff, the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Of money in the best stocks in the world, in the market. Of course you are. But at the margin, putting incremental dollars to work in somewhere very different, I think is pretty attractive right now.
Well, I'm curious to dig into how you treat valuations because, I mean, one of the mantras that's out there is that valuations are sort of a terrible tool to invest around. And you talk about these huge dislocations that we're seeing across the world, unprecedented in certain places. Does there need to be a catalyst? I mean, when do valuations really start to matter?
So you always start with the fundamentals. You can never get past that. And just buying things because they've gone down or the valuations look low, that's not good. That's not smart investing. But if you can find in the parts of the market that have been overlooked, stocks where there's upside in terms of forecasting, where there's room for positive surprises, and the starting point's really low, then that can really help you. In the short term, valuation's a terrible timing tool. In the long run, it really tends to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, did you see Torsten Slok's note about how expensive U.S. stocks are over the weekend? He sent out it, like looking at the last 10 years and taking the earnings average of the last decade. But of course, stocks are a discounting mechanism, and you want to be looking forward, don't you?
Exactly. You've got to be looking forward, which is why I think the broadening makes a lot of sense. Looking forward into next year, you know, those exceptional stocks are perhaps just a little less exceptional than they've been.
Well, when we look into next year, we have to talk about what's going to happen at the end of January. Of course, Trump taking over office again. There's a lot of question marks around tariffs. We were just having this conversation with Lori Calvasina that you think about some of these retailers that we talk about and talk to all the time. It's a big headwind. And when you approach markets, when you approach your models and your forecasts, how do you take into account such an unknown?
Forecasting politics, we think, is not a great way to try and make money in the stock market. It's not just that the events themselves are quite unpredictable. Even when you know how an election's gone, figuring out how it's going to play out in terms of future returns, it's a very difficult thing to do. So, for example, in late 2016, there was a lot of talk around how big tech had got too powerful, how there'd be a tremendous amount of support for the energy sector. In the following 4 years, tech stocks returned almost 200%. The energy sector was down 40%. It was the worst place to be in the market. During the current administration, there's been a lot of support for new energy, it's been the absolute worst place to be in the stock market. Those stocks are down 50%, even as the S&P is hitting new highs every day. So, of course, politics matters, but you've got to look beyond that and you've got to stay focused on the fundamentals, and that's really what we try to do.
All right, well, I think that's a good place to leave it. Paul, it's great to see you. Have a great Thanksgiving when you get there. That, of course, is Paul Quincy of JP Morgan Asset Management. A really interesting look at the stock market, talking about valuations. We talk about valuations all the time. To hear the investor perspective of how you actually take that into account and make decisions with it.
Well, I think like everything else, it really depends on the metric that you use, right? You can look at valuations, and depending on the time period that you choose or the method, you can make a lot of things look good or bad. I think it's a great point that Paul made about politics. I mean, we spend so...
pullback level पे sir, that is a pullback level in crude oil. छोटा सा pullback level expected था 5874 से, थोड़ा बहुत pullback आ गया, suddenly market गिरा था. Now expecting कि ये थोड़ा सा इसी range में बना रहे. मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो अभी साइडवे चला जाना चाहिए मोस्ट प्रोबेबली क्रूड ऑयल इसी रेंज को फॉलो करता हुआ लाइक दिस. बाकी नेचुरल गैस मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा सा ट्रेंडिंग इन द सेंस ऑफ मोमेंटम थोड़ा कर सकता है एज कंपेयर टू क्रूड ऑयल. कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती है तो नेचुरल गैस इज लुकिंग गुड राइट नाउ एज कंपेयर टू क्रूड नाउ. थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पे लग रहा है मुझे मार्केट. थोड़ा एक पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड है, यहाँ से पुल बैक आता है तो इस सपोर्ट से एफई से वापस बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं, और फिर यहाँ ब्रेकआउट अगर हो गया तो फिर ये वापस 305 के आसपास जाएगा. थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पर ही है जब तक प्राइस अभी 293 के ऊपर है, इस एफईजी के ऊपर है, तब तक थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पर. बट यहाँ थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक जरूर एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं टिल एफईजी, सो दैट मार्केट वापस सपोर्ट ले और ऊपर जाए. तो यहाँ से एफईजी से सॉरी रेजिस्टेंस से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक सेलिंग के लिए प्लान कर सकते हो. देन एफईजी से सपोर्ट अगर लेता है तो फिर थोड़ा बाइंग का प्लान करना. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि डायरेक्टली चला जाएगा, बट अगर यहाँ से ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर वो मोमेंटम अच्छा दे देगा. वहाँ पर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे भी एक फिर नया ट्रेड और प्लान होगा. तो 3 ट्रेड वहाँ पर एक तरह से आप कह सकते हो मिल सकते हैं. लाइक करते रहो गाइस. 60 लाइक्स आर डन. 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक करो.
So much time talking about what's going to happen with tariffs, what's going to happen with regulations, what's going to happen with taxes. But the truth is, no one knows. I mean, maybe we know a direction at best, but we have no idea about the details.
Yeah, a sobering, humbling thought. Maybe we should talk about stocks and what they're doing.
Let's do that. We did hit a new intraday high. The S&P 500 climbing up at one point to over 6,020. Right now, looking at 6,004. Let's get over to Abigail Doolittle to tell us what stocks are moving right now. Abigail?
Well, one stock that's certainly participating in the rally, Robinhood Markets. And this has Morgan Stanley upgrade shares to an overweight from an equal weight. The analysts there saying that this company, this trading platform, is really going to benefit from the Trump administration, into the Trump administration, and through it on animal spirits. However, to the downside, let's take a look at MicroStrategy, the stock that had been up more than 600% on the year. Over the last 3 days, you can see a bit of a decline here, down 16%. This, of course, as Andrew Left of Hindenburg revealed a short position. It's not that he's bearish on Bitcoin. He actually is long Bitcoin, but his pair trades, his hedge to that is MicroStrategy and that big rally, valuation wild, and everybody forgetting they're actually a software company. And then finally, let's round it out with Supermicro Computer on the day, up a very impressive 15.2% after last week, bringing on a new auditor, BDO, in addition, making a plan with NASDAQ to try to stay listed. Over the last 6 days, Katie, this stock up more than 100%, a massive relief rally. Big bearish short interest there of nearly 20%, so probably a lot of it is a short squeeze.
Yeah, we'll have to see, of course, how long that lasts. There's a lot of issues, question marks over at Supermicro, but at least for the day, like you said, up mightily. Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. Now coming up, it's the story of the morning. That is Macy's delaying its earnings report due to a single employee. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
Stay with this development story and bring in our guest.
But again, those are easy to deny. Prime Minister Modi. I mean, this is not a relationship that either man speaks about publicly, but it's an open secret. We know that there is a partnership and that the Adani Group's portfolio in recent years has really tracked with the policy priorities of Narendra Modi, and that started with infrastructure some time ago, and more recently it's evolved into a lot of focus on green energy. So how India's government responds to these allegations, or if it responds at all, I think that'll be a really notable thing to watch in the coming hours and days.
Now, Malia, we talk about how the Adani Group's fundraising plans, international ambitions will be impacted. Will it impact India Inc.'s expansion overseas? Will it impact India Inc. in any way?
My gut feel is that the India Inc. will still be spared from the fallout of this, because to tell you the truth, it seems to be specific to one group that is heavily involved in infrastructure. Most Indian groups have some involvement in infrastructure, but that's not their entire story. So my hope also is that it's not a big deal. But having said that, the Indian stock market has been on a complete tear over the last few years, and this may give foreign investors who had already pulled out some money over the last 3 months a little bit more pause about investing in India, worried about the corporate governance and the foreign practices of Indian companies, you see. So it's not helpful to Indian business, because it casts a pall of shadow across the entire Indian business and how business is done in India, especially when such a high-profile name. I would say that Adani is about as high-profile a name as you can get in India. And the body blow over here, I would say that to the previous speaker, is not only the obstruction of justice charge is actually quite serious, because, you know, they are claiming or alleging that when they tried to investigate the Adani Group for this bribery, they deleted messages that could have been useful for the investigator. And generally, you know, often it's not what you did that gets you in trouble, it's how you try to cover it up that gets you into more trouble. So I think this is going to be a pretty serious thing. India Inc., even Modi, I think you will find publicly will at least start distancing himself from Adani, because this is so big that I think that they have no choice but to distance themselves from it.
Interesting that you say this is so big, this is as big as it gets, yet the Indian media has been pretty silent about it. How are you reading into that?
You know, this story only broke, let's say, 5-6 hours ago, right? So the Indian media, you're right, up to now, Indian media is very good at protecting their own people, especially the billionaires, because the billionaires generally own partially Indian media, and also they have a lot of control over the media. Having said that, that if this story continues to show legs, the Indian media will have no choice but to start putting it on their site. So it may be until now NDTV has not put it on their website, but at some stage they can't not cover it, right? They will cover it. It's not something they're happy to cover, but they will have no choice to cover it. You know, at some stage, also you have to understand today there is two kinds of media. There's the traditional media that will be more, you know, hesitant to cover it, but already Twitter is full of Adani. You look, #1 trending topic in India today on Twitter is Adani.
Michael, you talked about how, you know, it's not in Trump's interest to do anything about this, to sway the conversation or the case for that matter. But when it comes to Trump's cabinet picks, we had a response from Jaishankar, the foreign minister of India, saying that, you know what, at this stage, a lot of countries are pretty nervous, but not us. You know, because I mean, he's suggesting that relations between the two are very close. How are you looking at that?
Well, I would agree with that. I mean, the picks that President-elect Trump have made to this point, those that focus on foreign affairs and defense and security, you know, they're known for being particularly strong proponents of partnership with India. I mean, there's a lot of that in Washington. There's bipartisan support for partnership with India, whether commercial or strategic. But these folks, whether you're talking about Mike Waltz or Marco Rubio or Tulsi Gabbard, they are known for being especially large proponents of partnership with India. And I think that, you know, that will make it more easy to believe that whatever tensions might creep into the relationship, and I think there will be some tensions that creep into the relationship because of Trump's tariff policies, those tensions will be weathered very successfully, just because you're going to have people in this administration that want to make sure that the partnership with India works and succeeds at all costs.
Do you see Prime Minister Modi detaching himself from this case, from Gautam Adani himself, so that he can preserve that relationship with the U.S., you think?
Yeah, I would agree with what Dr. Kumar said. I think that it'll be very difficult for Modi not to distance himself from from Adani, and that could mean simply him not saying anything to defend Adani. But we'll see what that actually could entail. But Modi wants the relationship with the United States to work. He knows that he has an important, strong chemistry with Trump. Of course, Adani himself is very critical to Modi, not just because of their friendship, but because of his role in the Indian economy. He's so dominant, as we noted before: energy, infrastructure, media, so much. So I think that it'll be tough for Modi to completely move away from Adani. But I think what he could do to split the difference, so to speak, is simply not be out there publicly defending him. I think that's something that would certainly serve Modi's interests. But both Trump and both Trump and Adani are important men, important figures when it comes to Modi and his policy priorities.
And the processes are there, right? I mean, there is an extradition treaty, so in effect, the U.S. can take action against Adani.
Right, and that, again, we'll have to see what the Trump administration does. I think it's highly unlikely that would happen. I just don't see the Trump administration going there. But again, there's a lot that we don't know. But we've seen the indictment that's been unsealed, but we don't know. We have to see how the legal process plays out and see if things get to a point where there would start to be talk about the possibility of extradition. But I simply don't think that we would get to that point.
And the Foreign Corruption Act is really strong, right?
The Foreign Corruption Act is really strong. It had all the multinationals clean up their act after it was passed, and the reach of that is very strong. You have to remember, Trump controls America, of course, because he's the president. But in America, the system still has some legs beyond just the order of the president as to what to do. And especially the $10 billion investment that Adani was going to make in the US, I think we can put a blanket on that and say that's been put to rest. It's not going to happen. Because, to get investors in America to invest as it is, Adani's shareholding was very restrictive. It was mostly his own companies that were investing in it.
Guys, एक न्यूज़ और आई थी which is negative for crude oil. इजराइल की मिलिट्री की ओर से भी कंफर्म कर दिया गया है कि जो लेबनान के साथ सीज फायर डील थी वो यस कंफर्म ही है. कल उनकी आई थिंक पार्लियामेंट में कैबिनेट में उसको अप्रूवल के लिए भेजा जाएगा. तो नेगेटिव न्यूज़ फॉर क्रूड ऑयल कह सकते हैं. जो थोड़ी देर पहले हम न्यूज आई थी रिगार्डिंग द सीज फायर बिटवीन लेबनान एंड इजराइल, वो कंफर्म हो गया बिल्कुल. कल शायद उस पे इजराइल में भी साइन हो जाएगा. तो नॉट अ पॉजिटिव, नेगेटिव ही न्यूज़ कहेंगे. थोड़ी देर पहले जो मोमेंटम हुआ था उसी का इम्पैक्ट है. इसलिए जो अभी करंट कैंडल देख रहे हो वो भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है. देखना होगा क्या और फॉल करता है या फिर यहाँ पर कोई फ्लैग बनाता है. अभी तक फ्लैग बना नहीं है. ध्यान रखना, मार्केट ने अभी तक दो जगह पे सपोर्ट और दो जगह पे रेजिस्टेंस लिया नहीं है. एक जगह सपोर्ट ले चुका है, एक जगह रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है. एक जगह और सपोर्ट और एक जगह और रेजिस्टेंस ले तो ये फ्लैग कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. बाकी नेचुरल गैस में लोगों ने सेल किया. याद रखना मार्केट बेरिश नहीं है, थोड़ा पुल बैक ही एक्सपेक्टेड है. बस प्राइस को यहाँ से ऊपर ही जाना चाहिए. अगर ये ब्रेकआउट होता है तो फिर और ऊपर जाएगा लाइक दिस. तो ओवरऑल मोमेंटम पॉजिटिव ही है नेचुरल गैस का. रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक जरूर एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते थे, वो आ गया है. यहाँ से वापस इस तरह से जाना चाहिए प्राइस को. ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो और ऊपर जाएगा अबव 298.5. जब तक प्राइस अब वापस 293 के नीचे, इस एफवीजी के नीचे ट्रेड करना स्टार्ट नहीं करता, ये बुलिश ही है प्राइस. यहाँ पर थोड़ी फाइट हो सकती है, आप कह सकते हो. जितने सेलर बचे होंगे वो थोड़ा ट्राई करेंगे प्रोटेक्ट करने का लेवल को. बाकी बायर्स यहाँ पर वापस एंटर जरूर करेंगे सो दैट ब्रेकआउट हो जाए. बाकी सिल्वर और गोल्ड वहीं सपोर्ट पर ही रुके हुए हैं. स्टिल कुछ खास मोमेंटम है हो नहीं रहा है. होल्डिंग द सपोर्ट.
and some institutions. The retail Indian investor was not very heavily invested in the Adani group. So I think that his ambitions overseas and his ambitions in America are definitely going to take a spanner in the works. There's no doubt about that, And Trump can only do so much because the business community moves based on his self-interest, not based on what the politicians tell them to do, right? So, yeah, for Trump, it may not be a big deal that somebody paid a bribe and got away with it. But for the U.S. investors, especially the heavy institutional investors, for them, corporate governance, bribery, all of these things are strict no-nos in doing any investments.
Namalia, is there a right response? How should Gautam Adani respond to this?
I think the best response at the current moment would be to just keep quiet, because I don't think he can make a response which is going to have any credibility at this stage. What can he say except that it's a legal case under legal review? I can't comment on ongoing legal proceedings. Beyond that, what can you say? You can't say anything else, you see. So I think at this stage, that's all he can say. I deny the allegations. It's under legal process, so I'm not at liberty to speak anymore.
How do you see this playing out? What are the next steps we should be looking out for?
I think we should look out next steps to see what does the Justice government do after Trump takes over. Because right now, everything is under slight of a hold until, the change in administration takes place. And after the change in administration, because Trump is appointing very unique people, shall we say, to each of these Justice Department and these enforcement, SEC enforcement and all, whether they will continue to, pursue these cases or not is completely unknown. We don't know enough about the Trump administration to know whether they will continue.
Michael, what's your sense? Will this drag on for some time? How long might this play out for?
Well, given how serious these allegations are, this is something that will continue to play out for some time. Can't put a timestamp on it, but I think that there's a process that is going to play out. And, I think, as was noted before, it would probably make sense for Adani himself not to say much, because there could be more coming. There could be more that gets into the public domain, so to speak, which could make things even worse for Adani, who's already suffered a significant reputational blow. But, what I would say here is, coming back to the company that was the target of these allegations, Adani Green, which is basically the renewable energy company of the Adani Group. It's a dominant player in what is a fast-growing renewable energy space in India, just because Modi has prioritized accelerating India's energy transition. So I think for all those investors that have been involved in renewable energy in India or want to be, I think they're going to be watching very carefully to see how Adani Green is impacted by this, because if it's impacted in a way that affects its business operations, there could be some pretty big openings there for clean energy investors. So I think that's a critical space to watch too. This very important, rapidly growing renewable energy sector in India. See how that's impacted by the fact that one of the giants of that sector, Adani Green, has been hit with these incredibly damaging allegations.
So, see, while Adani Group has excellent businesses, as has been mentioned by Michael, there's no doubt they have excellent. In fact, they took over ACC and Ambuja Cement recently. I was on the board of both those companies. So they have excellent businesses to run. But there is a Adani discount that will be placed on the stock of all their companies, because this does have an impact on corporate governance, does have an impact on how many investors, foreign investors, would invest in your company. So there will be an Adani discount, regardless of what happens, which this plus the Hindenburg report will put on all Adani stocks across all its group companies, despite the grand businesses they have, and very well run, by the way. Their businesses are very well run, they're very good businesses, they have very good assets in India, but there will be an Adani discount that will be put on all their companies in the stock market for sure.
We're seeing green on the screen in these markets, a very clear reaction.
Sanjay, let's start with you. How are the Adanis trying to calm investor nerves?
To be very honest, these credit reports are a routine publication by Adani Group since they had hit with a Hindenburg crisis. So that's a fact. And this is like 6 months credit compendium, where they're mentioning that they have enough cash to service all debt obligation at least for next 28 months. And they clearly said that their major revenue still deriving out of core infrastructure platform. At least 62% of the revenue is coming from there, and they are also they're claiming that they have $6.33 billion worth of cash to meet their obligations, which is rising out of imminent M&As or debt obligation or whatever liabilities they have. So they are trying to reassure the investors and other stakeholders that they have enough cash flows to service whatever debt which is coming across in their business for at least for 1 to 3 years. And they also said that they have a visibility of this kind of cash flow for next 1 decade.
So we have to wait and see how investors respond when markets are open. Sanjay, put this in perspective. What is the significance of this reported summons from the SEC for Gautam and Sagar Adani? What may happen next?
So, very interestingly, on Saturday, CFO of Adani Group, Jugshinder Singh, has put out a tweet saying that this issue is all pertaining to one particular contract of Adani Green Energy Limited, which constitutes only 10% of the total revenue, total exposure of that particular company. And this is nothing to do with the listed companies, but it is something to do with founders. Of course, founders are also very critical, very key things as far as the power-to-power port conglomerate. But what he is saying that he will seek now legal recourse, and he's also in touch with legal, U.S. officers to get a legal advice, and they will be seeking or resorting towards a legal issue now. Now this is going to be a long-drawn battle. It's not going to end soon. And more importantly, today Parliament session will start, and that is going to be get more political mileage too.
Sudhi, let's get you into this conversation. There's been a lot of speculation over whether or not this case can be, brought forward, whether there can be progress once Trump takes office. We've been hearing from our guest on this very subject. Take a listen.
For Trump, I would think that he's not going to be inclined to be hard on Adani in that, Adani, like Trump, is the businessman. He's praised Trump. He's pledged to invest in the United States in ways that can create jobs. Those are things that I think President-elect Trump would like to hear.
So, Sudhi, the key question really is, how do you expect Trump's relationship with Modi to play into this?
Well, I mean, it's a very interesting thing because, it's a wide open field. But as we have reported, very definitely these allegations against Adani, who's supposed to be and known to be very, very close to Prime Minister Modi, and this is one of the allegations that India's opposition has been making, it's going to put to test the India-US relationship. Will President Trump go out of his way to kind of, ease the tensions and the worries for Gautam Adani? We do not know that. Similarly, it's also a question, as Indian diplomats have been pointing out, that Trump is a very transactional man. So what kind of stuff does President Trump or will President Trump expect from India in return from, for even, say, putting the case in the slow rail or putting it.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे कोई फ्लैग नहीं बन रहा है, वो न्यूज़ का इम्पैक्ट अभी भी है कंटिन्यू. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लास्ट कैंडल थी, ये कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ही बनी है. रीज़न इज़ दैट वो जो न्यूज आई है सीज फायर के कंफर्मेशन की, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा क्रूड ऑयल कंटिन्यूसली गिर रहा है. तो स्टिल देयर इज़ नो फ्लैग, अभी भी कोई फ्लैग नहीं बना है. हमें एटलीस्ट 2 पॉइंट चाहिए, 2 सपोर्ट और 2 रेजिस्टेंस. एक रेजिस्टेंस एक सपोर्ट ही बना है. तो नो, still market is not creating the flag जो expect मैं कर रहा था. Let's see, नीचे एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है, अगर यहाँ से लेता है सपोर्ट से वापस बाइंग प्लान करना. फ्लैग अभी भी नहीं बन रहा है, बना ही नहीं है कह सकते हो. बन क्या नहीं रहा है, बना ही नहीं है फ्लैग. छोटा सा सपोर्ट है. Let's see if we take the support from here. बाकी ऊपर जाना तो चाहिए लॉजिकली. रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है मार्केट के पास एक स्टिल अभी भी। likes are done, 100 is the target, करते रहो guys like। सिल्वर और गोल्ड भी साइडवेज चले गए हैं सपोर्ट एरिया पे, बोथ आर साइडवेज नाउ।
In the back burner, we do not know, or whether at all he will do that. So these are all imponderables that, New Delhi currently is kind of weighing and trying to figure out.
Is there a sense of whether or not Prime Minister Modi has, sent out the feelers to see how Trump might respond?
Well, I mean, the analysts that we were speaking to when we were putting out our piece have a sense that it's already, it is the most likely thing that India would do is to reach out to President Trump. May not be diplomatically, may not be directly, because India, there are many other ways of reaching out to an incoming administration. But analysts who study India-US relationship very clearly feel that this has already been done. But then we do not have any clear, understanding, confirmation of that from the ground.
We have gotten confirmation of what Bloomberg had already reported. The president-elect Donald Trump is nominating Scott Bessent of Key Square Group to be the Secretary of the Treasury. Donald Trump, in a statement posted on True Social, describing him as someone who has long been a strong advocate of the America First agenda. Joe.
We actually spent some time with the 62-year-old Scott Bessent right here at this table in Washington, D.C., Kayleigh, not that long ago when it was still unclear who was going to win the election. And, of course, since then, we've heard any number of names bandied about. Scott Bessent has always been on the short list. We spent some time talking about his relationship with Donald Trump and what Donald Trump's relationship with the Federal Reserve will be. Let's listen.
He has a deep understanding of financial markets as opposed to most politicians. So he wants to be involved in the conversation. He has very well-formed opinions. He has a lot of private sector friends. So he just wants to be a voice.
Just part of our conversation that touched on a lot of themes, Kayleigh. One thing that Scott Bessent was able to do was to convince the markets, to convince the news media that this idea of combining tariffs and tax cuts could result in meaningful growth. This is an idea that has had many, from economists to market watchers here in Washington, suggest that it could bring great deficits to Washington, D.C., Scott Bessent has been very effective in arguing against that idea to the point where Donald Trump thought he was the messenger for this job.
Yeah, and it's going to remain to be seen to what extent it is Scott Bessent's voice in the role of Treasury Secretary, if he is indeed confirmed for it, that will be the most defining or authoritative on economic policy. Keeping in mind here that someone else who was in contention for this position, Howard Lutnick, has been named to be Secretary of Commerce with, according to the president-elect, jurisdiction over trade and tariffs specifically. So how these departments will be working together in order to make Donald Trump's campaign agenda an actual reality is something we'll be watching here, as well as those who will have yet to be named to top economic positions, including on the National Economic Council and the Council of Economic Advisors. In part, in the statement Donald Trump has just put out on Truth Social, he has described
well, बाइंग का ट्रेड तो हो गया ऑलरेडी. ये जो पुल बैक आना था आ चुका ऑलरेडी. उसका टारगेट भी हिट हो गया था. फिर से बाय करना है तो नीचे एक सपोर्ट है, यहाँ पे प्लान कर सकते हैं 5845 इस लेवल के आसपास. ये जो पर्पल येलो कलर का जो बॉक्स क्रिएट किया हुआ है, यहाँ पर एक थोड़ा सा बाइंग का प्लान वापस कर सकते हैं. इस पे मत करना, इस पे तो पुल बैक जो आना था आ गया. एक फ्लैग बनने की पॉसिबिलिटी थी, वो फ्लैग बना नहीं. नीचे वाले सपोर्ट से अब ट्राई कर सकते हैं ओवर हियर. बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी पुल बैक आता है छोटा सा वापस एफईजी के अराउंड, तो वापस बाइंग का ही प्लान करेंगे. गोल्ड सिल्वर बोथ आर साइडवेज नाउ. सपोर्ट पे रुके तो थे बट मोमेंटम ही नहीं आ रहा.
that Bessent's role will be about putting the U.S. fully in a position of the world's leading economy and the center of innovation in entrepreneurism. He goes on to say that America will have the greatest economic boom, and the great people of the United States of America essentially will be benefiting from Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary.
Will ensure that no Americans will be left behind in the next and greatest economic boom. Glowing comments, as you would expect from the president-elect here.
Put up a tweet the other day. The president-elect Donald Trump announced that he was setting up the Doge administration, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, to reduce and cut some of the bureaucracy, or to reduce the size of government, essentially. And you put up a tweet saying, congratulations on being chosen to lead this Department of Government Efficiency. Is there perhaps a leaf that the U.S. can take out of the UAE book when thinking about government efficiency?
So I don't know if this was a coincidence, but we've been working on government efficiency for the last 30 years. So in 1994, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum went on a spree to try to eradicate, at that time it was called excellence, but eradicate bad, let's say, operations within government. So His Highness did something that was so controversial in 1997, I think it was the first time he did it publicly, where he used to call all the government officials from all the different government departments and announce the worst government departments in terms of,
it's not a good call to get.
Yeah, and actually people were very scared to be called out, because once you're told that you're the worst, you know that your days are numbered, right? His Highness then went on another spree, which is giving every single government department a star rating. So if you go to the different government departments in the UAE, you see someone has 5 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, which looks at your quality of service, your resourcefulness, so how you use your resources, the quality of talent that you have. And then recently, last year, we actually announced, and this we did not know about Doge at the time, that we're going to do a full campaign that's called the Zero Government Bureaucracy Campaign. So to eradicate bureaucracy. The results have been incredible. So I think there's a lot of synergy. What Elon did with X was very impressive in terms of the efficiencies that he gained there, the improvements he made to the service. So I think, again, me trying to forecast based on the evidence that I have, I think the US government is going to go through a tsunami of change, hopefully positive. And there's a lot that we can share there if that's useful to them.
I dress down.
Okay.
Just a belt.
So I can't speak as much to Gladiator 2. I haven't seen Wicked yet, but I feel like I've seen it because this movie has been in production for so long. It's been talked about for so long. There's clips all over social media. I mean, you think about just the machine that went into Wicked.
That's right.
When's the last time we saw something like that?
It's tough to say. I mean, for Universal, they as you're saying, they have a lot of faith in this movie. They have a part 2 coming out next year. But the marketing, I mean, it's no surprise that this movie's coming out around the holiday season, right? So they're thinking about merchandise sales. They're thinking about their theme park and really driving up that revenue. They don't have to split the merchandise sales with the movie theater like they do.
I think there's like a Wicked product for everything at this point, which is just amazing. I watched Alexa.
NVIDIA has also benefited from being in this region, in China. We came over 25 years ago. NVIDIA design centers in Hong Kong, Pudong, Beijing, Shenzhen have many proud HKUST alums and longtime colleagues who have helped me build NVIDIA. They've also helped build China's technology ecosystem from the very beginning. We've had the benefit and the great joy and privilege of watching the amazing technology industry form in China.
Jensen Huang speaking at a university in Hong Kong where he received an honorary doctorate at the weekend. Let's bring in our tech reporter Annabelle Drewlers. Belle, so this was a big honor for Jensen Huang. What exactly did he talk about?
Yeah, big honor for Jensen Huang, but I think also a big honor for all of those students in attendance. What a way for you to finish your academic studies by hearing directly from the CEO of one of the world's most powerful, one of its most biggest companies as well. What are you thinking around the Chinese economy right now? Because I think if anything's come through in the earnings is that it's still looking pretty weak, the economy.
We've continued to see that exports are really the bright spot in the economy, maybe even brighter over the next couple of months as firms front load ahead of potential tariffs in 2025. But as policymakers look into 2025, they have to be thinking that they're going to need more support for the domestic economy. And we've, of course, seen some announcements on fiscal and monetary stimulus, but we think we'll need to see more heading into
मेरा जी नेचुरल गैस एनी ट्रेड हाँ नेचुरल गैस में यहाँ से एक छोटा सा पुल बैक का प्लान कर सकते हो व्यू नेगेटिव नहीं है मार्केट थोड़ा सा पुल बैक जरूर देगा एंड यहाँ से फिर एक बाइंग का प्लान करना ये अच्छा सपोर्ट है एफईजी से एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा कि वो इस रेजिस्टेंस को ब्रेक करके निकल जाए और ऊपर जाए तो एग्जैक्ट ट्रेड कहोगे तो वो बाइंग वाला ही रहेगा वैसे तो यहीं से एक बाइंग का प्लान है बट एक बाइंग के लिए पुल बैक आना जरूरी है तो एक पुल बैक देन बाइंग एंड फिर यहाँ पर एक ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट होगा तो यहाँ पर भी एक ट्रेड प्लान होगा डायरेक्टली बाई मत करना नीचे आने का वेट जरूर करना व्यू बुलिश ही है जब तक प्राइस 293 के ऊपर है
2025. Typically, authorities have waited until they're a little clearer on the shocks facing the economy to react. And you mentioned the renminbi earlier. What we found in the first trade war was that the renminbi moved most right after U.S. announcements of tariffs. So we think policymakers may want to keep the renminbi relatively stable for now, but potentially could weaken in the first half of next year if we do in fact see tariffs.
As far as, I mean, it's anyone's guess really what and when we'll get them, but realistically, when might we see the initial sort of shots fired as far as tariffs go? Is that an early next year, or is that still very late next year?
Our view could be, it could be quite early. It could be in the first quarter, even February or March. Of course, the inauguration is January 20th. Yep. The enabling statutes, as it were, that are already in place, and so it could be possible to pick up more or less where the Trump administration left off before.
In terms of, you said that they might allow the yuan to depreciate further, where are you seeing that actually heading? And does that risk then creating currency wars in Asia? India's already, for instance, signaled they'd be prepared to push back.
We see the yuan going to around 750 to the dollar, so not a huge move relative to the scale of tariffs that are being discussed. And in a way, this potential round of tariffs, if they really were 60% additional tariffs, as Trump has indicated they could be, we don't think the authorities would be comfortable, the Chinese authorities would be comfortable with the degree of depreciation that would be, consistent with the previous trade war. You'd be talking about the currency going well into the eights. We don't think that's something they desire. It could affect confidence. It could affect capital outflows. More likely that they try to respond more aggressively on the fiscal side in that scenario. And I'd also add, we don't think we'll see an average 60% tariff increase. Trump won in part because of concerns around inflation in the U.S. economy. Right. We think it's unlikely the U.S. administration would want to put such high tariffs on consumer good imports.
Well, speaking of consumer, just I guess one last question in China. Do you see a clear path between the current cocktail of measures that they've announced so far, and who knows what dry powder they still have, between now and a recovery in consumer confidence, or even the housing market? Can we make that connection right now, or is still are the gaps still missing there?
Still some gaps, we think.
Okay.
We're seeing efforts to bolster local government finances, which could be important, not just for saving some interest costs with cheaper debt, but also for allowing cash-strapped local governments to pay employees, pay suppliers, which could allow more money to flow through the economy. So we do think that's meaningful, but we haven't seen full details, for example, on extension or expansion of the goods trade-in program, other elements of a policy package that could support the goods sector of the economy if it comes under pressure next year.
It's not just, of course, tariffs on China. There's many countries. How do you see that playing out on the ASEAN growth story then?
Yeah.
Well, it's a really interesting tension between the potential for ASEAN and maybe India to benefit from trade relocation if China comes under more tariff pressure, as, for example, Vietnam did over the past few years, and the risk that they themselves face tariffs from the U.S. You could envision a kind of whack-a-mole approach where right now the U.S. administration is focused on the gap with China, the large trade deficit with China, but many other Asian economies have significant trade surpluses with the U.S. Vietnam is potentially next in line for the focus of the administration, and these smaller economies that are more dependent on exports would actually be even more vulnerable to tariffs. So I think navigating that balance between potentially benefiting from the redirection of trade, but also trying not to come under the radar with regard to tariffs from the U.S. is going to be a key feature, key theme for 2025.
Who knows if the Fed holds at the next meeting? Is a shallower cutting cycle for the Fed?
Prior to the election, you talked about how the U.S. economy is the envy of many countries, strong position to be in. Fundamentally, has anything changed since the election?
The U.S. is in a strong position. So there are several tailwinds in the United States. Energy independence, technology innovation, the availability of labor, demographics essentially working better than they do in some other parts of the world. There's some wealth effect from the performance of the stock market over the course of the year, and then some investment and attracting investment into the United States. Those things are all still true. And President Trump has said that he really wants to put the economy on an even better footing and drive the U.S. forward.
So U.S. exceptionalism will persist. The thing is, people talk about how Trump's policies may come back to bite the U.S. economy. If you impose tariffs on the rest of the world, the U.S. eventually will slow down too.
It's hard to predict the future, and so U.S. exceptionalism has been a theme, and there's every reason to think that that theme could well continue, and President Trump said that he wants to continue to be able to power the U.S. economy. Now, the whole process of trade is obviously a very controversial topic at the moment, but at the end of the day, what I think is reasonable is a good U.S. economy is a good thing for the rest of the world and is obviously a good thing for the United States.
The banks cheered right after Trump won the election. I'm just wondering, now that the dust has settled, how do you assess how the banks will do under the Trump administration?
Well, banks, particularly BNY, as we think about what we do in the world, we are inextricably linked with capital markets. As economies grow, as transaction volumes grow, as people want to borrow more money, they want to invest, they want to build infrastructure, all of those things are good for capital markets, and they're good for us as a really significant global capital markets bank. We are the largest at several things in capital markets. We provide critical infrastructure to capital markets to help other companies build their businesses. And so when economies perform and capital markets grow, it's good for the population, and it's also good for us and the other larger banks.
Of course, for banks and financial institutions, I think the focus right now is the position of the Treasury Secretary. Trump seems to be putting a lot of thought into that position. I mean, what are you thinking about the options so far? Rowan, Marsh, are they good for Wall Street?
Well, I know several of the different candidates. Have had the opportunity to be able to spend time with them in various different settings from a private sector point of view. But I think the good thing here is the president is clearly trying to cast a wide net and really think through all of the possible candidates to be able to select the best person. Treasury Secretary is a very important role. Somebody who understands capital markets, somebody who understands trade, which is clearly very important to President Trump, and somebody who can really help to make sure that they're on the agenda of making the American economy be everything that it can be. And so let's hope that we get a candidate who ultimately will be able to do that, but it's great that there's a broad net here.
Is someone who's good for Wall Street is also good for MAGA, making America great again? Some say perhaps there is a conflict in that.
I think what we really want in a Treasury Secretary is somebody who's good for all of America, somebody who can really help the American economy to move forward, somebody who can be credible on the world stage, somebody who can create the growth in the economy. And that's also a good thing for participants in the economy. Whether you're somebody who's working and making your way in your own job, or whether you're a big bank, we're rooting for the same thing. We all want growth in the United States, and for that matter, around the world.
Do you have a favorite possibility? Do you have a favorite person who you think is going to be good in that Treasury position? You talked about how you've had conversations with them.
I have 3 kids. I don't pick favorites. I've learned that.
Trump stands for. Trump is pro cryptocurrencies. Trump is pro digital assets. You are invested in that space. How do you see that space progressing from here? I mean, we're already seeing Bitcoin surging to about $100,000 at this point in time.
I tell you what we are, which is pro-innovation and pro-new developments, new technologies, things that are going to help to propel capital markets forward. So we're significant investors in AI, which we think is going to be very important, in real-time payments. We've done real-time payment things here in the region. We also care about the future of technology, including digital assets, distributed ledger technology, blockchain. We think those things could be interesting for capital markets. Now, Bitcoin and Ethereum are part of that. the actual cryptos, but it's actually the broader application of the technology to reinvent how the financial system works. That's very interesting. We're America's oldest bank, as you said earlier on, and so we've seen all of these technology innovations over the course of time. So being part of that innovation, that is important.
So you're intending to invest more?
We are investing in technology to be able to help our clients, and that includes digital asset technology. We provide custody capabilities for that. We also provide issuance services for that. And so our traditional businesses that we do for public markets, that we do for private markets, we also can do for tokenized markets.
Robin, in this part of the world, you have to talk about China. We've seen the stimulus that has probably put a floor to growth. How are you assessing how the Chinese economy is doing? You do have a presence in that market.
So we're involved across the Asia region, and so I've been visiting Asia this week, spending time in a couple of different markets, and there is clearly significant opportunity here across the region in several markets. And so being able to help our clients be able to really engage in those opportunities, that's the core for us. And that might be international clients who are coming into the region, who want to invest, who want to take advantage.
Which markets in particular?
So
Japan?
I was in Japan earlier in the week. All across the region, I think that's true. Japan has reached an interesting inflection point. They've come off the zero bound from an interest rate point of view. There are new investment schemes. The new NISA scheme is quite interesting. And there is that sense of sort of pent-up enthusiasm for Japan, which has not had a great growth story over the course of the past 20 or 30 years, that now might be an inflection point. And so that's attracting inward investment, and it's also attracting engagement from Japanese clients who want to be able to engage with the rest of the world. And I don't think it's just about Japan. It is true here across the rest of the region, including in Singapore.
We're seeing green on the screen in these markets, a very clear reaction, but why?
Well, it's interesting because, of course, he's well known in the market. So this is, in a way, Donald Trump's nod to Wall Street with this appointment, with this nomination. And you can see that reflected in the fact that, he's very much a fiscal conservative. So he's going to keep a close eye on inflation for a start, and whether some of these policies might be inflationary. Sure, he's going to have to enact a bulk of Donald Trump's policy. He's already making that clear, at least on the tax front. But maybe he'll move a bit more carefully and a bit more slowly than Donald Trump may have wanted at the outset, particularly when it comes to things like tariffs. We can see that already in China, a sense of perhaps he is the least worst option for them as Treasury Secretary, because he might be a bit more cautious on the tariffs front. He'll probably have to do something around tariffs, but maybe not with that level of speed, again, that Donald Trump was looking for. So a sense in the market of like, okay, there's an adult coming into the table, at least, fiscal conservative, will enact on tax policy, perhaps a bit slower and a bit more cautious on the spending side at least, and definitely perhaps slower on tariffs.
Well, Justina, weigh in here. Ross was kind of talking about this dynamic of there being a relief rally. It's a risk rally, but it's also a little bit of a relief rally as well. But then you look at this bond market and you see a bid into the Treasury curve and then yet a rally in risk assets. How do you compute the two?
Yeah, I think part of the story is that kind of with Treasury yields where they are right now, there is just kind of a lot of demand. People are looking at bonds and thinking that they're pretty attractive. And at the same time, there's a relief right now because he's sort of seen as kind of being a bit more worried about inflation and about fiscal deficit. And I think it's kind of interesting because we've kind of seen the bonds and stock relationship kind of go different ways. And more recently, actually, bonds kind of have been kind of hedging stocks more. But kind of where is that going? And of course, inflation is going to be another big question here.
This is the Asia Train. I'm Sherian in Tokyo.
I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts in Sydney, where the market has just opened. The top stories this hour. Asian stocks are set for gains, with the Aussie and the yen higher against the greenback as traders assess Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary pick. Scott Bessent is viewed as a fiscal hawk who favours a gradual approach to tariffs. The nomination of a hedge fund chief also being seen as Trump's nod to Wall Street. Plus, Nvidia's Jensen Huang calls for global cooperation as he visits Hong Kong amid fears of growing tech tensions between China and the US.
Take a look at how we're setting up across Asia. We have seen significant pressure among Asian stocks in the month of November. We're headed towards the first back-to-back losses this year. The Nikkei, in fact, lost ground for the past 2 weeks. We're seeing futures pointing higher. The ASX 200 really not doing much at the moment, but this, of course, as we're seeing the staggered open. When it comes to the Kiwi dollar against the Aussie dollar, we're seeing that 2-year low. We're expecting the RBNZ to cut rates this week. We are expecting a rate decision from the BOK as well. Not much change expected there. Of course, we're following the U.S. dollar's pressure on the Asian currencies as well. The dollar has been on a phenomenal run. We're talking about 8 weeks of gains already. Take a look at how U.S. futures are coming online, because when it came to the Treasury sell-off, we saw a little bit of a breather on the Friday session. We were really catapulted higher by those Trump trades that really boosted the equity markets. We were watching Bitcoin as well, close to that $100,000 level. But it was really all about that announcement, that nomination of who could become the new Treasury Secretary, Heidi, that we'll be really watching for that reaction as this candidate is perceived as more market-friendly.
Yeah, and it is sort of a sense of, I guess, relief, right? Because, Sherry, as you mentioned, President-elect Donald Trump tapping the hedge fund executive Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary is a clear nod to Wall Street. Our Bloomberg editor Tony Chisco joins us now for more. And, Tony, this nomination in particular took a lot longer than others. And it's interesting because with so many of the other appointments, we've seen that willingness to push back against the establishment. Is this sort of more paying heed to Wall Street?
Absolutely. As you said, Trump has had a very clear record so far, and perhaps not very surprising, of appointing loyalists and people aligned with his agenda, including members of Congress, Republicans. So Treasury Secretary was, of course, very closely watched, and it was also very contentious for the reasons that you outlined. He needed to find somebody who sort of fit with his worldview, including the wonderful word that he loves, tariffs, dollar dominance on the global stage, and at the same time somebody who wouldn't spook Wall Street. And that took a while, and in the end he settled on the man who was considered the top, or one of the top contenders from the very start, which is Scott Bessent.
Some are expecting even a weaker dollar from this nomination if it were to go through. What are some of the areas that we're expecting to see the most impact from the Treasury Secretary?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, Bessent has taken some fairly strong views on, or maybe unusual views on the Fed, for example, in the run-up to being chosen. He was the one who said that maybe there should be a Fed chair in waiting to sort of give markets guidance before the current chair leaves. In other words, an early nomination of the next Fed chair, which of course goes to Trump's whole issue with Fed Chair Jay Powell, and their sparring over the years, although Powell was appointed by Trump, and the question of interest rates. So will Bessent sort of go down that route now that he's been named or nominated Treasury Secretary? That remains to be seen. He's also sort of tried to align himself with Trump on tariffs, although tariffs are not really a favorite of Wall Street and the markets, and even necessarily U.S. industry. He said that, yes, as Trump himself has hinted, the tariffs could be a way to sort of strong-arm other countries on the world stage, but at the same time they could be a useful actual tool for helping American workers. So those are some areas where Bessent has actually spoken out recently.
Treasury was sort of one of the last missing major puzzle pieces of the contours of the Trump cabinet, right? How much of this is still a wish list? Because with the sort of early but perhaps not unexpected exit of Matt Gaetz, there's a lot of people wondering if there's other candidates that may not make it through confirmation.
Yeah, some of these nominations are clearly fraught, and we heard some words on Sunday even from one of the more senior Republicans in the Senate, James Lankford, who said that, well, we're going to give Tulsi Gabbard, who is Trump's nominee for Director of National Intelligence, sort of a thorough questioning because of her record of what some people or what her critics see as sort of trying to align herself with Russia and visiting Syria and talking with Bashar al-Assad. So that's one. Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary nominee, is another who has faced some sexual assault allegations, which, however, he has denied. And there's been a lot of rallying, at least publicly, by Senate Republicans behind Hegseth in the last few days. So that's still in play as well. I think you can safely say that. All of these will come before the Senate unless there's some unforeseen development in January, and there's still some room for uncertainty there, I would think.
Bloomberg editor Tony Shushka there. Let's bring in for some analysis in terms of how investors and markets will be taking this. Brian Jacobson is a chief economist at Annex Wealth Management. Brian, great to have you with us. And, there's some room for uncertainty, just picking off what Tony said a few seconds ago. There certainly is when it comes to how the next, 2 to 4 years is going to play out, right? If we start with the Treasury peak, is there a sense that at least in, on some fronts, we see President-elect Trump taking a more conservative approach here?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I do think that we've traded that election uncertainty for some policy uncertainty. But with the recent picks, especially with Bessent, I think that it really helps reduce some of that policy uncertainty a little bit, or maybe makes us a little bit less unclear as to what the path forward might be. I mean, somebody like Bessent, very well experienced, his credentials are beyond questioning here. And I think that he actually brings this sense of almost like gradualism to the administration, as opposed to taking some sort of big bang approach to making big policy changes. I think he understands that any changes that are to come, whether it's with tariffs or on the fiscal situation, that you want to telegraph what those policies might be and then to implement them more gradually. And so I do think that there is that little bit of a sigh of relief that we're going to experience in the markets here, that it's an America first kind of administration, but not an America exclusively kind of administration.
When you take a look at the potential tensions between the Fed's path forward and what fiscal and sort of fiscal adjacent policies might look like, everyone talks about tariffs, but of course there's perhaps bigger implications from immigration, from tax and some of those other policies. Do you see a meaningful risk there that the Fed gets derailed from what it's able to do?
I think that the Fed is going to be very reactionary to anything that comes out on the policy front, mainly because if they try to anticipate what policy might be, they will look like they are trying to either thwart the administration or support the administration. And, we want to make sure that they stay very independent. And so we just really need to focus on what is the data actually telling us. And when you have the October employment situation report showing only 12,000 job gains, and then you get the state level data showing that 29 out of the 50 states had a reduction in payrolls, it's showing that maybe that October number wasn't an aberration, that you are seeing that labor market cooling. I think the key thing is really going to be in terms of the inflation number. So the Fed, in my mind, is still probably on track to cut one more time this year, 25 basis points, but then go at an every other meeting pace with 25. So I'm not sure anything that we've seen with the election, or based on our expectations of what's coming with policy over the course of the next year, is really going to change anything in the near term for the Fed.
When it comes to more sectoral calls, we are headed towards the U.S. shopping season. Of course, we have Black Friday, we have Cyber Monday as well. Are there any pockets among U.S. consumers that you would like to really add exposure to in the U.S. markets?
Yeah, the way that we're looking at things here at Annex with exposure to the consumer, keep in mind retail sales, especially during the holiday shopping period, that's about 20% of retail sales on a volume basis for the entire year. So it is a make or break season for a lot of firms out there. And it looks like the vast majority of that is likely going to be more on the online as opposed to on premises kind of sales as far as the growth, right? Slowdown in growth from the 4% growth that we had last year to maybe 3%. So maybe a little bit of a lackluster kind of consumer picture, especially as you have wage growth on the lower end of the income spectrum coming under a little bit of pressure. And then on the upper end of the spectrum, you're seeing a few more job losses, a little bit less interest income there. And so we're not highly levered to the consumer in this type of environment.
What about when it comes to emerging market growth? We have seen a lot of optimism in this sector, but at the same time, given the volatility that we're seeing in the U.S. market and how some of these EM economies are so heavily geared towards trade with the U.S., the potential for more tariffs under Trump 2.0, where do you see some of these economies going?
Yeah, in the near term, we do think that we're going to see emerging markets come under continued pressure, mainly because of the fear of, is President Trump going to be using tariffs as a negotiating tactic, or is it an actual tool that's going to be implemented and used repeatedly? And so our belief is that it is mostly that negotiating tactic. And so we could see those markets come under further pressure until you get a type of relief rally, somewhat reminiscent of what we had under President Trump's first administration in 2019, where you had the trade war, but then suddenly in October of 2019, there was the détente, or almost the truce, between the U.S. and China, and then emerging markets began to rally. We think a lot of that can play out over the first quarter of this upcoming year as people figure out that the tariff threat is indeed just a threat and not necessarily going to become a permanent tool.
Brian Jacobson, always good to have you with us, Chief Economist at Annex Wealth Management. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Iran reportedly plans to hold talks about its nuclear program this week with European nations, including the UK, France and Germany. Tehran last week said it would ramp up its nuclear fuel-making capacity after it was censured by the UN atomic watchdog. For more details, our Bloomberg editor Michael Heath joins us now. So what do we know about these upcoming talks and, I guess, setting expectations for results?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, Heidi, because Europe has always sort of been the softer side when it comes to dealing with Iran. They were very invested in the nuclear deal that happened under President Obama and that was later scrapped by then President Trump. They were quick to get into business with Iran, and they see negotiation as the best way forward. The US obviously, just historically, because of the hostages of 1979 and the acrimony that's gone on there, has always been a bit more, a little bit more wary about dealing with Iran, and so Obama striking that deal was really quite surprising. But the question that's sort of opening up is, and Iran is sort of making clear that it would be really quite keen in doing making some sort of agreement, is whether President Trump, reprises what happened in 2017, where he opts for maximum pressure on Iran, or whether he sees an opportunity to do some sort of grand bargain here, which we know he likes, these grand sort of things. So, Iran is potentially a huge market. It's been closed for a long time. There are a lot of business opportunities there. So the thinking seems to be that probably he'll go for maximum pressure, but as with everything with Donald Trump, you can never be quite sure. But Europe is, I guess, trying to set the stage that if he does opt for doing some sort of a deal, there's a basis to work with there.
The other thing is that, there's the anticipation that, yes, he loves a deal and he would also perhaps love to, wrap up a complicated region in one, right? So potentially other implications for what it means for Iran's proxies and all of the different conflicts that are on foot.
Well, look, what we seem to be seeing is that Israel is very much open to ending the war with the conflict with Hezbollah. It was presented in one of the reports as a gift to Trump. So they seem like that they feel like they've sort of accomplished a lot, or perhaps as much as they can accomplish when it comes to degrading Hezbollah there, which would take the pressure off of Iran to some extent. There's still obviously the Israel versus Iran question that goes on there, but Israel's making no movements at all when it comes to Gaza Strip and Hamas. And the reason for that is they have this strong settler faction, right-wing faction in the government it seems quite keen to actually get some Israeli settlers in there, which is going to be a dramatically bad development if that happens. So really, it's just hard to see how it all squares. The other thing for Trump is that the Middle East today is very different to what it was then. Iran and Saudi Arabia were at each other's throats in 2016, so Saudi Arabia was very keen for Trump to impose that pressure on Iran. Saudi Arabia and Iran are now much closer, and also Iran has some friends now. It's closer with Russia, with China, so it's not quite as isolated as it was. So it's a much more complex environment.
So with the changed landscape, how are we expecting the Iranian leadership, and we have a new president there too, to deal with Trump 2.0?
Yeah, well, Sherry, it's always an interesting one because Iran does, at regular intervals elect these sort of what are called reformist groups, but at the end of the day, they come out of a very, very conservative ideological regime. But it does look like the new president has made offers that he would like to talk. He'd like to find some sort of deal. And the reason for that is Iran's economy is really in quite difficult straits. It's running inflation at 30%. Its infrastructure is degraded. It's having to sort of import in order to produce gasoline for industry there, despite being such a wealthy oil country. So look, in the past with new presidents, they've ramped up the whole nuclear issue to try and strengthen their leverage. They're sort of coming at it a different way. Now, the question is whether Trump and his cohort view that as weakness to be capitalised on, or as an opening to perhaps make some sort of deal. And we'll have to wait and see on that. But the foreign policy people that so far President Trump surrounded himself with, they're very hawkish towards Iran. They're very pro-Israel. So it would be quite a turn-up if they opt for more of a negotiated option.
Bloomberg Eco-Editor Michael Heath here in Sydney. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
NVIDIA has also benefited from being in this region, in China. We came over 25 years ago. NVIDIA design centers in Hong Kong, Pudong, Beijing, Shenzhen have many proud HKUST alums and longtime colleagues who have helped me build NVIDIA. They've also helped build China's technology ecosystem from the very beginning. We've had the benefit and the great joy and privilege of watching the amazing technology industry form in China.
Jensen Huang speaking at a university in Hong Kong where he received an honorary doctorate at the weekend. Let's bring in our tech reporter Annabelle Drewlers. Belle, so this was a big honor for Jensen Huang. What exactly did he talk about?
Yeah, big honor for Jensen Huang, but I think also a big honor for all of those students in attendance. What a way for you to finish your academic studies by hearing directly from the CEO of one of the world's most powerful, one of its most biggest companies as well. But Jensen Huang in Hong Kong over the weekend, where you can see him here, he was receiving an honorary doctorate in engineering from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And as you just heard there, he spoke at that address. And really, this was a moment for him to make that case for global global cooperation, because you think about that tight balancing act that NVIDIA has. It's not only between business operations in the US and also the revenue it's generating from China, but of course it has major partners like TSMC sitting in Taiwan. So Huang really took the moment to emphasize that call and that need for harmony. But that's not to say, of course, he's not thinking about what that will look like with President Trump back in the White House. And there was actually a press briefing that followed his address, and we had a chance to ask him about how that cooperation could end up being undermined by rising US-China tensions. Take a listen.
I don't know what's going to happen with the new administration, but whatever happens, we'll balance simultaneously compliance with laws and policies, continue to advance our technology and support and serve customers all over the world. We'll continue to do that, and we'll be able to do that just fine.
So that was actually in response to our question at the press briefing, and again, just sort of echoes what we heard from Jensen Huang last week, because we had earnings and he was sort of asked something around this topic, but essentially NVIDIA is, of course, pledging to continue following any US restrictions on semiconductor or advanced computing technology to China.
Did we get any update in terms of some of the concerns that investors have of the time frame of being able to make these advanced chips?
Well, we definitely did get an update. We personally got an update on the relationship that it has with Samsung in particular, because going back to that earnings call last week, actually Jensen Huang called out a number of its biggest suppliers like TSMC, for instance, SK Hynix, ones that are really helping it bring those semiconductors to market, like the Blackwell system, for instance. There is one notable absentee from that list, and that's Samsung, and there has been the criticism facing the company this year, and you've seen that stock market reaction where it slid nearly 30% year to date. It's off the back of the company perception that it's missing out on the AI boom, and where it really is looking to take a piece of that is in the HBM market, the high bandwidth memory market. It's an essential part of AI infrastructure. Samsung hasn't been able to get its technology or its advanced AI memory chips certified just yet. And again, on the sidelines of the event, we actually managed to ask Jensen Huang about that specifically. He did say that they're working as fast as they can to certify that memory, and they're looking at both the 8 and the 12 high HBM3E offerings in particular. So it still seems like Samsung could have a way to go here. They had actually pledged in their earnings call that they would be due in the fourth quarter, but it does seem time is running out. Certainly something that traders or analysts are watching very closely.
Annabelle Jewelers there in Hong Kong. Let's get you some of the corporate headlines that we're following this hour. Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani have reportedly been summoned by the SEC to explain US allegations in a $250 million bribery case. News agency PTI says they've got 21 days to respond to the legal requests. Meanwhile, a US agency says it's still conducting due diligence after last year agreeing to a $500 million loan to an Adani group-backed port development in Sri Lanka. Wicked and Gladiator 2 opened to a combined $170 million in US and Canadian theatres, a positive start to the holiday season for cinemas. The film version of the hit Broadway musical came in first with $114 million in ticket sales.
Take a look at how we're trading early in the Asia session. We are seeing the ASX 200 gaining 0.7%, being led higher by real estate and consumer discretionary stocks. Financials really not doing much at the moment, although tech is still gaining about 0.3%. We have 2 weeks of losses for the Nikkei. Right now, we're seeing gains of about 1%, so we could see a little bit of a rebound if that continues throughout the regular session. U.S. futures right now not doing much. We had some gains fueled by Trump trades, those beneficiaries of the incoming administration's perhaps looser regulation and business-friendly stance. Right now, the yen still trading around that 154 level, Heidi.
Sherry, we've been watching negotiations, fractious as they've been in COP29 at the summit that has ended with nearly 200 countries agreeing to triple the amount of money available to help developing countries confront rapidly rising temperatures. That came after 2 weeks of intense and sometimes hostile talks, and may even be seen, even by supporters now, as insufficient and disappointing. Let's get the views from our climate and ESG managing editor, David Stringer, for more. So it was tough even getting to this point. How would you assess this deal?
Morning, Heidi. Yeah, as you said, incredibly fractious weekend of talks in Baku, and at one point in the early hours of Saturday in Baku, it did look as though these talks would fail, which would have been extraordinary. Very rare that particularly on the finance track, these talks fail. However, they will pull back from the brink some intensive negotiations that finally produced ultimately a compromise that perhaps no one is entirely satisfied with. And as you said already, even within the minutes and hours after the deal being gavelled and officially accepted, we were hearing from the likes of India, from some of the smaller and more vulnerable developing nations, who simply argue that the amount agreed to is nowhere near enough. Simply not what is necessary to help them mitigate the impacts of extreme weather and climate change. So a $300 billion deal, it is the biggest climate financing deal that's ever been agreed in the COP structure. But you've got to compare that against what the UN and others were saying was necessary. Figures, north of $1 trillion a year.
They were fighting explicitly about referencing fossil fuels by name in the deal. Tell us a little bit more about what were the most contentious issues here.
That's right. If you cast your mind back 12 months in Dubai, it was hailed as something of a landmark at that point. The fact that nations had agreed to an eventual move away from fossil fuels. Even that tepid language, though, is something that couldn't be repeated here. And there was certainly some maneuvering in negotiations from the likes of Saudi Arabia, who were keen to stress a wider suite of options in the energy transition, and that has blocked any explicit reference to transitioning away from fossil fuels. It's something that will be returned to and at the next COP, which takes place in Brazil next year. But of course, by then, we'll have a Trump presidency in the US. The US, of course, the largest oil producer, and perhaps less incentive to stiffen that language.
How did it end up working out with China? Because one of the big question marks going in was how Beijing was going to position itself, right? There were some red lines being drawn about being classified as a donor country.
I think China's role has been absolutely fascinating, particularly this COP. As you said, one of the key issues heading into this set of negotiations was around the status of China. Is it a developed nation? Is it a developing nation? Should it be a contributor, along with other rich countries, to the pool of money that's channeled towards poorer nations? On that front, there was no progress. While China will continue to, in its own institutions and sort of bilaterally be a donor to poorer countries, it didn't agree that it should be included with other developed nations. So certainly that continues to be a sticking point. However, what we did see is China take a really active role, particularly as negotiations got towards those tense final moments. Chinese diplomats were really instrumental in calming some of the concerns and tensions from nations like India, from some of the smaller states. And it suggests that going forward, China will continue to take perhaps an even larger role in climate diplomacy.
Climate and ESG managing editor there, joining us with the latest on COP. David Stringer, thank you. And other stories that we're following at the moment. The Chinese government says it started a special program to crack down on what it calls unfair internet practices. Regulators say these include manipulating rankings to hype up hot topics and infringing on people's rights to do business online. Beijing is urging portal operators to rectify issues and enhance algorithms security. The program is in effect until February 24th next year. Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong is set to take charge of the ruling People's Action Party, consolidating his leadership ahead of a general election due next year. The PAP has run the city-state uninterrupted since independence in 1965. Wong, who is also finance minister, has pledged to boost safety nets and reskilling programs as part of a national strategy to fight income inequality.
Well, Sherry, the Australian government is dropping a planned law to force social media companies to crack down on misinformation on their platforms. Bloomberg's Paul Allen joins us now for more. So, particularly as we head into an election year, why did they drop it? Too hard?
Yeah, too hard, and an even simpler reason. Couldn't get the votes. It was never going to get through the Senate. So we had a statement from the Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, on Sunday night saying, look, this isn't going to proceed because there's just no pathway to get this through. Now, the bill would have made it a requirement for social media platforms to address fake, misleading, untrue content on their platforms, content likely to cause harm. Sounds great in theory, but then how do you define that kind of thing? So it opened up a Pandora's box in terms of a discussion over freedom of speech, and there was opposition from all sorts of segments of society, church groups, human rights organizations, libertarians, but most crucially the coalition in opposition here and the crossbench as well. So there was just no path to get this done.
And in a lot of ways, we've seen the Albanese government really try to make it a core kind of point of leadership to clamp down on, you know, what it sees as sort of harmful dissemination of information. Does this mean that its efforts to get the age limit on social media perhaps is going to be more problematic?
That one looks like it's going to survive. A much better chance on this because even the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, is in favour, even though some members of his party and members of the National Party, the other party of that coalition, are not in favour of this. But that law would ban children under the age of 16 from accessing social media. More obvious questions arise. Well, how do you enforce that? Well, that's going to be the problem of the social media companies. There'd be no penalties for parents or users under the age of 16. So Anthony Albanese said, look, it's a little bit like the underage drinking laws. I mean, people violate it, but it's about drawing a line in the sand and, you know, describing where society stands on this. There's been a mixed response from the social media companies. Meta seems to have been given a cautious embrace. It says it will respect any age limitations, but it does have questions about implementation. Google and X have been silent. Not silent, however, is the ex-CEO Elon Musk, who is a vocal opponent of this, and he sees it as a backdoor way to control internet access for all Australians. But that aside, this one looks like it's almost certainly going to get passed this week.
Elon Musk, vocal, shocking.
Who'd have thought?
Paul Allen in Sydney with the latest. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
The Japanese cabinet has approved a $140 billion stimulus package after the prime minister pledged to ramp up support for households and businesses struggling to cope with higher costs. Economy and government reporter Erika Yokoyama joins us now in the Tokyo studio. This was pretty much anticipated, but what went into the package?
Yeah, right. It's actually pretty big in size, highlighting Japan's addiction to a massive spending. Then the 60 pages of document outlines how the government's trying to tackle a wide range of issues from like national security to regional revitalizations. But I guess people are the most concerned about the price relief measures. As you know, like real wages are still not like keeping up paces with the inflation. The government is saying it will resume the utility subsidy and also offer some cash handout to low-income household. Then another highlight of the packages is the 50 trillion yen support for the AI and semiconductor sectors over the next 10 years, with the government saying like areas with the growth potential.
Yeah, as a national strategy. But it's so interesting that you call this an addiction to public spending, right? Because you're saying that this size of the package is pretty big, but the economic situation has become better in Japan. So why do it like this?
That's right. Actually, some economists already said it's kind of contradicting considering Japan's current economic state. Like even the BOJ is in the phase of hiking interest rate, right? One reason behind this is probably that these sort of economic packages are increasingly seen as a tool to shore up the government support, then especially the case for Ishiba after his ruling coalition lost its majority at the latest election last month. So Ishiba really needs to show the public that his government can actually do the things to help people as the upper house election actually come in the next summer.
So how has he been doing as a head of the minority ruling coalition, and what are some of the biggest challenges that he's facing right now?
Right. So, yeah, Ishiba really needs to kind of work closely together with the opposition party to pass, the extra budget to fund these economic packages and any other legislation past the Diet. Actually, the latest economic packages already reflect some negotiation with the opposition party. It said the Diet will discuss raising tax-free income ceiling during the tax reform debate in the end of the year. Then that's the request from the Democratic Party of the People, one of the opposition parties that won the kind of like power to say after expanding its seat. So, Ishiba will probably need to spend some time listening to those requests from the opposition party, which will make it a little bit hard for his party to focus on some agenda that party focus, including like the timing to start the tax hike to fund the increased defense spending.
Erika Yokoyama, economy and government reporter here with the latest on that economic stimulus package. And of course, we'll be watching how the markets react at the open. That package was approved on Friday evening, and we have seen that $140 billion of new measures. We are seeing some strength for the Japanese yen already. Last week, it gained some strength after we had core CPI numbers rising more than economists had expected. So there's more speculation that we might see a Bank of Japan rate hike come next month. We're also watching for the Tokyo November CPI numbers this week, another inflation print that the BOJ will be watching closely. We had some of the clearest indication yet from Governor Ueda that they may be discussing raising rates in the next meeting in December. And all of this as we're seeing a flurry of activity in the Japanese markets. Deal makers, activist investors have been injecting drama into Japanese markets, underscoring how frenetic trading on the Tokyo Bourse has become this year. Recent examples include Couche-Tard's high-profile bid for Seven & i and Elliott Management's newly revealed interest in Tokyo Gas. Oasis Management also increased its stake in Kobayashi Pharmaceutical and Nissan, while Sony is said to be in talks to acquire game developer and publisher Kadokawa. Let's get more on the investment themes at play in Japan with James Riney, CEO and founding partner of VC firm Coral Capital. James, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me back.
Tell us a little bit more about sort of the investment environment right now in Japan and how it's different from the past.
Well, right now, it seems like there's a private equity venture capital sort of renaissance happening in the market. It's across a few different verticals, but I would say that the most noticeable areas are basically you see even first-time managers being oversubscribed, and a lot of the major firms are basically not accepting additional investors. And so in November alone, like we saw lots of annual meetings, and it seemed like everyone is in town. The who's who of institutional investors in the U.S. are in town, and a lot of that interest is actually trickling down into the venture capital space. And so even firms like us, we're on our fourth fund now, and we closed our fourth fund in April. And that was honestly a faster raise than we had anticipated. We closed that in 2-3 months, oversubscribed. But we're hearing about our peers also seeing lots of interest from foreign investors.
How many startups are you backing at this point?
Over the past 8 years, we've backed over 100. But keep in mind that we are also seed stage investors. So we are backing companies when basically like they just formed or the product has just launched.
What are the sectors that are most active?
So we basically like to look at areas that we call the Why Japan theme. There are two that are, I think, most interesting to this audience. One is what we call the Japan Advantage. And these are basically companies that are leveraging Japan's fundamental strengths in order to compete globally. So For example, we backed a company called Kyoto Fusioneering, which is basically developing these components that go into fusion reactors. So Japan, for a long time, has been a leader in nuclear fission. That's why you have Toshiba, Mitsubishi, and the like as global leaders. But then also, Japan is a world leader in advanced manufacturing. And so when it comes to these very specific components, it's very important that Japan is able to leverage their strengths in both the nuclear space and the advanced manufacturing space in order to sell to a global audience. We've also done like semiconductor investments, and we see a lot of opportunity in defense space as well as the conflict in Taiwan gets a little bit more heated than it was before.
James, I find it interesting that you talk about the shift in the sort of investor profile, right, from just corporate VCs to institutionals. What's been the driver for or the catalyst for this kind of move?
Well, specifically on the venture capital space, I mean, the market has grown about 10x over the past 10 years. You've seen a lot more interest from global investors. For example, Sequoia Capital invested in SmartHR, which is a Coral company. And then most recently, you saw Bessemer Venture Partners make their first 2 investments in Japan, both of which were also Coral companies. Some of that is, of course, related to the fact that China is no longer an opportunity that a lot of U.S. investors can look at. And so when looking at Asia, where else do you allocate? Obviously, Japan, due to the size of the economy and the opportunity here, is increasingly interesting. But I think even a lot of investors in the U.S. are surprised to see how much the market has changed. And so you saw, Lux Capital and New Enterprise Associates investing in Sakana AI. And I was just in the Bay Area for 2 weeks most recently, and I was pleasantly surprised how much interest there is in Japan. So I think there's going to be more to come for sure.
And I think, as an outsider, you can see a lot of synergies and proximities when you take a look at Japan and South Korea, right? There's obviously reasons why there hasn't been more cross-pollination, if you will. Is that something that you can see happening in the future?
Yeah, so I recently wrote a blog post about this, and the sort of genesis of the idea is the fact that Korea and Japan, obviously very close neighbors. Going from Tokyo to Seoul is basically a 3-hour flight. That's as close as going to Okinawa. And there are a lot of cultural and structural similarities between Japan and Korea. So you have 30% of Japan being concentrated in Greater Tokyo area. Similarly, you have 50% of the Korea population concentrated in Greater Seoul area. The cultural similarities are, very long list of similarities there. The Hollywood of Japan, the Silicon Valley of Japan, the Washington, D.C. of Japan is all in Tokyo. Similarly, Seoul shares very similar characteristics. And so what I argued in my blog post is because these cultures are so similar, you should see more cross-pollination. So you should see more Korean companies expanding into Japan, more Japanese companies expanding to Korea. And now the younger generation is a lot more sort of receptive to the other culture. And so as these cultures connect more and more, I think there's going to be more business opportunities for them to flourish.
What about the regulatory and investment environment? Because when it comes to just the stock markets, we have seen some disappointment when it comes to the corporate value up program in South Korea as opposed to some of the corporate fundamentals that have improved here in Japan.
Well, that's not exactly my area, so I speak specifically to the startup industry in particular.
So the landscape and the environment for investments?
Well, what I see is that there are countries on both sides companies on both sides that are interested in looking into the other markets. And when you're looking at global expansion, you want to go into a market that is easier to grasp, more similar to your home turf. And on both sides, whether that be Korea or Japan, I think either side is...
Language barriers are not a problem.
The language barriers are also not as insurmountable. So on both sides of the aisle, you see Koreans that speak Japanese fairly well, and then vice versa, you see Japanese also speak Korean fairly well. And that's, that has to do with like the interest in K-pop, the interest in manga on both sides, and so there's a cross-cultural exchange. But even on both sides, if you look at who are the tourists that are most frequently visiting Japan or most frequently visiting Korea, in both cases, it's the other side. And so there's already that exchange happening. So I think it's only natural that you see more of that exchange on the business side.
How much government support do you have in these two countries when it comes to trying to make the startup culture more dynamic?
Yeah, so both the Korean government and the Japanese government have set up government-related funds that invest in startups. They've also been very proactive on deregulation and promoting startups as a new growth engine for the economies. So I see similarities even structurally as when it comes to governments supporting startups.
Kim Franny, good to have you back in the Tokyo studio. He's the CEO, founding partner at Coral Capital. And of course, you can catch Japan Ahead every Monday at 8:40 a.m. If you're watching here in Tokyo, that's 7:40 a.m. in Hong Kong, 6:40 p.m. Sunday in New York. And also you can go to TV Go for any of our past interviews and also any of the functions that we show you on air. This is Bloomberg. We continue to watch the dollar, which has gained ground for 8 consecutive weeks. That's the best run in more than a year. But you can see right there that sharp drop that we saw. The dollar falling with Donald Trump's pick of Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary, seen by the markets as a more measured choice. Of course, he is a veteran hedge fund manager. He's going to become the next Treasury Secretary if he's confirmed by Congress. He's seen as having tested experience dealing with global financial systems, someone familiar with markets, but also somebody who perhaps favors less spending and more gradual tariffs. We've seen his comments around wanting a shadow Federal Reserve chair, not to mention a potentially weaker dollar as well. So, Heidi, we continue to watch those market moves surrounding this nomination because we also saw a little bit of a reaction on cryptocurrencies as well.
Yeah, you say that this is a kind of more measured choice, right? Measured is not how we describe the ascent to close to $100,000 for Bitcoin, but we've seen that rally stalling just shy of that level, 97,000 or thereabouts, just under 98,000 is where we're sitting at the moment, but falling after approaching that key milestone. Investors are now a little bit concerned that the optimism is getting overdone. Of course, President-elect Trump's support for crypto more broadly, the role of Elon Musk in the cabinet seen as a positive factor. Friendly regulations and a national Bitcoin stockpile are all sort of on tap in terms of those policies. But we are seeing that pullback. But still, even with the recent retreat, value remains high. The ETF funds investing in Bitcoin amassing $107 billion in assets since January. So we are still looking at that 6-figure milestone, but at the moment struggling to gain traction. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Asia Trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. After we saw those Trump trades still fueling U.S. stocks, Heidi, we finally have a nomination for Treasury Secretary as well.
Yes, and it is really kind of seen as being heeding Wall Street's recommendations after what has been mostly a series of anti-establishment picks for the rest of his cabinet, right? So perhaps this comes as a little bit of a relief, but we do know that Scott Bessent also holds some views that very much align with the president-elect's.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a little bit of a relief when it comes to Asian stocks trading today on this Monday, because we have seen some significant pressure for Asian equities. We're talking about headed towards the first back-to-back losses when it comes to the Asian equity index. In fact, the Nikkei has lost ground for 2 consecutive weeks already. We are seeing it coming back online, gaining about 1% at this point, as we're seeing a little bit more strength on the Japanese yen, but still holding at around that 154 level. We're going to continue to watch for market reaction to that $140 billion economic stimulus package coming from the Prime Minister Ishiba's cabinet that was approved on Friday. Take a look at how we're trading in Korea as well, because we have seen the Korean won really lose ground against the U.S. dollar for almost 2 weeks already. We are seeing a little bit more strength as well, headed towards that 1,400 level. We have the Kospi gaining 0.9%. This, of course, as we're headed towards that Bank of Korea rate decision. No change expected this week, Heidi.
Yeah, take a look at what we're watching when it comes to just about an hour into the start of cash trading here in Sydney. We are seeing another record high, actually, when it comes to the ASX 200, up about 0.6%. We're off those session highs at the moment, but mostly being driven by gains in the big miners, some of the healthcare stocks as well, advancing this morning. We are also watching a little bit of upside when it comes to trading in Kiwi stocks as well. We saw some retail spending numbers seeing a decline for a second straight quarter. The impact of higher rates on consumer demand, and of course a pretty consumer sensitive part of the year, just sort of building more hopes into what to expect from the RBNZ. The Aussie dollar is actually seeing some positivity, 65.39, as we see that Treasury pick reaction when it comes to the dollar more broadly there. And watching US Treasuries as well, futures really seeing that advance after we did see the establishment pick, in a sense, of Scott Bessent for Treasury, but certainly someone who has a proven track record for Wall Street. Let's bring in Billy Leung, who's the investment strategist at ETF Focus Investment Management Global X. So we've seen a lot of trades around the Trump trade, and that sort of receded somewhat. The Treasury pick now out of the way, does this give sort of a little bit of assurance to Wall Street?
I guess it does. I guess one thing that we've learned from, I guess, the first Trump administration was that things tend to happen very fast initially in the initial parts of the administration, and things get very loud as well. So I think in terms of maybe in the more context of the technologies area, what we saw in the first Trump administration, or the key learning, was that we saw a lot of the key impact being pushed forward. So what we do have to realize is that, when we do have a lot of these policies coming in, when we do have a lot of regulations coming in, bills coming in, it actually does take time, to actually get congressional approval, and also impact on the stocks will take time as well. So I think what we did learn from this last time was that, there is a lot of mispricing early on in terms of the administration, and this could be a potential risk as we are seeing right now.
We're mispricing to the upside at the moment.
Potentially, if we are pushing a lot of this impact forward right now.
Particularly when it comes to tech, and is that really a risk for US tech or the broader kind of ecosystem? Do you worry about China versus US at the moment, or does that actually... Does China perhaps, prove to be a little bit of a hedge?
Yeah, I guess it's a two-part question.
Yeah.
I guess on the US tech side, I think in terms of the administrative policies, definitely would have more impact on the US tech initially. If you look at Trump's current administration and the incoming policies, there's a few key elements, right? There's the first one, which is the tariff, which I guess everyone is quite well versed with. We also have deregulation. We also have lower taxation, immigration, and energy. I guess the last two has less of an impact on technology, though one can argue that immigration policy has impact on, I guess, talent and inflation as well. But in terms of deregulation, whether it's going to see more IPOs, capital market activities, M&A activities, and also lower taxation, where we have the big tech names which have quite high effective tax rates, we are going to see relatively positivity for the tech sector in the US alone.
How resilient has Chinese tech been so far?
Well, I guess in terms of recently, I guess the US tech reaction, or the China tech reaction, has mainly been on earnings. I wouldn't say it's lackluster, but I think in terms of what we've seen with China tech, or China internet especially, is that we just haven't got a strong sense of excitement. But I think this is more to do with, I guess, the overall view or the overall sentiment with China, rather than the actual fundamentals of Chinese tech.
We're seeing a big market reaction right now when it comes to the Treasury space as well. 10-year yields opening lower. We'll continue to see the pressure, and that Treasury sell-off that we saw for the past 2 months continue to take a little bit of a breather. Is this just market reaction, just immediate reaction to Scott Bessent being appointed Treasury Secretary, and how long can we expect this to actually last? What are the macroeconomic fundamentals that could actually be affected here?
Yeah, I would agree that this is definitely more of a reaction to the recent appointment of Scott Bessent. And, we've seen this because recently we have seen the very strength of the USD. And it has, like you said previously, had that negative impact on Asian currencies, whether it be won and even the yen as well. In terms of my view, I think, this could be more short-lived, or it could have less of a leg, mainly because if you look at most of the Trump administrative policies, they are more on the stronger USD side, whether it be tariffs or whether it be other of his policies that we just spoken. They are mostly stronger for the USD.
What does that mean for the Japanese yen, for example? We're headed towards another policy decision in December, but at the same time, of course, it's not only about the BOJ, it's mostly about what happens to the Fed and the USD.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of the Japan area, this is definitely a much more complex one in terms of what the regulators do. But, I would say that, we are still, in terms of what our view is, that we are still looking at more towards a stronger dollar, which could impact and which could have a negative impact on the overall Asian currencies, including the yen.
What does that mean for equity markets? We have seen exporters, for example, seeing some gains in Japan.
Yes. Definitely. I think in terms of exporters, this is going to be a definitely big impact when we see that stronger US dollar coming back in. We don't have a strong sort of conviction or view on the Japanese equities, but, we are still looking at the stronger dollar impact on the overall equities market.
Do you have a view when it comes to China equities? Does that remain dependent on what sort of more fiscal we get? Or?
I would definitely agree. I think if you look at, for example, using the recent tech results as an example, these results may be lackluster in terms of excitement, but we're still seeing very strong momentum. For example, if you take Tencent, for example, when we look at Tencent, its core business in terms of games, we're still seeing strong growth, and we're possibly seeing a re-acceleration of games business into quarter 4. For Tencent, we're also seeing improvement in its AI adoption, improvement in its ad load, improvement in its WeChat, Weixin search logic. So in terms of the actual fundamentals we're seeing, it's actually quite okay, and we're seeing decent valuations as well in terms of the Chinese equities. So I would definitely agree with you in terms of it's more of a sentiment that we need that sort of macro stimulus drive to turn things around.
Billy Leung, who's the investment strategist at Global X. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
President-elect Donald Trump has tapped hedge fund executive Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary. Government editor John Herskovitz joins us for more on this. John, this seems like a clear nod to Wall Street. What message is Donald Trump trying to send?
I think that he was not trying to rile Wall Street with this appointment. This is someone who is well-versed in global markets and currencies, and someone who is seen and supported by people who are making the investments. The job is the chief salesman of bonds, keeping the dollar in order. So this appointment was very much headed towards someone who could appeal to Wall Street and wouldn't rile up the markets. And it comes after there have been some tumultuous picks from Trump for the Attorney General and some other positions. So this was more establishment than a institution breaker.
And yet we are seeing some market reaction already. Treasury yields continue to fall in the Asia session.
Yeah, and we've seen some with the dollar as well. The dollar has weakened. It's market players see Bessent as someone who is going to be looking for a weaker dollar. While there were worries about Trump supporting a stronger dollar through this. So we've seen some a cooling off of the Trump trade and early trade in Asia because of the appointment of Bessent for Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, we've talked about Scott Bessent as the establishment pick, right? But there are certain Trump-aligned policies that he's supportive of.
Exactly. We've seen him in support of Trump's tariffs. We're going to see probably his support for the tax cuts that were part of the Trump administration, which could be unwound and probably go forward with the Trump administration. And also the one thing we're going to see is how much Bessent will weigh in on the appointment of a new person to run the Federal Reserve, if that were to be the case when Jerome Powell's term is over. So we've seen some alignments. He ticked a lot of boxes for Trump, and he ticked a lot of boxes for Wall Street. So I think this is the type of appointment that works well with Trump's world and perhaps also with investors.
Our government editor John Herskovitz there with that market reaction that we continue to see play out when it comes to Scott Bessent being tapped for Treasury after what has been a little bit more of an elongated search than the rapid-fire appointments of some of those other key roles in the incoming Trump 2.0 cabinet there. We are, as John was alluding to, seeing that market reaction, particularly when it comes to the dollar. The dollar falling as that Treasury pick kind of tempers some of the Trump bets, the nomination being seen as being a bit of a phased approach there. And we're seeing that correlated fall across Bitcoin as well there. So tempering some of the most favored bets spurred by that Trump trade, if you will. We're seeing that decline against most major peers, the Aussie and the Euro kind of leading those gains, trading against the greenback there. We are seeing dollar China also looking pretty muted at this point, although it will be quite interesting to see further reactions to the yuan given some of the pressure that we have seen. We are getting expectations when it comes to, on the data side, just seeing Chinese exports to reach a historical high this year before, of course, a great deal of trade uncertainty descends upon next year. And let's get some more when it comes to that latest survey of economists showing that we could see outbound exports for China seeing that record high. Foreign companies seem to be front-loading these orders ahead of the expected tariff increases from the
नेचुरल गैस में पुल बैक का प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना से एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड है नेचुरल गैस में सेम क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग आई थी ऊपर एफईजी था मार्केट थोड़ा सा डाउन ट्रेंड में चला गया है यहाँ पर भी मार्केट वो एफईजी से नीचे आया था यहाँ पर भी एफईजी से नीचे आया था ब्रेक करता है तो फिर और गिरेगा तो जो लोग बाइंग में थे थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुक किया होगा ज़्यादा नहीं था 40 पॉइंट ही था बाकी किसी ने वापस एफईजी से सेल कर दिया वो भी होल्ड कर सकता है अगर ये ब्रेक कर गया तो थोड़ा सा और गिरेगा दोबारा बाई मत करना अब रहने देना डोंट बाय अगेन ओके बाकी नेचुरल गैस में पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था वो आ गया है जिन लोगों ने सेल किया होगा थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट मिल गया होगा यहाँ पर एक बार एसएल चला गया था बट वापस नीचे आया तो वापस री एंट्री मिल गई है अब ये रेजिस्टेंस काम का नहीं है ध्यान रखना क्योंकि इसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है सो इस रेजिस्टेंस को अब कंसिडर मत करना बाकी यहाँ पर बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड है वापस जिसको करना है बाइंग कर सकते हो टाइम देख लेना 10:30 हो गया ज़्यादा टाइम है तो नहीं बट थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट जरूर है इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल से ठीक है ये सपोर्ट जोन ही है क्रूड को देखते हैं और कितना नीचे फॉल करता है अब क्रूड भी किसी ने अगर सेल किया तो वो भी होल्ड कर सकते हैं ठीक है एफईजी से इफ एनीबडी सेल द क्रूड ऑयल बायर को भी थोड़ा टारगेट मिला था सेलर्स को भी मिल गया अगर ये ब्रेक कर देता है 5834 के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज कर देता है तो फिर थोड़ा और गिरना चाहिए इसको लाइक ओवर हेयर एंड ओवर हेयर ये दो टारगेट और एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं अगर ब्रेक डाउन कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो बाकी देखते हैं होल्ड करता है तो बाइंग तो नहीं करेंगे अब भले ही सपोर्ट ले ले क्योंकि अब बहुत रिस्की है ब्रेक कर दे तो थोड़ा सा और नीचे आ जाए 48 तो कल इक्विटी मार्केट का क्या व्यू है आज की न्यूज़ के बाद गिफ्ट निफ्टी को देख लो अभी गिफ्ट निफ्टी क्या चल रहा है ऐसा कोई व्यू नहीं है इंट्राडे में तो व्यू क्या ही होता है इंट्राडे में ट्रेड करते हैं तो वहाँ पर जो ट्रेड दिखता है वही प्लान कर देते हैं व्यू लेके इंट्राडे में चला नहीं जाता है नॉर्मली अभी व्यू थोड़ी देर पहले बुलिश था क्रूड ऑयल का ब्रेकडाउन हुआ बेरिस हो गया कम्युनिटी में न्यूज़ आई थी कम्युनिटी सारी न्यूज़ नहीं है नेचुरल गैस ऊपर ही है क्रूड ऑयल गिरा है बिकॉज सीज फायर की न्यूज़ आई थी इजराइल और लेबनान के बीच एक सीज फायर हो कंफर्म हो गया है तो उस वजह से क्रूड ऑयल फॉल किया था नेचुरल गैस का टारगेट क्या होगा देखो नेचुरल गैस का ऊपर का टारगेट तो वैसे 304-5 ही है बट बीच में जो एफईजी है वो भी थोड़ा बहुत रोकेंगे प्राइस को तो ध्यान रखना बाकी टारगेट यही रहेगा ऑब्वियसली इतना जाएगा नहीं डायरेक्टली मुझे लगता नहीं इतना डायरेक्टली चला जाएगा तो थोड़ा रुक के जाना चाहिए और गिरेगा तो और बाई कर सकते हो बाकी जो लोग सेलिंग में थे वो लोग बुक करके निकल गए होंगे आई होप सो एफईजी तक पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड था आ गया ऑलरेडी नहीं अब बाई मत करो हो गया एक बार ऑलरेडी बाई कर दिया इसमें अब फिर से बार बार बाई करना सही नहीं लग रहा है क्रूड ऑयल में इवन दो है वो सपोर्ट पर ही, ऐसा नहीं है सपोर्ट पे नहीं है, ये सपोर्ट जो नहीं है वहां से, बट जितनी बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड थी थोड़ा लो लेवल से बाइंग आई है, देखोगे ना यहाँ पे लोअर एंड से बाइंग करके गया है मार्केट। आई होप पहले कर ली होगी बाइंग, प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया होगा। क्रूड में अब छोड़ दो आज के लिए, कल देखेंगे नए लेवल। नहीं किया था, करना चाहिए था, क्रूड ऑयल सपोर्ट तो ठीक ही था। What is going on? सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो गया, कैंडल क्लोज होती है नीचे तो और गिरेगा ये, ध्यान रखना। हाँ गिफ्ट निफ्टी को देख रहे थे, सॉरी। गिफ्ट निफ्टी तो फ्लैट ही चल रहा है अभी फिलहाल के लिए, कुछ खास हुआ नहीं है। हमारी मार्केट की क्लोजिंग के बाद मार्केट फ्लैट ही है, तो अभी तो फ्लैट ही लग रहा है, कुछ खास अपसाइड या डाउनसाइड दिख नहीं रहा। मॉर्निंग पे तो रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था सर, वो इसलिए गिरा था। थोड़ी देर पहले बाकी न्यूज आई थी वो लेबनान वाली, इजराइल लेबनान वाली, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा और गिर गया। तो एसल कॉज पे रख लो फिर, जब दोबारा बाई कर लिया है तो। वैसे तो मैं मना कर रहा हूँ, अवॉइड ही करो क्रूड को अब। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से लाइक कर दो सभी लोग, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। कल का एक बार डेटा देख लेते हैं, कल कौन कौन सा डेटा शेड्यूल है। आज तो कोई भी डेटा शेड्यूल नहीं था। ओके कल भी देखोगे, ट्यूसडे है कल 26 ऑफ नवंबर। कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस का डेटा है, होम सेल्स और रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का डेटा है। इंपॉर्टेंट है सारे के सारे गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, 8:30 पर और 7:30 पर।
Treasury picket wanted in Scott. News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. The dollar fell and government bonds rallied after Donald Trump picked Scott Bessent to run the Treasury. He's a Wall Street veteran who investors expect will take some of the sting out of the administration's more aggressive trade and economic policy proposals. Now, Wall Street may have gotten the Treasury pick it wanted in Scott Bessent, but Pangea policy founder Terry Haynes says President-elect Donald Trump's decision may be a sign his economic policy is still in flux.
That's not unusual for incoming administrations. You've got a lot of people, as you've seen, a lot of people wrestling around, what the priorities should be and what the policies should be on all kinds of matters, and economic policy is no different.
Pangea policy founder Terry Haynes. And Bessent told the Wall Street Journal that fulfilling Trump's tax cut pledges will be one of his top priorities. Henrietta Trey's of Veda Partners says that could be a tough sell, even with a Republican-controlled Congress.
Next year, it's really very much going to be the White House versus the Senate. And Scott Bessent is going to be responsible for trying to drive some of the president's tax agenda, which includes things like eliminating taxes on tips or Social Security.
Veda Partners managing partner Henrietta Trey's, and we check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.3%, NASDAQ up 0.4%, the Dow up about 0.75%, and the Russell 2000 index up nearly 2%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.3%, and the 2-year yield is at 4.31%. Intel's $8.5 billion federal CHIPS grant is reportedly about to shrink. The Biden administration is reducing the reward to the chipmaker from $8.5 billion to $8 billion. Reports indicate the government's decision to reduce the size of the grant is after Intel's move to delay some of its planned investments in Ohio. Intel has been under pressure to reduce costs after posting its biggest quarterly loss in the company's history. Intel shares are now 3% higher. Macy's is delaying its third quarter earnings report because of an investigation. The company says a single employee responsible for small package delivery expense accounting intentionally made erroneous entries to hide about $132 to $154 million in expenses. We get reaction from Barclays analyst Adrian Yee.
It is pretty unusual, frankly. Typically, I mean, let's put it into perspective that $150 million is on about $4.3 billion worth of total delivery expenses. So it's a number. It's a real number since 2021, but it's about 3% of their delivery expenses. Not a great look for, said company.
Barclays analyst Adrian Yee. Macy's says the employee no longer works for that company. Macy's shares are down 3.6%. Bitcoin's price steadied after that rally toward $100,000, with investors assessing whether optimism around President-elect Trump's support for crypto may be stretched. Investors, though, are worried that Bitcoin may need to consolidate around that $100,000 level before making a sustained breakthrough above it. Bitcoin right now is around $96,000. That's down 1.3%. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and foreign ministers from the world's leading industrialized nations are all in Italy. Hopes for brokering a ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon and in Ukraine are on the agenda of the Group of Seven meeting outside Rome. The British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, spoke upon arrival as the UK sanctioned 30 new ships that it says are part of Russia's shadow fleet.
And we are confident that Ukraine can have the funds and the military equipment and kit to get through 2025. Our assessment is that Putin shows no signs at all of wanting a negotiation. We have to ensure that that Ukrainians are equipped for the fight.
The meeting gathers the ministers of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States. President Biden today presided over an annual pre-Thanksgiving ceremony in which he welcomed two 40-pound specially raised turkeys and pardoned them to live out their lives in contented retirement.
Live by the motto, no foul play, just Minnesota nice. Based on your temperament and commitment to being productive members of society, I hereby pardon Peach and Blossom.
The birds were raised on a family farm in Minnesota, and they'll be returned to Minnesota to live out their days at Agriculture Interpretive Center Farm America. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
them towards the core muni ETF. For those investors who have a shorter duration time horizon, who are a little bit more risk sensitive, we would steer them towards the short duration option.
Jeff Johnson of Vanguard, thank you so much. Really appreciate your joining us today. And he mentioned that Vanguard is disruptive. If you hear some disruptive noise, there's a fire drill taking place in our studio. Still ahead, we're going to speak with Brian Jacobs of Aptus Capital Advisors on their new active option-based ETF next. This is Bloomberg.
When we were first contemplating building a fully
of whether it's AI companies or, blockchain technologies, you're not going to need to know all the details and how, layer two applications work, or like, what does it mean to have a protocol, or all these things, because there's going to be the application side where people are just going to be building products, and you're just going to be able to receive all the benefits of crypto and why decentralization matters. And so that's where the future of the industry is going. It's just that we're in a really amazing space just within the world where we're getting a chance to see the evolution of technology happening in real time, and everybody gets to be a part of it.
I love the way you actually kind of spoke to it. It's like you don't even realize it, but you'll be using it one day.
You're going to be using it.
I remember printing out directions on MapQuest.
Exactly. Now you're dating yourself. No, I did the same thing.
We did this together, baby. But like, bro, can you just the idea of like printing out the directions, and now, like, to your point, you'll be using the technology and not even
that's the hope.
It,
that's actually the best part about it is, it's almost like you don't go. There's so many different types of things where you understand and appreciate the magic for what it is, and. And I think that as technologists and as builders, the goal is to make it as seamless as possible. Right. No, when you open up Instagram, you're just looking at trying to have an experience. You're not thinking about, if I upload this video, what server does it go to? How does it actually stay? Mm-hmm. How do all these things kind of move and shake? Yeah. Like, people do worry about the algorithms, but but other than that, it's a very streamlined and simple process.
So to the average person, right, that's listening, right, when you hear. Right. And obviously you're a person that's thinking 5-10 years down the line, but to an average person that's sitting at home, how are they thinking about Web3, blockchain, crypto, et cetera, in that whole world, and saying, I want to take advantage of it from an investment standpoint? Mm-hmm. What you're able to disclose, right? But like, what would you tell those people?
Well, I think that, you have to do your research. You have to understand kind of what the opportunities are available out there. But it does create a level playing field where anyone has access to be able to, leverage, ecosystems like Coinbase or Uniswap to really kind of participate in this ability to, invest into. And they're not just companies. These are like real life technologies that are actually building blocks. Mm-hmm. So I think the most important thing is not just looking at it from a token standpoint, but what is it that these things are doing? And people sometimes think of Ethereum, or they think of Bitcoin or Solana or all these things as just, ticker symbols. But just like an Apple or Microsoft or Tesla, are publicly traded companies that are actually building infrastructure and things that you're using on a day-to-day basis. That's the same thing that's happening with a lot of these layer 1 and layer 2 tokens. They're not just tokens that you can buy and sell, but they're actually creating the actual infrastructure and the building blocks on what these projects are going to be built on. Everyone talks about the NFT hype and how that kind of really generated from the Bored Apes to the CryptoPunks and you name it, but they were all built on an underlying Ethereum ecosystem and a specific token. And so when you understand where the energy, we like to call it nerd energy, where is the nerd energy building on certain ecosystems and certain L1 and L2 applications, then you could start to have a better understanding of, okay, well, this is where the energy is going, and this is why these platforms and these protocols are becoming more valuable.
So let's actually, you brought it up, so we got to talk NFTs, right? Non-fungible tokens, right? Like, I always explain, like, non-fungible is like it's a 101, right? Like, what's fungible is like $10, right?
Yep.
2 5s or a $10 bill, it's the same. It's still $10, right? And
Exactly.
so, what's your view on NFTs in general?
Yeah, no, look, I'm very excited about again, it goes back to the most important thing, which is ownership and what you can do with the NFT. I think the first wave was just a lot of the introductions around, okay, well, this is, you can have communities, you can have, art, you can have digital, but it's digital ownership. I do think that the idea of the quote unquote NFT will be put on the sideline, but the value that it's going to generate and the value it's going to create is going to change the way memberships are offered. It's going to change the way music is distributed. It's going to change the way art is being depicted and sold online. We talked about home ownership, cars, so many things of being able to create the next generation of marketplaces and having a buy and sell and being able to easily know that transactional records and being able to create a whole world with the wallet that you have. Again, another thing, it's a wallet right now, but in the next couple of years, will we consider it that, versus, or is it just your digital profile? Is it your passport? Like, who knows? But these are all technical terms that eventually will be put in the back burner because people will just want to be able to use the benefits of the technology.
So, quick question, right, for the interest of time, right? What's your view on digital land, right? Whether it was Earth 2.0 and this, that, and the third, some came, some went.
Yeah.
But overall, what's your view in that space?
Yeah. Well, look, I think that digital land really revolves around digital ecosystems.
Okay.
And so, for example, I'm on the board of a company called Yuga Labs, and we're building an entire metaverse with this project we're calling The Other Side, and where there is digital land that's associated with it. And if you think about like our world and what we live in, like, we're, there's a good chance you're watching this on your phone or listening to it on your phone right now. We live in a mobile world. If we spend 51% or more of our time on our phone or on our computer, we're technically living in a digital world more than a physical world. It sounds crazy to think, but like that's kind of where we go. And so now being able to set up shops that are online, to have digital facilities, to have digital experiences, if everyone's moving in and out of the other side, quote unquote, and you're having, stores that are being able to have popped up and, to go into Soho and to get land there, or we're already constrained on space. So now having a digital footprint that now you can have unlimited space, or you have a much broader opportunity. And you see more people interacting on this. I mean, just look at what's happening with Roblox and how you're able to create entire new communities and people are building new things on there. And so it just creates a limitless opportunity. And for me, it's something that I'm super fired up about.
I love it, man. Listen, that's it for this episode of Financial Freestyle.
For sure.
Guys, thanks so much for joining us, man. We really hope that you guys left a lot smarter than you came, man. I just truly want to thank my dog, Chris Lyons, a wealth of knowledge, man. I think when you talk about Web3, he's one of those people. He's him in that space. And so I appreciate you for coming here and sharing some knowledge with the audience, man. But guys, make sure you come back here next week for another episode of Financial Freestyle here on Yahoo Finance.
This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
It's time to get to our today's strategy session. Wall Street strategists are betting on more gains ahead, with Goldman Sachs out with a call that the S&P 500 will see a 4% rally into year end, the benchmark topping 6,200. Those are the expectations. Let's talk about it with Jimmy Lee. He's Wealth Consulting Group's CEO. Jimmy, it's great to have you back here on Yahoo Finance. It certainly has been an impressive year, to say the least. When you take a look at the S&P, up 25, 26% since the start of the year. Do you think there's more room to go? And why or why not?
I do, Shauna. Thanks for having me on. And good morning.
Well, I think at the beginning of the year, if you'd have asked most analysts where they thought the S&P 500 was going to end up, certainly 6,000 wasn't very, very popular. But look where we're at today. We've had a dramatic rally. As you guys were just discussing, I think one of the healthiest parts of this rally is that now we've got the value parts of the market participating. So I think, investors are trying to get some of that money, record money, out of cash, and maybe not necessarily chase, but look for areas where there are some values, such as the cyclical sectors, such as small cap stocks. We're very happy that we're seeing things broadening out beyond the Magnificent Seven. And I do think that we could have a nice little rally going into the end of the year. Certainly historically, end of November is typically good. I think that the election's taken one of the big variables out of the people's heads and investors' heads in terms of what's going on. I think so far, with all the cabinet picks, people are going back and forth on that a little bit in terms of what they think. But for the market, I think investors are very hopeful for next year, going into a lower interest rate environment with less regulation. And you're starting to see a little bit of these animal spirits that we talk about.
Even with the slight pullback that we saw mid-November, that still had a lot of investors thinking, okay, what are the dip buying opportunities that we should still be most excited about? Are there opportunities, if we do see pullbacks or any type of chop, even going into the year end and with any rally in mind that you're anticipating here, that would present such an opportunity? And if so, where?
Brad, I think that, when tech sells off, although we don't think that people should be too overweight the big tech names that have gone up the most, which led the market up so far going into the fourth quarter, we think that tech could also be a potential buy on the dips, though, on the pullbacks. And but I am a little concerned that too many investors, I talked to too many people that have the names like NVIDIA, that it's gone up so much, and they're holding on. And so I'm a little cautioned that the retail investor has too much of that in their portfolio. So I think diversification for them is important. That being said, I do like those cyclical sectors. And I like small cap. I even like the idea of potentially the dollar going down as a theme over time, and international stocks may be performing a little bit better. So we'll see how the tariff game plays out with Trump getting back in, and how aggressive that gets or not, and see how that disrupts China and overseas markets in Asia. But with that being said, I actually am a little bit bullish about some of those areas too that just have not been participating. And if you look at the rest of the S&P 500 outside of the Magnificent Seven, in the fourth quarter, we're going to start seeing this earnings shift to those names. And I think what we're hopeful for is that earnings are going to catch up, to where the valuations are for the market.
Bitcoin's post-election march toward $100,000 stalling here. The cryptocurrency now ticking lower here, just above the 95,500 mark, but still moving to the downside this morning. With President-elect Donald Trump tapping Scott Bessent as his pick for Treasury Secretary, what can investors expect for the future of regulation in the crypto space? Joining us to discuss, we've got Don Friedman. He's the president of the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals. Don, it's great to speak with you. So talk to me about this move we're seeing to the downside here. What do you make of that move? And do you think it'll correct itself to give the crypto enthusiasts out there that $100,000 level by the time they're sitting down for Thanksgiving dinner?
I really don't think it's anything to worry about. Think about several years ago, we had this discussion about 20,000. It went lower. Then we had this discussion earlier this year at 73,000. And now we're having this discussion again at 100,000. So we look at this as a phenomenal opportunity to dollar cost average your way in. As you can imagine, people have FOMO, fear of missing out. And that makes people nervous. When you dollar cost average, you're robotic, it's mechanic, you're buying it on a regular basis. And that way you're in a good spot for the long term.
Well, Don, then how should investors, I guess, when you talk about getting in a good spot for the long term, what does that long-term potential look like in your view?
Again, we try and stay away from predictions. Most times people are wrong on that. Again, when you dollar cost average, that's the way to go. The discussions that we're having more with advisors is more about, like I said, dollar cost averaging, rebalancing if it goes up. And then in a year like 2022, if it does go down, you have the opportunity to take advantage of the tax loss harvest. So don't focus on predictions, focus on dollar cost averaging and getting in on a regular basis.
Getting in on a regular basis sort of reminds me of what we're seeing from Michael Saylor over at MicroStrategy, continuing to get in on a regular basis. He says he likes to buy the highs, but is that a strategy that retail investors who don't necessarily have the balance sheet he has should copy?
Well, obviously, they're buying in a much smaller amount. But the interesting thing you bring about Michael Saylor is he just bought it around 88, 89,000. So as an average investor, think about, like, do we think we're smarter than Michael Saylor? I would say not. So if he's buying at 88, 89, it's probably okay, again, for a retail investor as long as you dollar cost average.
Well, we've got a lot to really dive into here on the day. President-elect Trump on Friday announcing billionaire hedge fund manager Scott Bessent as his pick for Treasury Secretary. Stock futures and bonds rally on the news. Joining us now, we've got Ed Mills, who's the Raymond James Washington policy analyst. Ed, just want to start off with your reaction to this pick.
I think for Donald Trump picking Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary, this is the exact pick the market wanted. Someone with significant investment experience, especially in the macro environment. If we look at the Trump policies on trade, on tariff, having someone who understands the knock-on effect of that and can help position the United States to mitigate that, especially in other parts of his agenda. I'm sure we'll talk about tax cuts. I'm sure we'll talk about deregulation, but this is who the market wanted. And getting this pick is part of the reason why we see futures in the green this morning.
One of the things that is really jumping out to the street this morning is maybe it's going to lead to a more measured approach. We talk about some of the extremes that we've heard from President-elect Trump, and very much that maybe is the driver here to this morning's early market reaction to this pick. We actually got the chance to speak with Scott Bessent earlier this year, back in July, about then candidate Trump's proposed 60% tariffs on China. I want to play a quick soundbite of what we heard from Bessent.
We hear 60% tariffs on China. That's the beginning of a maximalist negotiating position. That's the way President Trump negotiates. I would be surprised if we ever hit that. But I think, given his record in Trump 1.0, he has a lot of credibility in using tariffs to negotiate.
And are you confident that we are going to see that more measured approach? And I guess maybe what should investors then be expecting when it comes to some of these policies?
Yeah, Shauna, here at Raymond James, we put out an investor's guide to Trump 2.0 as it relates to taxes and tariffs last week. And it's exactly what we said. There is going to be a certain part of the Donald Trump agenda that is trying to pursue that maximalist pressure. But Trump is also a negotiator. So when we see Howard Lutnick at Commerce, that's the maximalist at Commerce pushing for that. At Treasury, this is a good balance, someone who has called for this to be layered in, someone who will be directly negotiating with Congress on that tax bill. And my expectation is in that tax bill, they're going to give the president new authorities to enforce reciprocal tariffs. And so what Donald Trump will say to countries across the world is, if you have barriers on U.S. goods, I am going to put on tariffs. If you are willing to take those tariffs off, we can do a free trade agreement. So anything that's balanced, anything that's layered in is going to be viewed as a positive to this market versus kind of that maximalist, impulsive push for tariffs on day one.
Intel, according to the New York Times, the Biden administration is trimming Intel's chip giants. What was going to be an $8.5 billion grant will now be less than $8 billion after the government considered $3 billion. The company is receiving to make chips for the U.S. military. Shares right now, they're up by about 1.8%. Don't look now, we will for you, but Intel stock It's been a bumpy ride, to say the least, over the course of 2024, down a little over 48%, I believe, is what I have on my screen. Oh, there you're taking a look at the year-to-date move, 51% lower over the course of this year, despite some of the fanfare that certainly transpired early in the year in the first quarter because of grants like this.
Yeah, certainly. I think we're seeing this move to the upside, even though it might be less than what was initially expected here for Intel. It's the fact that they are getting cash awards, something that Gelsinger, the CEO, Pat Gelsinger, CEO of Intel, has very much expressed a frustration with over the last several months here. Many of the interviews that he's done, even those here on Yahoo Finance, he has presented some dissatisfaction with the fact that they have not yet been able to receive those cash awards. So yes, they have benefited from some of those tax breaks that were included in the CHIPS Act, but not the cash awards yet. So the fact that this is coming, that is being interpreted as at least a step in the right direction. But you are right. When you take a look at the New York Times report that was out over the weekend, talking about the fact that it actually might be $500 million less than what was initially anticipated. You could look at that as it may be a bit of a disappointment here for Intel, but overall, they could be getting, it looks like they are getting the $8 billion of cash. So again, a great step here for Intel at a time when it's very much needed. I'm Shawna Smith alongside Brad Smith, and let's get you the 3 things that you need to know today.
Good morning, everyone. First up, stocks kick off the week in the green as investors cheer Trump's choice of Scott Bessent to lead the Treasury Department. The dollar fell, the U.S. government bonds rallied after the nomination as investors are expecting Bessent to take the sting out of President-elect Trump's more aggressive trade and economic policies. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal this weekend, Bessent said his priority will be to enact Trump's tax cuts while also introducing tariffs and cutting spending.
An earnings season continuing this week. Results from CrowdStrike and HP, plus a slew of retailers set to report. The big news out this morning, Macy's shares are falling after delaying its earnings report. Now, the retailer disclosing an investigation revealed that an employee had hid over $100 million of expenses.
And fresh economic data and Fed minutes this week. We'll get all of it. It's going to offer us some insight into the central bank's fight against inflation. Traders will closely parse through the Federal Reserve's November meeting minutes, consumer confidence, and PCE data, the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, to help assess the outlook for rate cuts next year. Wall Street strategists remaining optimistic that stocks can continue to rally this year and next year as they expect solid economic and earnings growth and additional relief on inflation, according to RBC Capital Markets. Goldman Sachs, they expect to see the S&P 500 rally 4% alone in the next month. Well, $170 million, that's how much audiences spent at the movie theaters this weekend to see both Wicked and Gladiator 2. Joining us now with more is Yahoo Finance's own Alexandra Canal. Ali, what kind of demand did we see for the theatrical experience over the weekend? I know my dollars are in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah, same with mine.
Yeah.
Demand was huge. The bulk of that coming from Wicked, as you were just seeing on your screen, $114 million at the domestic box office compared to $55.5 million for Gladiator 2. Wicked was also the highest grossing domestic opening day ever for a musical adaptation. I saw it. I loved it. I'm a huge fan of the musicals, and my expectations were high, and I gotta say that it did deliver. Now, part of that success stemmed from the $150 million marketing campaign that this movie committed to, which was basically felt across every major touch point, over 400 different partnerships from luxury brands to more affordable retailers like Target. So clearly a strong start to the Thanksgiving box office week.
So what are the top ways that theater goers can save if they are going to see it in theaters? I mean, I don't know. I've kind of gotten to the point where if I'm going out, if I'm putting on shoes to go watch a movie at this point, I'm just going to go all in on the experience.
Right, totally. And we have been seeing that, but at the same time, ticket prices have been rising, right? They're up just shy of 10% since 2021. That's according to box office analytics platform Intelligence. Now, most people did see these movies at standard theaters as opposed to premium locations like IMAX. We saw ticket prices range from as low as $12 for a child ticket to as high as $18 for a general ticket at a premium theater. There are ways, though, that you can save. So a few quick tips. One, join a rewards program like AMC Stubs A-List or Regal Unlimited. There are often deals from these subscription-based programs, especially if you're someone who goes to the movies often, or perhaps you just know there are a lot of films coming out that you'd like to see. Another thing you can do is go at discounted showtimes. So during the week, in the middle of the day, oftentimes those ticket prices are less expensive than if you go on a weekend at a prime time 7 p.m. showing. Finally, you can also buy movie tickets and gift cards at discounted prices at big box retailers like Costco, BJ, Sam's Club, which is something I didn't initially realize was possible. So there are options out there if you're a movie lover and you want to save.
Well, you can judge by my face. I didn't know that was possible
Yeah, I know.
either. All right.
Fun.
All right. I'm going to write that one down. Allie, thanks so much.
Amazing.
Joining me now, we've got Brian Vendig, who is the MJP Wealth Advisors Chief Investment Officer. Great to have you back on the program with us. You say your main message for investors right now who may be, kicking around some ideas, even over the dinner table come Thanksgiving, is to stay diversified. So that is what my plate is going to look like come Thursday. But what about on a portfolio basis? What does that look like?
Thanks, Brad. Great to see you as well. I think, look, it's classic to say stay diversified, but I think it's because we've seen over the course of the year a very small handful of stocks contribute significantly to the overall market returns. And it's only really been over the last half of the year have we seen some broadening out in some other traditional value sectors outside of mega cap tech. And so I think as we look into next year and recognizing that there is a little bit of a push-pull between the mosaic of some different policies that could come out under the new administration, I want to make sure that investors are not overpaying for growth and making sure that they're looking at other areas outside of mega cap tech that have growing earnings and lower valuations. And again, making sure that we're staying balanced from a risk point of view.
And so is that risk on? And if so, in what areas of the market right now would you be identifying those opportunities?
Well, when we look at earnings forecasts for next year, Brad, we definitely are having a more risk-on posture because earnings are expected to grow over 10% year over year. And again, tax cuts, deregulation, and obviously if some of these policy decisions don't go to extremes, I think that is still positive for overall stock market. And from areas that we're saying investors should be focusing on, look at industrials, look at cyclical sectors of the economy that are supported by the expectations of interest rates being cut over the next year or so from the Fed. And at the same point in time, I'm not saying abandon tech, but I'm just saying being very selective on where you're going to invest in the space, because when troubled waters and concerns start to impact the markets, it's usually those sectors that have run up the most are the ones that are going to sell down the most and leave the markets more into a correction. So again, just being sensitive to risk allocation and posture as we kind of move through the next couple of months, which still are going to be very uncertain as some of these policy decisions come out from Washington.
Seniors may face an unpleasant surprise come January. Medicare premiums, they are rising, and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services announced Plan B premiums and deductibles will increase in 2025. Here with more, we've got Yahoo Finance's own Carrie Hannon. Carrie, good to see you. How will 2025 compare with historic Medicare costs?
Yeah, great to be here, Brad. Once again, they've ticked up. This is the second year in a row that Medicare premiums have climbed by around 6%. They were higher in 2022, but that was an anomaly because of one Alzheimer's drug that kind of spiked what they were going to be that year. Otherwise, this is the highest Medicare premiums have been in quite some time. So it is a concern. And deductibles have also jumped up this year.
And so will the cost of living adjustment offset this? And how much are we anticipating will vary based on income?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Here's the thing. Your Medicare premium is taken out, the Part B is taken out of your Social Security check before you get it. So seniors are definitely going to feel that. The cost of living adjustment this year jumped up to what would be for someone who got an average monthly check of $1,900, about $50 a month extra. But when we weigh in the increased premium, which might come to roughly $10, this is for that average check, and then the increased deductible, which bumps it up another $17, we're talking a bit of a squeeze here for seniors that they might not expect, considering that many of the prices of things that they currently buy really haven't dipped down and that are still quite expensive at the grocery store and medical costs. So it is a concern.
What are some of the...
go ahead, Brad. Sorry.
I'll let you finish. I was just going to ask, what were some of the deadlines that are on the horizon here too?
Yeah, well, first of all, you can open enrollment, keep an eye out. It's open till December 7th. So this is a time people can look to shave costs in their Medicare plans. But so if you haven't done it, do the shopping. But I did want to say quickly, I was jumping to say that you had asked me about income. And so the thing is that your Part B premiums are based on your income. And so it's adjusted, and income adjustment ticks up your premium even higher if for singles it's over $106,000 a year in earnings, and for a couple filing jointly it's $212,000. And so this is a sliding scale. It adjusts every year, but it lags. It looks back to 2023, so there's a 2-year lag. So someone who's retiring now may face some of these extra surcharges on that premium bump that we mentioned at the top here to make account for the income adjustment. So everyone needs to be aware of that.
Yahoo Finance's own Carrie Hannon. Carrie, thanks so much for taking the time, breaking this down for us today. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Jason, while we have you, I want to switch gears a bit and talk about an op-ed that you wrote in the Journal about how to regulate AI without stifling innovation. And regulation is a key part of the incoming administration's policy agenda here. What do you think that regulation should and could look like?
Yeah, so first of all, the goal of the regulation should be to get more AI. This is not something we should be afraid of. We should be afraid of not having enough of it to give us the innovation we need for education, for wages, for medical research, etc. Don't think we should have a single super regulator. Just let each domain, for cars, is the car safe or unsafe? That's who should be regulating it, not some AI super regulator. And I also think, and I hope this administration does this, we need to get rid of some of the obstacles that stand in the way of AI, things that, for example, make it harder to set up nuclear power plants that they'll need to create, the type of clean energy to fuel their data centers.
Jason, one of the things that you brought up in this op-ed that stuck out to me is not every problem caused by AI can be solved by regulating AI. Talk to me a little bit more about what you mean by that.
Yeah, let's say AI is taking jobs. I don't believe that that's the central case, but it might be the case. You don't want to reprogram the AI not to take people's jobs. Taking people's jobs is the process of efficiency as the economy moves forward. But what you do want is new training programs, new education programs, maybe tax benefits for people, et cetera. So it's non-AI solutions to that challenge that's created by AI. That would be one example.
I also thought it was interesting, especially given the rally that we've seen in small caps over the last week, Jason, what you mentioned about little tech needing a little bit of help from regulators. Talk to me more about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been ideas floating around, and Sam Altman has floated this idea that the AI super regulator should certify you as to whether you're allowed to have a large language model. And who could pass that certification? OpenAI could pass that certification, so could Anthropic, so could Alphabet, but a lot of smaller companies would have a harder time with it. So we do not want to create regulations that make it harder for small businesses to compete in this space. Now, right now, this is an extremely expensive space that's dominated by data and compute, huge barrier to entry, but we may start having some innovation in the form of algorithms and smaller businesses that can grow, and certainly smaller businesses that can build on top of the larger fundamental models. Don't want any regulation to get in the way of that.
So, Jason, I'm curious then, I guess, how should regulation then be approached? Because at one end of the spectrum, you want it to be, I guess, addressed quickly, just given some of the risks associated with this. But on the other end, and you pointed out this a number of times within this op-ed, there is a strong reason to proceed very cautiously on this.
Yeah, so I think you're just regulating outcomes. Is a medical device safe or unsafe? Is a car safe or unsafe? Is something compliant with the SEC rules on trading? And that's not, and you apply that the same whether it's AI or not AI. So you're regulating basically based on outcomes, based on accepted concepts of safety, rather than treating this in some new and different and scary way.
All right, Jason, we got to leave it there. Always appreciate you joining us here on Yahoo Finance. Thank you so much. That was Jason Furman. He is a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, previously serving as chairman for the Council of Economic Advisors.